Hello. We are discussing things we don't like about the ways that disability is portrayed in media, or just things we don't like about disability rep in general today. This is the most last minute live I've ever done. I was going to post and announce that I was doing it later today, and I forgot that one of my housemates had been like, oh, my theater kid friends are all going to come over and we're going to rehearse. And I was like, that's going to be loud. That is not something I should try to do a live stream through. If anyone has any specific things that they dislike about the ways that disability is portrayed in media, let me know. What if I rig this and I join from my other account? Is that cheating? I don't think it's cheating to join from my other account because this is so last minute. Hello, we are talking about things we don't like about the ways that disability is represented in media. If anyone has anything they want to jump in the comments or if they want to jump in as a multi-guest to complain about, go for it. Hello. Just to be rambling while people are getting on, actually, one thing that really bugs me as someone who writes disability lit and as someone who is multi-disabled is my readership has this very strong tendency to consistently just call me autistic when people are asking for disability recs, and it makes me so mad. I know it's because a lot of them are autistic, so it's what resonates with them, but like the trans rights readathon is happening right now, or it's happening next week, and one of their prompts is disability lit, and I know last year during it, when that was also the prompt, despite the fact that like I follow trans rights readathon, so I'd sent them like one of my books to put in one of their little slideshow thingies. And I put my physical disability lit, and they're like, we're gonna ignore this. Alex isn't physically disabled. What are you talking about? Okay, what if I join myself? This is the current plan. And then if I join myself, other people will join because I have more followers on my personal account. How do I do that? Is that gonna be terrible? I'll join myself and I'll mute and stuff. Just until I get other people to join. Ha 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 ha. Join. Yes, okay, the scheme has worked. This is a trap. I just wanted to show that it's going live on multiple accounts right now. Hello, sorry, I joined from my other account because this one is so last minute that I want people to be able to see it. We are talking about things we do not like about the way that disability is represented in media and fiction. If anyone has any specific things they want to rant or complain about, you can drop it in the chat or you can request to join as a multi-guest. Right now, the only multi-guest is literally my other account because this one is so last minute that I wanted to go it out as a notification to as many people as possible. Hello, how are you doing today to people in the chat? Um, things things to rant about while we wait for other people to join and tell you the things that they want to rant about that I've been stressing about a lot recently is the trans rights readathon is happening next week. And for those of us who don't know, right, like queer and disabled lit in general, and the trans rights readathon has a bonus prompt for disability lit this year. They do most years. One of the runners for the trans rights readathon actually has read some of my books, so that's always put in their little disability slides, which is very nice and very cool. But I know last year during it, and I guarantee this year during it, you get a lot of people posting being like, oh, I'm looking for like queer disability lit. And the amount of people who get in those comment sections and are like, oh, Alex is autistic, as if I'm not like vocally a multi-disabled person, so if I don't write my own like other disabilities into the stuff. I don't know. It makes me mad that there are definitely disabilities that are more popular, and you can, as much as you want, be like, hello, I am indeed multi-disabled. I am physically disabled. I write about that too. People be like, yes, Alex has autism, and that is the only thing that makes their work disability lit. Anyways, these discussions are very unstructured, which is why I'm not super concerned that this is the one that ended up having to be like crazy last minute. You can request a multi-guest in if there are specific things you don't like about the way disability is portrayed in media. You can put them in the chat, or just like things in general. Things in general. This one is so last minute and so unstructured that if there's anything about disability and media in general you want to talk about, oh, someone requested and then they unrequested. Request to join me. I do not like talking to myself. The only person guesting in right now is literally my other account just because I wanted the notification to go more wide. So that person is not going to be helpful because they're on my phone sitting beside me, currently muted. That's fine. You do not have to join. I'm sorry I called you out. Have a calm journey. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing
This is like
today?
the first time, so I don't know what I'm doing, but it's all fine.
That's so great. Did you have anything that you dislike about disability in media that you wanted to rant about?
Like 100%, my like biggest issue is that like disabled people being portrayed as like being stupid, and that their disability is like the worst thing ever and also defines them. That like does absolutely fry my head.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, my partner and I are both disabled, both very differently. He has spina bifida, and I am autistic and also have Cowden syndrome, which has left me paralyzed. But we get treated like we're not a couple, and people are like, "Oh my god!" And then in the media, it like really reaffirms that.
Yes, that is, I feel like that comes a lot with a lot of the infantilization of disabled people. Like the assumption
Yeah.
is if you're out in public, especially if like it sounds like one of you might be more visibly disabled than the other, the assumption is often that it's like a care or relationship instead of two people who like each other's company or two people who are genuinely in a relationship.
I think that's like the biggest pet peeve, but I see it like all the time in the media. Like, it's like, oh, this poor disabled person. I'm like, oh my god, like, grow up.
Hello to our other guests. And either of you have anything specific you want to rant about, or just to like introduce yourselves?
I don't know what to say. I just wanted to join for some reason.
That's fine. It's helpful to have more people, especially this is, I think, the third and final one with this specific topic we've done. So I've kind of exhausted things. I could rehash points, but if other people had like different points they want to raise, I want to do those first, obviously. I know Maeve's also been in a few of these, so they might also be running out of points.
Do you play the game Cookie Run Kingdom?
I don't.
What's that? It's about like cookies. You collect cookies from the gacha and you fight enemies. It's really fun to play. You can do other stuff too.
How old are you? Just because this does get recorded and put up later, so if you're under 18, Miss Party Painter, then I might ask you to either mute or leave the voice chat.
Is it okay if I say like 13?
Like you're super welcome to be here in chat. Just because since I'm uploading this later, because it's part of like a school assignment I'm doing. If you're under 13, I just can't have you in the recording of it. But you're welcome to stay and hang out in chat.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. One thing I also really dislike about is also the kind of like the genius in one thing, but idiot in everything else.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And because it's like, what was it, like Sean Murphy from Good Doctor? Like, and I'm like, his spiky profile is very spiky, but it also makes very little sense for certain, like his functioning is both extremely high and extremely low in ways that don't usually make sense in diagnoses.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Sean like, definitely not. Sorry, definitely not written by a disabled person, not acted by a disabled person. You can tell when you're part of a community and also when you study it.
I think I mentioned before that I have kind of the opposite problem with Sean Murphy because I think the worst thing from a diagnostic perspective that show does is the thing they should be highlighting most that impacts Sean the most is his savant syndrome. It's not his autism. And his savant syndrome is so rarely brought up. But like with savant syndrome, it is very normal to be very high in one skill and very low in several others. In fact, Sean is a lot higher than the majority of people who meet diagnostic criteria for savant syndrome are because specifically like savant syndrome by definition. Good Doctor right now we're talking about and the portrayal of Sean and his like high and low areas. But also we can talk about anything else after. Sorry, because someone in the chat had asked. But yeah, like with savant syndrome specifically, by definition, it's a severe, and I think severe is an important term there. Severely low function in either social or like intellectual skills, and then a very high function in one skill, which like is not what Sean has. He is at most a level 2 autistic person, and I think honestly most of the time the show presents him as a level 1 autistic person until they need him to do something for the plot. I think he's a really bad portrayal of savant syndrome, and I hate that most of the portrayals of savant syndrome we have are like fully verbal people, fully mobile people, because that's not what savant syndrome would actually look like most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, same with same with Sherlock.
Mm-hmm.
And especially with how the processing works. And I said, and something I've realized is like the brain does not process the way they're saying his brain is processing. While it can go fast and faster than a lot of people think, it's not that superhumanly fast. Unless it's like a magical character, like a Stephen Strange and his fast mind. Like that's a magic thing. But like definitely not. I mean, yeah, it's definitely savant syndrome, but people will kind of see that as autistic more than
Yeah.
savant syndrome.
And I think like Sherlock has that same issue where like so clearly if Sherlock
Yeah.
is autistic, Sherlock's level 1 autistic. The least common support level to have savant syndrome. Why is all of our savant syndrome rep level 1? I think
I
people
think it's
just
that
fully
whole like thing, isn't it, where they want to make it out to be this like magical superpower to like make it so outlandish that people were like, oh, this is awesome. But in the reality of it is like that's not how it works. Like you're not looking at it as a whole. I would love to see some real like autistic representation where it's like authentic and shows the true like beautiful variety that we have, absolutely, but also like doesn't make it out to be a superpower because on the whole you're just a normal person, like you're just a human being, you don't have mad skills, it's just how you are and it's a processing thing and it is what it is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To go in the chat, Kaniki Nick says when disabled characters can do superpowers. So the thing they hate is when disabled characters can do superpower type things as a reason to balance or make up for, which I feel like we see the most with deafness and blindness.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, it sounded like one of you was about to like jump into something and then step back.
Sorry, no, I was speaking with my mother.
Okay.
Oh, but I was going to say something. And yeah, I mean, the deafness and blindness thing of disability is really annoying. It's like, I have superpowers because I am deaf, so I need better vision, or I'm blind. I mean, blind people who are deaf and blind could have heightened senses because their sensory needs could, and I said could, not always, be making up for their disability. Because where, even in neurological disabilities, where there is a deficit, there's always something somebody's better at. And so while that makes sense, it's definitely not a superpower thing. I don't like Daredevil.
Yes, and it's not even just Daredevil. That's like a whole trope of characters who are specifically like a blind character, but something happens that makes them be able to see.
But actually, I do like Toph from Avatar. It's a really good representation because, well, she is really good at stuff, and people forget she's disabled. It's never like I'm fantastic because I'm fantastic. There are certain things that limit her. Like she can't read, of course, because she's blind. But when she's in the desert, she can't see. So she has to be connected to other people.
Yeah. No, I think we've talked about Toph a lot in these, and Toph is very divisive exactly because of that, because at times she is functioning as a disabled person with, like, bending kind of being an accommodation there that does not align with every single environment she's in, but also there have been people in the chat who have been like, no, like, I'm blind, I really don't like Toph just because she has any involvement with that trope because it is such a pervasive trope, which I think is fair. I think The Last Airbender in general, though, like, does a lot to casually include disability that we're not used to seeing in cartoons of that era. And I genuinely think it was done with good intent, just in practice it is feeding into kind of that archetype.
One thing I also liked was PTSD in Korra. Like that was it was done very well, and that's because they had a psychologist who studied PTSD as one of the co-writers for those specific scenes. So they had the right people.
Yeah. I think Korra too, like Korra had like limb difference rep. I forget if it was Last Airbender or Korra, but one of them had like someone was in the glider. Yeah, I know the limb difference was in Korra, but someone was in like the glider in like a wheelchair type device. Like I love rep like that, where it just like casually gets to exist and it's not the entire point of the story, and it's just like, hey, disabled people exist in this world and here is how.
I
Exactly.
really enjoyed, like, I know it's a bit off topic, but it, like, as in it's not like cartoon, but I coach junior wheelchair basketball. And a lot of the time, our kids don't see any representation of themselves in media. And Out of My Mind was put on Disney Plus, and it follows the story of a girl who is basically has quadriplegic cerebral palsy and is nonverbal and gets an AAC. And the lead actress, Phoebe, legitimately has CP in real life. She is amazing. And the movie itself was phenomenal because it really broke those barriers of, oh, disabled people, if they can't speak, if they can't do this, they're stupid. Because her whole thing is that she's like a very intelligent young girl who just doesn't have the equipment and
What was
is
that
fighting
called?
for that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Out of
what
My
was that
Mind
called?
was what was being discussed there. I'll put
Oh,
it
Out
in
of
the
My
chat.
Mind.
It's also a book, and I will say, like, as someone who doesn't have cerebral palsy, I think it's really interesting, if anyone's read the book, how much more optimistic the movie ending is than the book is. Like, it feels a little bit Disney-fied in ways.
Oh, 100% it's Disneyfied, but it was nice to see some actual real representation with, especially with Phoebe being the actress. She was absolutely phenomenal. And I was like delighted because our kids were talking about it. Like, I have kids with CP and they're just so happy to like see someone like them on TV. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Because like there is that like almost the bridge hasn't been made between media and like the disabled reality. And it's actually just nice to see people like having to then like, if I find like Out of My Mind, it wasn't just all smiley, happy, clappy stuff. It was like she had to fight to get her device. She had to fight to get to where she needed to. And it was really good to see that it's not easy because it's not in real life, and it shouldn't be portrayed that these are things that people just get and are given and can make use of because of the ease of access, because accessibility is not that way in real life.
Yes.
Accessibility is a battle.
It really is.
I want to highlight, I forget who said it in chat, but someone, Chef Steph said the woman who lost her arm in Avatar, or I guess in Korra, used water bending, and that was really cool. And I think a really important thing to note there, because there's been like a lot of debate on this page recently about like whether or not disabled people would exist in worlds with healers. And I think that makes it extra cool that she is explicitly a water bender, because for those of us who have not seen Avatar, the water bending, like, benders are, they can use bending to heal people, and then you have like explicit rep of this person who still has limb loss, because yeah, that's not going to fix something like limb loss. I think, I don't know if it was intentional to put the physically disabled character in like a waterbending kingdom, but I think it's really cool that they did.
According to, I'm obsessed with this. This is one of my hyper focuses. So according to the director, one of the directors, yes, it was. Because, and first of all, he knew somebody with limb loss. I think he had like a cousin or something of limb loss. And like if she told him like if she was going to be anyone, it would be water benders, because then she could use the water as her limbs. And he said that it also makes sense that like massive things like limb loss cannot grow back. It's not like you can grow back water. And it's a realistic accommodation that she would have figured out for herself.
I think that's like really powerful too, because like it shows that just because there's something quote unquote wrong is what people think. It's not that something has to be fixed. You can like adapt things. Things should be adapted to you. And I think that being shown in such like a great way is so powerful as well, because it allows like folk to be able to see that actually here's somebody who has like a limb difference or limb loss, and they're the badass that they are. And it's really awesome to see. They don't have to change. They don't have to get better.
And
that's massive.
She's one of the villains. But
so
she's not a villain because she's disabled. She's a villain because of her belief system.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's made very clear too. Is she's not a bad person because she's disabled. She's a bad person because she's got some weird beliefs about bending, and it's all because it's Sahir.
Yeah, I think disabled villains are also really important. I
Really
love to
fun.
see a
I love
disabled
them.
villain who's not, like you said, who's not a villain specifically because they're like, and then they were disabled and it made them so bitter they turned into the bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually something I realized with Nessa Rose in Wicked, especially in the Broadway play. That's what kind of happened with her.
Yes.
And Nessa went insane, which I like what they did for the movie because they retconned that. Nessa can do what she can do. Don't touch her wheelchair. But your sister literally said, "Don't touch it." Then she also said, "No, I'm good. I don't need your help." Which she was very polite. And that's also something that we have to do a lot as disabled people is we have to be very polite because it can be physically unsafe for us to be like F off.
Yeah.
And I'm not in a wheelchair. I am very privileged to be that way. I'm neurodivergent. But I've worked with plenty of people with wheelchairs. And even for people that were nonverbal and they could blink, I had a blinking system with them and I'd be like, "May I touch your wheelchair?" And I'd watch their eyes. They blinked once, that was a yes. They blinked twice, that was a no. And unless it was a fire, unless it was safety issues, I would not touch the wheelchair.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's like a lot of people don't have the understanding or like the realization that it's about consent when it comes to our chairs because like for me, like it's a massive safety issue. If somebody tips me out, how am I getting up? If I get hurt, how am I then getting home? All those sorts of things, super important, like to have that understanding as well. And I think that's a really cool way of like acknowledging it in media is that, yeah, we do have to be polite because there's that whole like fear of causing a confrontation, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hi guys,
Madison.
I just joined.
Sorry. Also, inspiration.
Sorry, I've been talking in the chats and like all of these, and I figured if I'm around, I'll request one time.
Also, I don't like media, especially inspiration porn.
Oh God, yeah.
Like, if a disabled person is so strong because they're disabled and they're working through their disability, they're accommodating themselves. And it's like, that's something I've been asked is, "Oh, have you worked for your dyslexia or your ADHD?" It's like, I've accommodated it, but it's a lifelong disability.
Yeah, look, my partner has been a wheelchair user since he was born, and he like is very anti-inspo because he absolutely hates the word, "Oh, you're so inspirational." If somebody uses that like focus on him, he wants to like, he actually audibly gags because he wants them to realize how much that repulses him because he's like, "I'm not an inspiration because I'm disabled." And I've had to like listen to him go on rants, and I really appreciate it because it's so true because he's just living his life normally. He's not doing anything outstanding. His like outstanding contribution to life is his sport, and he is a really amazing sportsman in wheelchair basketball, and that is inspirational because he plays basketball to that level. He's incredible as a sportsman. It has nothing to do with his disability.
Oh, and people also thinking that your disability and gives you some type of advantage. Like I was like, I've heard all my life, "Oh, I wish I was dyslexic. Then I'd have a completely 3D mind." My mind is completely 3D. And I'm like, "No, you don't. You don't want to cry because you can't read. You don't want to have to deal with all of the actual hard things of disability." And I'm like, be happy you're not dyslexic. But that's something I've had since I was a kid. Somebody was like, "Oh, I wish I was dyslexic because you guys are so special."
That's so strange.
Yeah, it's such a strange mindset to have, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
it's like also like in line with tropes about disability. I feel like the disability as a superpower can kind of lead to things like that a lot of like, like, "Oh, but that's probably so cool," like, and stuff like that, you know. And I feel like that also leads to people, like, I feel like a lot of people do the disability as a superpower trope in the way of like, okay, they're disabled, and it's always like a compensation. I feel like
you can't just have like a normal character be disabled and live a life where it's just normal things. It always has to be something extra. I think that's like really such a toxic mind frame because it breeds this like culture of like pity porn, as I would call it.
Yes.
to real life disabled folk.
I mean, what? Yeah.
I was gonna say, I desperately want to see a disabled superhero whose power has nothing to do with their disability. Because I feel like we have so many disabled superheroes, but the power always has to do with their disability. I want someone who's like a blind character and their power is like they can just shoot fireballs at people. Like, no relevance whatsoever.
But exactly. I mean, something that I wish, like, if I were to write a book, and and of course I have dyslexia and their learning disabilities, my superpower wouldn't be to read fast or to read minds.
Yeah.
My superpower, like, if I could pick one, telekinesis. I want to fly.
Mm-hmm.
And that has nothing to do with my disability. Like, and if I were to make a little bit about disability, I would do like one scene where the person forgot they were flying because of their ADHD, fell a little bit, then had to catch themselves. Like, that'd be one small scene in like a book. Like, they have
there is one that's
ADHD.
pretty close to it.
I forgot. I was flying. Oh, sorry.
No worries, I didn't mean to cut across you. There is one pretty close to it. I read it years ago. It's called Ranger's Apprentice. And in that book, he's an able-bodied person at first and ends up going through so much crap that he gets basically an acquired disability through an actual addiction to their version of hardcore stuff. And then like gets his it's like a medieval one. So he gets like his ability to shoot his bow is actually diminished by an injury that takes place. So he basically loses control of that limb for a good like book and a half or whatever. And it's not quite as like where we would want it, but it's like really the closest thing to it, where he actually goes through stuff, just chapter after chapter of stuff that you can't just magically overcome in his world. And I'm like, you know, somebody with some brains cooked here.
And I also don't like how like stemming is shown in media, because stemming is so very, and on like one person stems, another person stems, it's completely different.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they stem is different. What they could they verbal stem? Do they intellectually stem? Mind stem? Do they physically stem? And how does that look?
Oh, Tourette's gets overused with that all the time.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, that's, oh my God,
that.
don't even get me started on Tourette's.
Yeah.
Don't even.
It's like, sorry, go ahead, Maeve.
I just said, oh.
No, literally, because like I have a tic disorder, but it's not diagnosed Tourette's. It's just I have like an essential tremor and tics, and people are like, "Oh, do you swear because you've got Tourette's?" I'm like, I don't have Tourette's. I don't also have verbalizations.
Right.
I just twitch a lot when I get stressed. And that's not like how it's represented in the media at all. It's always like, oh, it's so funny, this person tics because they swear a lot and they shout a lot and then they might hit something or do something silly. And I'm like, that's just not accurate. And it's like so frustrating to see it like constantly redone. And I'm like, wow.
I mean, 15% of individuals with diagnosed Tourette's have that swearing thing, but that's only 15%. Most do not have that. 85% of a population do not have that swearing Tourette's thing.
I swear a lot because I'm Northern Irish and it's like in my blood. No, it's not. It's just because I swear a lot because I use a lot of language and I'm quite like expressive. But I think it's like people just make that assumption.
Yeah.
Yeah. In media, I feel like false representations of Tourette's and tic disorders in general often have the tics be like coordinated with the conversation or something, if that makes any sense, where like they'll feel very choreographed, where like I have tics and like I have verbal tics as well. I'm not going to like randomly, I feel like people almost treat Tourette's like a truth potion sometimes.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where it's like, oh, I'm going to randomly blurt some stuff out that's going to be, oh, that's so inconvenient. Like, I was just thinking it. And like just some like funny punchline that like really coheres with whatever's happening at the moment. And that's not always accurate. And that's, I feel like, not often accurate.
So they're doing the same thing with medical dramas these days and autism. Like,
oh yes.
Don't get me wrong. I love some of what's being done. Like, The Good Doctor is a really again, not perfect representation, but pretty close to. In an ideal world, I could see it happening, but like you have to do a lot of suspension of disbelief. But they're doing a lot of that with like it's not a superpower, but it's a superpower. They're Sherlock Holming us basically.
Right.
Like, yeah, no, I get that we're brilliant people and whatever, but stop with this whole like I'm a superhero because I'm autistic thing. It's more like the world taught me to be incredibly hyper vigilant because you people suck.
Literally. And I think like that on that one as well, it's like an interesting one to look at because there's when you see like autistic people in media, they want to represent us as like these super like smart, super amazing, no social skills. They completely miss the point and miss the mark because there's such high masking. There's such difficulty in like autistic burnout because like, yeah, sure, I was really smart in high school, but now my brain is mush because I'm not so hard.
Sheldon stereotype or like the Sheldon Cooper of it all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But the thing is, like, the thing is with that is, like, of course, we all see, a lot of people see him as autistic. The actor himself didn't. And, like, and I didn't like when he was like, he's not autistic, so don't say he's autistic. And if somebody feels that he is, allow them to have that feeling about it. Don't be like, that's wrong. Because, I mean, it's valid to feel that way. I mean, I felt that he was autistic when I was a kid.
Is he not supposed to be, really?
Yeah.
I think, like...
He said that like 5 times.
Yeah, it's kind of a cop keep writing it offensively.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cope. I see. That's fine.
I see like Feral Goblin mode said in the chat about how easy diagnosis is.
Diagnosis is extremely difficult and I mean I have a BA in psychology and I studied neurodiversity. And so I know what all of his diagnosis stuff looks like. I was of course diagnosed in America. So it's very different from other countries. And it was just like, that is ridiculous with how, because something I also see a lot is they don't have spiky enough profiles for neurodivergent. So
that's the truth.
They're like really smart. It's like, oh, I'm a genius. And it's like, well, where's your spiky profile? Because if you're disabled, even if you're just even if you're neurodivergent, you will have a spiky profile. There's not a person that's neurodivergent and does not have one of those profiles. It's like they gotta be bad at something.
Otherwise, it's not a disability.
Yeah,
it's the same as like physical side of things. Because when I developed my cauda equina syndrome, I had it for like 18 months. It's a surgical emergency. It's a spinal cord injury caused by your own body. A lot of people don't know about it. It's not rare, but it's described as rare, but it's really, really not.
What was it?
By the way.
Cauda equina syndrome, CES.
Oh, yes. Somebody asked what about...
Sorry.
After you're done, somebody asked what is neurodivergency. I can explain that after you're done.
Sure. I just think like that is like massive as well because on diagnosis, like no matter what disability you have or what condition you have or what's developed, it's always like shown in media and on TV especially that these things are super easy to diagnose. They're super easy to...
I think she muted herself.
Oh God! Somebody asked about House.
My arch nemesis. As an autistic Kane user, personal arch nemesis.
Yes. I'm also a Kane user who gets called Dr. House on the regular, like truly by like strangers. I had a grown man once in one of my university classes come up to me, say, "Can I play with this?" about my Kane.
What?
Oh, dude, I'll beat you with it.
Then goes, "I'm Dr. House. I'm."
What about like I got called Bone. Like one of my nicknames is Bones. From the TV show Bones.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Because of the way I describe things, and when I'm being very clinical about a client or a patient, I am very, very, very clinical, and it's at a very high understanding level. I speak like I have a doctoral. when I'm speaking about a patient, and it was people who didn't have that background. And they're like, okay, Bones, okay, Hermione Granger, okay, Encyclopedia.
Well, got a question for you on that.
Yeah.
I get this with autism a lot too, where people will assume that I'm missing social cues. And I'm like, no, I see them. They're just stupid. Like I don't want to play.
That's exactly what I have.
I'm just choosing to not. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I see social cues all the time, and I just don't care.
Yeah,
I also have the issue of being I don't know when not to be blunt. So I'm too blunt, and I'm told all the time, hey, you're too blunt. You need to be nicer. And it's like, first of all, if it's about patient care, I am going to be as blunt as I can. And second of all, I don't need to be nicer. I need to be understood.
I need truth. I'm so tired of masking around all of you people that if it costs me a little bit of social cred or whatever you want to call it, I'm going to be more blunt just for the sake of moving the conversation to where it needs to be.
Yeah, especially for time.
No, you're so good. Especially for people who are neurodivergent and also have other disabilities. That additional taxing mental labor of masking can it uses up spoons, you know?
Yeah, so many spoons.
I'm autistic with cerebral palsy, so you're that. Yeah, that would be me.
I'm autistic.
Yeah, if I'm out there masking for ADHD. Oh, sorry, you go.
I'm ADHD with dyslexia umbrella condition. I was just saying umbrella because I have a lot, and then ADHD.
Yeah, it happens.
and then sensory processing disorder and auditory processing disorder. And so sometimes I don't get when people say something, and I'll ask, and right when they're about to say it again, I finally process.
Right.
And they're like, "Oh, you're so rude." I also just sometimes when I'm not interested, walk away from conversations.
Oh, dude.
And I used to get in trouble at work all the time for that because I'm like, oh, this doesn't seem to be about me, or this doesn't seem to interest me, so I'm walking away.
This isn't relevant to what I need to be doing. It's not that I don't care, it's that I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
I have so many issues at work with stuff like that, especially with being blunt. One, because I'm English and I live in Southern USA. So there's already that added layer of the way that I handle things is so different to the way that most people around here handle things. And then in addition to that, I'm autistic and I have chronic fatigue and chronic pain and a bunch of other issues to a genetic disability that I have. So sometimes I don't have the energy to not tell you exactly what is going on right now.
I get that.
And I have I also don't see the point or the benefit in beating around the bush with there's an issue here. I see my work life and my personal life as two very different things, two completely different things. And so if I am at work and someone tells me that, hey, you've done this wrong or you need to do it this way, okay, cool. That's just the professional way. That's how we're dealing with things. But when I do the same thing to other people, everyone takes it really personally. Or I've had people go into situations with me and they expect me to take things personally. And I'm like, no, it's just the way it is. It's at work. This is how stuff goes. I'm going to leave here at 5 p.m. and I'm going to continue going about my day. And I'm going to read and I'm going to watch TV and this will all be forgotten about because this is work. This is not personal.
Also, going by the book exactly at work was hard because I'd be like, oh my God, I did that paperwork needed because of a patient injury.
Because the book is usually stupid.
Fell a little bit, and you don't need to do that. And it's like, well, this is what I was told I need to do, so I'm going to do it. I hate paperwork, but it's needed, and people would always just not want to do any paperwork, and then they wouldn't have any data of anybody actually being injured, but there would be people who are continually injured, but no data on it.
I'm an accountant. My entire life is telling people that they're not doing things by the book. Which I lucked out in that front because I was not I did not look at accounting as a potential career until I had to do a financial spreadsheet for a GCSE IT class. And I just like ran away with it, like spent 2 hours on one formula, like in Excel. And then that was the moment where I was like, do you know what? This is something in it for me. And then now I have ended up, luckily enough, in a field where most people around me are either autistic or they know other autistic people. So at least within my office, I have a safe space of I can come back to my office and I can like be as blunt as I want and I can say, and they all appreciate it in a way that no one else that I work with does.
So you found the utopia. Because, dude, I've been trying to create that.
That's great.
Yes.
So
I got very lucky with that. But then that comes with issues. So like right now we're having to arrange a meeting because I work for a government institution and we have a bunch of people and we're dealing with sales tax forms. And right now I get to be essentially considered the bad guy because I'm having to go through all of these forms and all of this legal stuff and be like, no, this is how we have to do everything. This is how, and it comes across not very well with certain people sometimes, which frustrates me because I'm like, this is just how we're supposed to do it, like legally, governmentally.
Oh, no, I use that to advance in my career, Shannon. Like I literally have a hyperfixation for numbers. Like I was in high finance working for a bank that runs the trucking industry and was so good at finding frontline fraud, like actual check fraud and loan kiting and things. Like that I wasn't supposed to be looking for. I was just good at sussing out when the numbers don't match up. Because when people fake numbers, they always fake the same numbers. Like it's a pattern thing. And so like I became so good at finding it that now I'm literally in like transitioning from that job into fraud prevention and mitigation. Like I used following things by the book like that to get higher in my career. Basically, I was like, I don't like the book in most cases, but when it comes to numbers, there's a reason we do all this little crap.
I saw does CPTSD count as a neurodivergency?
It can.
It kind of does. It's in between the space of neurodivergency and mental illness.
Well, like all mental illnesses are under the umbrella of neurodivergency. Like specifically, the corner of the term lists mental illness as one of the things that counts as neurodivergence, and it can be in multiple categories.
There's certainly when we're looking at diagnosis, mental illness and disability are pretty separate, at least in America. Mm-hmm. When I'm looking at like psyche evals, and so it's called a bridge disorder. So it bridges over. So CPTSD is called a bridge disorder.
And an important thing to keep in mind with neurodivergent is not a diagnostic or scientific term. It is a social category, which is why there's a lot of things where it's like some people with generalized anxiety disorder consider themselves neurodivergent. It fits under the social umbrella of neurodivergence. Some people do not, though, because they don't feel like the way that their mind functions is divergent enough for that label to make sense to them. And that's okay, because it's a social category. It's not going to be showing up on diagnostic reports anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And like when I'm looking at disability, it has like physical, then it has physical, psychological, learning. Like it's a lot of things. Then there's mental health, and whenever it's kind of bridging between something like OCD can be considered a mental health issue and a disability. They're just called bridge disorders because they bridge that gap.
I also think
something that
a lot of people with actual disabilities go to like maybe. I've dealt with CPTSD for my entire life because
got me too.
Yeah, like they do converge a lot, but like the one isn't the same.
Yeah, I mean, if you met one person with autism, you met one person with autism. The same with any other disability.
Mm-hmm. I have a question for you, Legion. Which is, so I know you mentioned like the Good Doctor earlier, and I know like there's so many issues with how it's represented, but with you talking about numbers and math and everything, with the pattern finding, I have the same thing with numbers and spreadsheets, and when we're doing like audits of numbers, like the accounts and stuff, and when we're doing reconciliations and everything, and the way that he in it visualizes the problems in the body and everything is the closest I've been able to come to explain to people how the patterns in the numbers just instantly like stand out to me, and like I can see, and things are different, things are like almost highlighted, even though they're not.
Oh, trust me,
and I
get you.
struggle to explain this to people, and that is like the closest I've been able to come to it.
I think that's the problem. Is that like it's how they have to betray it to normies, basically, because they don't know how else to show it because they're not us. Like they would see every pattern, every highlight, like no, it's just that they stick out a lot more to us. Like it's not a neon flag, but it's a flag, if you will.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And I see the same thing in social situations too, because again, I'm more social. I study the mind. Is I'm like, oh, that person's behavior is the person's having that behavior because of this reason, and I'm like, oh, I'll just say that out loud, and people are like, wait, what?
That's
I'm like, yeah,
rude.
that person's having this behavior because of this and stimuli or something. They're like, but how would you know that? Just watch them.
Because I'm observant and I have pattern recognition. Like this isn't rocket science.
And even if it was, like, it feels like it was rocket science at my old job. And I was like, because I would always be like able to calm down the most violent. I worked with intellectually disabled adults, and some of them were physically violent. And I could calm down some of the most violent people with just talking calmly, and I was just calm next to them, and I stayed calm, and it helped them calm down.
Isn't that kind
I was mirroring calmness.
Yeah, no, I dealt with this a lot too when I was in the hospital. I wasn't ever professionally involved in it. I would deal with it when I was like on the neural trauma unit and whatever, where let's put it like for TikTok's sake, less than ideal circumstances where adults are being more energetically dangerous than they might otherwise be. And people are going, oh no, this is a terrible thing, and everyone be afraid. And I'm like, he's in fight or flight, guys. He just wants out of the room. He's not going to hurt you. Like literally, just get him some fresh air. Like he's okay. He just is overstimulated. It's fine. And it like again, I'm having this thing lately, and I'm trying not to be conceited about it, but I don't think we're the weird ones. Like my egotism is now hitting such levels that I'm going, I don't think we're the bad guys here. I think the rest of humanity that pretends like this stuff is normal, the stuff we find exhausting, the stuff we don't have the time for, maybe like the rest of humanity shouldn't have the time for it either. Like these games they're playing are not doing us any good. I don't know. Maybe it's a bit of a soapbox for me, but I'm just like the further I go into accepting myself as the autistic person that I am, and the more that I point out, like I can barely be around my family, like my family of origin nowadays, because I've gone so far into the truth telling thing that when mom's in the middle of her midlife crisis, for instance, I can't be like, oh yeah, that's totally normal and okay that you're doing this behavior. No, like you just went through menopause, you're in the middle of a midlife crisis, you're having a total crash out, and I'm gonna call that out. Like,
also,
I know.
I mean, we have to be also very careful of. This is a TikTok term, aspie supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be very careful that we don't think we're better just because we're, quote, not as disabled as certain people or that we're better than anybody else. We're the human race, and we're not worse or better than anybody. It is a society that has made it harder for us to be us.
Which is basically what I was saying. I don't think we're better. I just think the games they play, they being the majority, if you will, aren't helpful to us as a species. Not just us as disabled people, but us as a whole. I don't like a lot of the games. I don't think they're beneficial anymore for us.
Yeah, I think like Maeve was saying, kind of the better way to look at it is not, and I don't think it's what you were saying at all, is not to be like, they're not normal. It's that like nobody's normal or everybody is normal. And being neurodivergent doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing things in a way that makes less sense. It just means you're doing things in a way that makes less sense to the like majority. Yeah, and that makes a lot more sense to us. And might make a lot more sense in social models as well.
I think what helped me with a lot with the understanding of that, which I also wish there was more representation of in media. I don't know how bad my connection is right now, but we're working with it.
You're doing fine. We got
Great,
you.
thank you. But is when the research has started coming out to do with, which we've always sort of suspected there was a genetic component to autism and some other similar neurodivergencies and things, and viewing it more as a developmental thing, the way that the brain develops rather than there being something wrong with you. It's just, which is helped bridge a lot of the conversations with my family, is helping them understand and helping them understand me and me understand them, in the sense of my logic is different to their logic because the way that I fundamentally view and process and consider everything is different to them because of the way that the brain makes different neural connections when you're autistic, and some of the other like aspects of the way that the brain develops differently. Which
So I got there because of colorblindness on this one.
Yeah, and it's, you end up coming out of it in a lot of the media, and the representation of autism in media is that it is something different, in the sense of it is a disorder, it is a condition, it's something that everyone has to adapt and all the rest of it to you. And I feel like there would be a lot more understanding and a lot less stigma if more people started viewing it that way and viewing it as a developmental thing, where just like my logic is different to your logic because one, everyone's is, but also there's the added layer of the way that I'm processing information.
Also,
different.
Also, the infantilization of specific autistic people, like vaccines cause autism. That whole thing is so annoying. And I've worked with many parents that see their child as broken.
That's because it's what a person without a concept of large numbers views as happening, because there's so many more people that are autistic since vaccines that they see the two as correlated. And I'm like, no, the autistic people were there all along. We were just not mainstreamed. We were not okay to exist. There were still people who were like adults that were hyper fixated on postage stamps and whatever. Like, we existed back then. We just weren't acknowledged. We were put into asylums and whatever.
Asylums, yeah.
Yes, Saturday Tuesday in chat has brought up the very good point that I think links into this very well, that neurodiversity is often diagnosed based on how disruptive it is to others rather than to the self, citing the example that their brother was diagnosed as a kid because of his behaviors and they weren't because they were shy, which is something I resonate with in almost the opposite direction. I was an academically gifted kid growing up, and because of that, my behaviors were flagged very early on, whereas I have friends who grew up in like the same school board as me who were doing worse academically, who had the same or more significant behaviors, but whose behaviors were not flagged because that was seen as like almost expected from them because they were labeled as bad kids right away. And when the bad kid is screaming and freaking out because the lights are a different shade than normal in the classroom, then that's them trying to get attention. But when like the good little nerdy sweet one does it, then that's something that we have to look into because clearly they need more support.
So,
I mean, one thing...
Sorry, I'll wait and I can go after you, but I have something on this one. Just loop me back in whenever
you're no, just say it because just say it. I'm very interested, and then I'll go after.
Okay, that's fine too. Thank you. So I did this. I personally thank you to the host. I don't know your name. I didn't catch it. Sorry, but thank you for doing that for highlighting this issue, because I actually I highlighted on this and used it to my advantage. I took over the stage crew in my high school because of this, because it was like a lightning rod for people like us. I found so many people of different areas on the spectrum where, like, they were deemed by the school to be bad kids or people that were struggling or whatever. I'm like, no, we're all just on the same spectrum here. Like, I knew how to key into each one of their different social constructs and whatever, to be like, I know how to get what the best is out of each of us. And it took me a long time to get to know them deep enough to know that. But I'm like, I can do something here that the standard educator could not. And it took me years, like 3 or 4 years, to get to the point where I had my A team. But dude, did I ever have the A team? Like, because people wouldn't take it seriously. They'd be like, oh, he's freaking out because he's got a bad home life or whatever. I'm like, no, he's also autistic. Like, genuinely also autistic. He's just manifesting it differently than I would. Like,
yeah, I was similar with that, and I think media has a lot to answer for this as well, because again, all you tend to see in media is the stereotypes that are constantly portrayed, which is, you know, either the high support needs autistic person who potentially has intellectual disabilities alongside it, or, you know, the Sherlocks, the Sheldon Coopers, the guy from the Sean, I think it is, from The Good Doctor, like those sorts of characters that are very like highly stereotypical little white autistic boy who likes their train set.
Yeah, exactly.
That then, like, because that is so perpetualized and because that is all that a lot of people see, they don't know then how to recognize the other ways that autism presents. And like, I got diagnosed by accident because I say this because I was having so many issues. Something happened in my life when I was like around 8, and that triggered a lot of anxiety issues and depression issues and things along those lines. So I started acting out like really badly at home and at school and all the rest of it. And then we got to the point where I was supposed to go up to the next school grade, and my mum was like, she doesn't handle transitions and change at all whatsoever, so can we please like get her in to see someone? So then they referred me in to see what's called the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Service in the UK. And within the first few sessions of me being there, they were listening to the concerns of my parents, and they were going, we should consider an autism diagnosis here. So it was completely like, no one in my family spotted it. My mum just knew that something wasn't right and that I needed help. And then next thing you know, hey, we think you're autistic. And then going through that process. And again, that was because they were looking at other stuff first that got noticed. And if I don't know how long it would have been before I got diagnosed if I hadn't been having those other issues at the same time that then manifested and got worse. Because it was so easy for my parents to write off my meltdowns up until that point as just really bad tantrums because I was so well behaved the rest of the time. So, it wasn't until things got like really, really bad that they were like, hey, we need this
I was diagnosed pretty early in childhood. And one of the first things that tipped off my mom, I'm adopted. So one of the first things that tipped her off was actually my pencil grip. The way I'd hold a crayon was not the way you're supposed to hold a crayon. And then my behaviors, the way I would read, or at least try to read, was also very behind and was not in a neurotypical way. And so I got diagnosed very young. But the biggest thing I had trouble with was fighting for accommodations. My mom had to fight for accommodations since like elementary. Then I had to fight it really high school to college. And I had to be like, I have very basic accommodations. I will bring my own device. You just have to give me more testing, like more time on tests, and that's it. And I'm like, I just need an audiobook and this stuff. And I was told no most of the time.
So I don't know how to ask this question in an appropriate way, so bear with me.
Okay.
How much do you pass? Because I ran into this problem a lot where I have diagnosed CP and autism and whatnot, but for most of my childhood, it was either one or the other. Like I had teachers that would work with me and didn't care. They're like, whatever you need, I'll make it happen. And I had others that were like, no, you don't need that, because you're too quote unquote normal for that or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I had.
Yeah, I literally I had to get a college professor fired for this because I had the accommodation for the extra test time that it would take. Like it was a word processing test. This is on Word Perfect, like literally one of the most basic computing programs that you can get to. I just needed more time to enter the data in. I already knew it. I just needed more time to enter it in. And she's like, well, if we do that, we have to cut your grade down to 1/3 because you've already seen the test. It's unfair. And I'm like, this is a matter of ADA accommodation. Like, we can go down to the disabilities office right now and solve this. And she's like,
so that's something that I struggled with all of that since I was quite young. And the biggest issues I had was in college. I had a female professor, say that she would not help me read, and it was a coding class that we had to all take. It sucked. I hated it.
Yeah.
And she's like, and I said, oh, could you please read this for me? She's like, no, you can read it yourself. And I'm like, okay. I took my phone out to take a picture so it could read to me. You're not allowed to have your phone out. I'm like, well, I need this to be read to me. And we would fight about this.
I love when they go into how it's unfair.
And then
it's an unfair advantage, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's an accommodation.
And then I also had another one where the teacher gave us a comic book, kind of like not like a comic, was it kind of like a comic book to read about slavery? It was a graphic novel. That's the word.
There you
go. And I was like, I can't do this. I can't read like this. And I'm like, I need you to give me an audiobook. And he's like, there's not one. And so my mom spent a whole weekend dictating the whole book so I could have it for my class.
Mom's a champion.
My mom's a champion. No, my mom is the most fantastic, amazing woman I could ever. Wow, I love her.
But I also think that, again, to bring it back to the point and with disability tropes and how everything's represented in fiction, a lot of the time when there is an adversity that someone faces that is related to that disability, they're expected to find the way around it.
Yes.
There's not a lot of representation of people who are working with teams and get accommodations that are working with other people who, work with. And when it does happen, when that is represented, everyone's attitude is essentially, how amazing that person is for accommodating the disabled person. Rather than...
Oh my gosh, the hero worship of basic accommodation is
exactly.
so not okay.
It's so stupid.
When all you're doing is so then that plays into the fact that so many people see it as an advantage. When it's not an advantage, it is evening the playing field. But because of the fact that all media represents is, hey, we've got to do all of that work for ourselves.
Dude,
that
one's rough for me.
I had a call come in. But yeah, so because we all have to do that all for ourselves in media and in that representation, they don't see that in day-to-day life. And we need more of that, like people going into environments where they do the accommodating and they help figure things out, where it's a team effort, not just everything is on the disabled person.
It almost causes us a disservice to where you're like, I have to go in and do the dance. I have to be the poster child for this and let them have their charity or whatever it is to get the accommodation to be normalized. And so I have to do the dance for this because I know it'll help other people later. But I hate doing the dance. I don't know how to explain it.
And one thing that was also is also very hard is being a woman of color and disabled. And I've talked about this before, but it's such a thing because you will not be believed, and then you're expected to be the model disabled. But not just that, the model disabled, the model woman, the model person of color.
Yeah, the intersectionality thing sucks. I'm sorry for you. As a white dude, there's a lot of stuff that I can't and wouldn't speak on, but I can only imagine that being a disabled person of color has to be like the epitome of gag me right now, basically, because you're expected to be that model minority of
everything.
And you check all the boxes. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
So here's something worse. I'm Asian, and in America, the smart Asian is a very big trope. And I always wanted to be the smart Asian when I was a kid, but I couldn't be because I was disabled, and my disability made me feel stupid because people always call me stupid too. And I'm like, being the model Asian, I wanted to be the model Asian. I wanted to be considered an American because I wasn't. And I was disabled. And people would be like, well, shouldn't you know this? You should know math. You're Asian, right?
Oh my gosh.
And it's like, yes, but I'm also dyscalculic. Or you should know how to read. You're Asian, right? And I'm like, I'm literally dyslexic.
I kid you not. This one will either I've already told you guys this, and if I have, I'm sorry. But during the last year, I was literally terminated from a supervisory position for using a mobility aid. And the answer, I'm not even kidding, and it's a huge violation of the ADA. It's not even close. It's not even close to legal. And they documented this as the reason. I used a motorized scooter to do a perimeter sweep at the end of my shift. And they said it's against the rules because associates aren't allowed to use them. This is a grocery store, by the way. We're talking about a motorized scooter that is present in every grocery store and everywhere across the nation. And I'm like, there was nobody else in the building, and why do you care? Because associates aren't supposed to. It's unprofessional. You can walk.
It's not unprofessional.
I was like, I have cerebral palsy. Are you absolutely serious? Is this going to be like you're really going to? And they documented this as the reason they terminated me from my supervisory position. And further, when I reported this as a violation, they retaliated against me, cut my hours in half, and ended up terminating me from the position overall because of the report, not just because of what had been done, which is retaliation directly, and I will be suing. Like, it's going to be a thing. But
Okay, good.
When they,
Good.
as soon as I can get a lawyer in this particular part of the country to listen, because like I know it's wrong, you know it's wrong, everybody in the panel knows it's wrong. Like I was honestly astounded to run into it, and the only reason I'm mentioning this is when you run into this stuff in media and in life nowadays, it's almost like it's so foreign to me because I haven't run into what I would consider bullying like this since high school. And so when you run into it in the real world, you're like, what? Guys, we got past this. I thought we as a society had progressed past this. You're actually
we haven't.
Oh my gosh. And it's rough to remember it and be like, oh, no, I thought we were here. We're not actually here. We're still back there. Okay, that's fine.
And it's something I have to deal with every day, being a person of color and being bullied by people pretty much just for my race. But also, I have such a thicker skin, and whenever people get my disability wrong or make a joke about my disability or about my race or whatever, I'm like, at least get it right. If you're going to be mean, at least get it right.
I swear. I've said it at the same time, like, if you're going to be stupid, at least be smart about it.
Exactly.
Nick Fury brings up in the chat the very important point that not doing your job right because you couldn't walk and using an aid would be more helpful is what would have been unprofessional there. Like, if something happened to you because you weren't using an aid, then that could cause lawsuits. I don't know why they would. That's insane that they fired you for that.
Serious. I kid you not. That's the point I raised with them. I was like, so did you want me not to do the perimeter sweep and just leave you unlocked for the rest of the night? Was that the idea?
And one thing I had was an issue when I had a panic attack at my job, which I ended up quitting, and they're like, they've had a mental health crisis, and I'm like, no, a panic attack.
Singular attack. That's not a
is not a mental health crisis. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to hurt myself, and I'm like, and I was the highest educated out of everybody there, and I was like, and I said, literally not what you guys think it is, and I was like, I'm just leaving. So I left that job because it was super toxic.
Oh my gosh. Having had to leave the one that I've just described, I finally got to the point where I couldn't even go in. I was like, I can't. I've documented abuse of this nature and discrimination of this nature for a year now. I'm done even trying with you people, basically. And leaving a job in this economy was not a smart thing. It's not an easy thing to do. But I'm just like, I can't even try anymore with you people, basically.
I also don't like in fiction how a lot of caretakers are seen. Like, as I was a professional caretaker, I also took care, and I also took care sometimes of my grandfather, and he had dementia, and it's just not.
Oh.
Which side of it do you have an issue with? Because I've seen where they're portrayed as heroes, and I've also seen where they're portrayed as villains. Mm-hmm. And you're just like, no, they're just people, man.
I don't like both. So portrayed as heroes, they're so heroic for doing this one thing. I say they're so heroic because they're helping a disabled person. How heroic! But I also don't like it when they're the villain. Mm-hmm. Because while abuse happens, and I've had to report abuse, I've unfortunately seen and reported quite a bit. And I don't like when caretakers are seen as such a negative. I want a caretaker to be a care. Like, I don't want the caretaker to be a hero or a villain. The caretaker needs to be the caretaker.
Yes. And I find a lot of fiction, especially contemporary, also kind of puts this expectation on carers to not have professional boundaries and
Oh, yeah.
vilifies
Oh,
them for having, like, I don't know if you guys have seen the show Monk. Like, the whole premise is it's like
Oh
this
my
detective guy
gosh, yes.
who has a lot of neurodivergent stuff going on. And there are multiple episodes. He has 2 carers throughout it where, like, the carer is vilified for going to take their day off or for not being available to, which, like, that isn't the job. It's important for
Okay,
anyone
so-
to have boundaries, including carers, and carers are not villains for doing the things that they're supposed to do in their job. Like, that's how,
Or
that's
like
why
when
we
you-
have so many carers burning out.
So that's actually something that I've dealt with is my job I had, I didn't allow physical contact. And I'm like, unless I am changing an individual or it's part of their behavior plan, I will not give physical contact. I am physically small. I have been picked up. I don't want to be picked up again. And a lot of them were also
Perfectly
like,
reasonable.
they're like, you're my friend. And I said, well, I'm not your friend. I'm your caretaker. And I would be seen as heartless a lot for saying that kind of thing. It's not. You may see another coworker of mine as a friend because she says you guys are friends.
But they're not.
And but I'm not. I'm not your. Like, I had very, very strict professional boundaries, and I did not go past those. And I worked at an adult day program.
It's
And
weird
I
to me
had-
that they do this to us, though, because they treat us like we wouldn't understand. Like to get to the question with professional boundaries and betrayals of them in fiction, like where they're vilified for taking the day off. It's like, no, I would take a day off too if I could. Like, it's fine.
No, and I did.
You're fine.
And I mean, I took care of 12 intellectually disabled adults. And I had to deal with a lot. I worked with a colostomy bag. I changed individuals, and I toileted them. And I was then always told by, like, sometimes by the family, but I was also infantilized as a disabled person working with disabled people. Oh, you're so smart and kind for working with disabled people, even though you're disabled. Look how kind you are. It's like, sure, it could be kindness, but for me, it was a job. And I said, I love the people I got to work with, but this isn't some amazing kindness I'm doing. It's a job.
Yeah. I got a question for you on that. Has anyone on the panel ever dealt with, and I would assume you have, but I've dealt with people who used to hero worship. They used to, do the whole, you're such a hero for overcoming this particular challenge or that challenge, who later in life, it seems to have gone to the other end of the spectrum where they will either hyper infantilize you or attempt to make it out like it was, I'm not sure how to put this, like it was never that bad. Like my mom, for instance, growing up was like my hero. She would fight for all the accommodations for me or whatever. And now she's gone so far off the other end of the spectrum where like literally the $50 I need for a cell phone bill for a month or whatever is too much to ask. She's like, no, you should be able to take care of that. You don't need any help anymore, basically. And there's a pendulum swing that takes place. And I don't, like in fiction, they do it too, where they're like, they do it to the Sheldon Cooper models where they're like, we've accommodated so much of your behavior. You should accommodate this. It's like,
Yes.
no, if I could,
Yes.
it wouldn't be a disability. Like, oh my God.
Mine gets really frustrating because my mom seems to have different attitudes to do with my autism and to do with my physical disability.
Right.
She has completely different attitudes against the both. Like, especially as well when I was younger, was she, as I mentioned earlier, was like one of my biggest advocates for getting me in to see psychiatric treatment, which I needed at the time. And really pushing for me to be able to get to continue doing a lot of the stuff that I wanted to do and stay in school and all the rest of it. But at the same time, she would make comments like, oh yeah, like the panic attack she supposedly has, but I've never seen one. So, and things along those lines, never mind the fact that like my dad had talked me down of many ones. And the only reason that I never had a panic attack in front of her was because I was more afraid of having a panic attack in front of her than I was over whatever was causing the panic attack.
Yeah.
I'm afraid it's probably the wrong word here, but
There we
like,
go. Awesome.
more anxious about it. And then she has been one of, again, my biggest advocates for getting me to see a doctor when I was going through different pain, and because I had growing pains when I was growing up, which are not a thing, by the way. They don't exist.
Of course not. Never.
But she was like one of my biggest advocates for getting me into the doctor's office and getting me checked out at outpatient pediatrics and keeping an eye on all of that stuff.
What about
And everything along those lines. And then the second I told her, hey, we're going to Disney, I feel like I need a wheelchair, she was like, oh, well, you can't do that. Like, you need to keep walking as long as you need to, as long as you can.
you
And then
can't.
once you're done for the day, then you can get a wheelchair. Like, once you physically cannot walk anymore, then we'll get you a wheelchair.
It's preventative care.
That's
Basic
just
preventative
stupid.
care.
That's
So-
just stupid. I would not go to any one of the parks without a wheelchair. Period. End of story. Like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's a 100-acre plot of land.
So, like, she would go from, like, one extreme to the other. And it was like I never, as time's gone on, I've been able to figure out sort of where the line is drawn with her. And again, as we mentioned earlier, it's all to do with where the burden is on other people, not on myself. So, like, one of the main things that convinced her that I need a wheelchair at certain of these places and stuff, and why she now is, like, one of the, when we plan trips and everything, automatically the wheelchair is coming, is because of the fact that I forced the wheelchair in so many situations that she was forced to see that, like, it was so much better for me and I was so much happier and complained less and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
That it made the trip better for everyone. So it was like this, she had to, like, physically see that before she could understand the benefit to it.
Does it
And
become
even
an
now,
issue for anyone else, though? Like,
she still has the days where she's like, oh, by the way, you need to make sure that you're not using the chair too often and that you keep walking while you've got the ability and, like, all this, that, and the other. So
that sounds obnoxious. My responsibility, I'm the one who has to live it. I'll decide how much I use it.
Yeah. So one minute, like, I am, as you said, like, it's amazing that I'm doing all of the stuff that I'm doing and it's amazing all of the help that I'm getting and all the rest of it. And then the next minute it's, well, make sure you're not taking advantage of it all and things along those lines. So,
and people not believing you about your disabilities is really hard, especially because, like, I have no physical signs that I'm disabled. And so I'll be like, so these are my accommodations. And they're like, wait, what? Like, are you sure you need these? And I'm like, I am 100% sure I'll need headphones. I am 100% sure I'll need music in those headphones. I am 100% sure I need dictation. And I also always got, well, if we were to do this for you, we would have to do this for everybody else.
Oh my
and I was
gosh.
living in a disabled college. I went to Beacon College, which is a disabled college. And I was told that by a person in the career center. And I was like, can you please type? I no longer have the energy to. I literally cannot read right now. And they're like, well, if you don't you can come back. And I had to, that was after a week of trying to get an appointment. They're like, well, you can come back later. And I'm like, well, no, I just need you to type for me. I can tell you what I need said. And they're like, well, if we were to do this for you, we'd have to do this for everyone else.
Which
and
you
I
should.
said,
that's the point.
And I said, I am disabled. And I'm like, at this point, I was very upset. And I was like, and there was no disability board at that school because it was a school for individuals with learning disabilities. So it's called Beacon College in Leesburg, Florida, if you guys want to look it up.
So you're covered by ADA. They're doing this to you while you're covered by ADA. These people suck.
Yes. Oh my God, yes.
Come on.
The rage.
I would come unglued. Oh my gosh.
And then the sensory processing issues, people don't get that I can literally hear electricity.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And in
How
certain
is that
buildings,
not known? Like, that should be I feel like that should be a standard at this point. Like, it's such a common thing with autists and other people that are on the ADHD spectrum, at least in my experience, that I'm like, I consider it a given.
I used to go around my my nan's house, my grandmother's house, and I don't know if either of you know on the panel, but in the UK, our actual plug sockets have on and off switches on them.
Yes, they
because our
do.
voltage is higher.
Oh, that's beautiful. Why don't we have that here? Why don't we have that here?
Because your voltage is half of our voltage.
Yeah.
But because of that, I used to go around the house. My nan's house, she used to leave them on all the time. And then she would leave like an Apple charger plugged in. And the old Apple chargers used to make such a high-pitched sound if you left them plugged in without them being plugged into a phone. And I would literally get in there within 5 minutes. I'm going around and turning all of the plugs off in our house that need turning off.
Yeah, we are actually, we've circled off topic as far as fiction goes. But I feel like proper representation might be a good idea for fiction anyway, because at least you're getting a good idea of the types of things that would really occur if you wrote a genuinely disabled character into fiction. Like they're not going to have superpowered problems. They're going to be having a conversation and have the fact that the socket is humming derail their whole freaking conversation. That's how that's going to go.
Yeah. Like they can portray a meltdown really easy and really quickly, and they can portray like the extremes really, really quickly, but they don't portray the little things like running around a house to turn all the plugs off because you can hear the electricity coming out of them. We miss a lot of that little stuff in it, and we miss a lot of like the different attitudes towards the disability. Because I used to get like my friend would be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm turning all the plugs off." They're like, "Why?" I'm like, "Because I can hear them." And they're like, "You can hear them?" I'm like, "Yeah."
So it's
because again,
one thing I was also one thing is also auditory processing disorder, and I would like to see a character like this. Is I mess up a lot of my vowels and I mess up a lot of my words. I one time asked one of my people to give me the sheets, and I said shit. I did not realize I was saying the word shit. So I kept saying, and mind you, this was in a room full of kids. And I was supposed to be collecting them to throw them away. And I'm like, give me the shit. Give me the shit. Could you please just give me the shit? And everybody was laughing. And I'm like, what's going on? Why are they laughing? Because I thought I was saying the word sheets. And it happens all the time. I also, another coworker, years later, I said, I meant to say thank you. I said, fuck you.
Oh, nice.
Fuck and thank are very similar. And so I was, and so I would like to see some comedy with that, with somebody like a character of auditory processing disorder. And they're just saying the wrong word and not even realizing they're saying the wrong word.
I feel like this would cut through one of my other hated tropes, because I hate in fiction and in rom-coms basically, where they want you to suspend disbelief, where if the people involved would just have one conversation, just one straight up, hey, this is what's going on, this whole freaking conflict wouldn't take place. And they keep finding the stupidest reasons for the conversation not to take place. And I feel like acknowledging, like, I feel like being genuine about situations like the one you've just described would cut through that too, where you could have like the disabled person essentially say something off like that and then realize it later and be like, oh, crap. And like, but I don't know. I feel like being truthful about that situation would eliminate the other trope as well.
It frustrates me because it feels like it's a trope of neurotypical's own creation. Like, if I had my choice, would always be blunt and honest and just say exactly like it. And I would force these conversations that I want to have. Like, there's so many times where I'm like, I want to have this conversation. And the people around me are like, no, it's not appropriate to have this conversation. Or no, we need to wait until this time. Or like, you need to word it in a specific way or present it in a specific way. And I'm like, that's what causes the miscommunication issues, because then it leaves whatever you're saying up to interpretation, and the other person is interpreting whichever way they want to interpret it. You're really frustrated by miscommunication tropes, because I'm like, I get it, I see it, I see it happen in real life, in every day-to-day life, but it feels like it's so easy to prevent.
It is.
And then you're considered rude for bringing it up in the way that you need to, and you're considered the bad guy, especially if you're a woman. And you're considered being very rude for being like, hey, this very obvious thing is this very obvious thing.
Oh, trust me, men get it too. I get it most recently with religious people, where I'm like, I'm sorry, you really think I can pray this away? Like I don't.
If I hear that one more time, I will strangle someone.
Yeah, like I swear, I'm perfectly willing to buy into all the other positive aspects of everything else that you're doing, like good for you, and enjoy your faith or whatever. But no, I don't expect a magic man from the sky to come down and take my disability away on this plane of existence right now. That's not going to happen. Not in a million years.
Like, even if I were
like people who have the attitude that everything is like God's will in a way, because I get a lot of that around here. I get a lot of like, especially in like groups that I see on social media and stuff that we're in, where it gets posted and it's someone whose kid has been in an accident or family member or something, and they're posting all about it and they're going, I know this is God's will and he's got a plan for you. And I'm like, I don't want a plan for me, because if this is the plan for me, it sucks.
Serious.
I also don't like if heaven, like I'm not religious. If heaven existed, I would still want my disabilities in heaven.
That's interesting, because I would trade it in a heartbeat if I could.
I mean, the thing is, my disabilities I'm very good at figuring it out now, and I have a pretty high accommodated, and they're not as big of an issue than they were when I was young. But that's because it's such a big part of my identity is disability.
You want the authenticity, though, not the disability. You just want to be genuine to who you are.
I think with part of that, though, especially because Maeve's disabilities are all neurodivergency, I think, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes.
And because, like, I do see there's a very big divide in that in, like, physical disability spaces, chronic illness spaces versus neurodiversity spaces. Because neurodiversity impacts so much of your personality, where if you were to take that away, you would be I'd be an entirely different person without my autism. I would not want to get rid of my autism, because then I feel like everything would change. But, like, my physical disabilities, absolutely, I'd be like, get rid of that.
No, I got you. That's correct. Because I would gladly cure the CP or whatever, because being able to stand on pain would be great. But like the neurodivergent, no.
One thing that I have that same sort of issue when it comes down to stuff where people refer to some of the accommodations as perks, or like sometimes I'll have people who will do like nice things for me that like we did not ask for, we didn't expect. Like it was just. I've been we went to Stage Door, and occasionally when we go to Stage Door, like I've done in Broadway and stuff, and I'm in my wheelchair, and the like fence that they have as the barrier is like right at my head, because I'm small. I'm so small. And so every so often one of like the security guards or whatever will like move it around the way or whatever, and so that I can get an actual picture with whoever's doing Stage Door at the time. And like I'll mention some of these things to different people, and they go, oh, isn't that nice? And like, again, they're perks, but I'm like, I would trade all of that in a heartbeat if I didn't have to deal with what I dealt with on a day-to-day basis. Like I would give it a lot, like the passes you get when you go to like theme parks and stuff. Again, I would give all of that up if I didn't have to deal with what I have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And that's the bit that frustrates me.
They do that with money all the time. Like, but we pay for SSI with your taxes or whatever. I'm like, I'd give back every dime I've ever been given if I could trade it for disability. Are you kidding me? You think this is a perk?
And one thing that I also have struggled with is I have severe pain in my hands when I write. And I made myself a ring splint for my thumb. That's where the pain is. And people are like, oh, you're so resourceful. You're so amazing that you did that yourself. And I'm like, I did jewelry making for you. I make jewelry. So I made a wire. I knew exactly how to make it for myself. And people are like, oh, well, it doesn't hurt that much. My whole arm feels like it's on fire, and then I can't use. If I write too much, I will not be able to use it for a day or two without severe pain all over my shoulder and
so I find it weird that they want to compare this stuff. They're like, oh, it doesn't this much or that much. I'm like, how would you know? You're a brain in a vat. You've never experienced anything outside your own body. How would you know how it feels in mine?
Yeah, exactly. And that's also something I'd be very interested in seeing in media too, especially in fiction, what would and what does because I have slight hypermobility, I don't have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, but how would Ehlers-Danlos syndrome be handled in a world where I don't think it could be healed because that's how you were born. How would that be handled different with different races and that kind of stuff too?
So
Because,
the
like,
only
I made
example I have
braces
of
for myself.
this, I have EDS. I have hypermobile EDS. And it is like I have a version because again, it's different for everyone who has it. But like I have a version where my SI joint dislocates every day, and when it does, it cuts off a nerve down my leg, and I will have temporary paralysis.
The neuropathy must be brutal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not fun at all. That's just like one of the different things that I experience, and the only like main version I've seen of this in media is with Fourth Wing.
Yes, Fourth Wing.
It's a book that I read, and I actually, when I read it, went through it and tagged every single time that something related to EDS was mentioned so that I could see in the books how frequently it was mentioned and how often it was, and how it was dealt with. And there are some really, really good aspects of the representation in the way that it's accommodated and the way that it's handled and dealt with. But there is a sort of sense to it where when things start getting busy in the book, or when things start happening, or like when she starts building up her muscle strength and everything, like her symptoms start to worsen a lot less, and like her the frequency of the symptoms start coming a lot less.
But I did like,
So like you can see that, and I get frustrated by that bit because muscle strengthening, like I can't raise my shoulders above a certain height without them dislocating. And I've been told before by other people who have no understanding of it, go to PT and strengthen the muscles.
Oh my gosh.
They will.
They treat
all I
it like
gotta
it's some
do
kind
is
of a
raise
healing
it.
mechanism.
Like there's nothing that I have like. So strengthening the muscles doesn't do anything. Like I can grab my elbow and pull it all the way behind my head to the ear on the other side. I like can grab my arm and grab the ear like all around, stuff like that. There's no amount of strengthening that's going to solve that. There's just none.
So infantilization, the infantilization that happens with Dane, how Dane infantilized Violet, I did quite like because it was very realistic. Because you can't do this, but you can't do this, and she's just like, hey, I get to decide if I can't do this, not you.
Yeah, we don't come with manuals, guys. We have to try things occasionally. Like, so in the comments, they asked a really good trope question, and I'm kind of curious on how we feel about this one. The cyborg with limb loss aspect of it, and I'm like, the thing is, it's a real thing. Like nowadays, we have prostheses that are dang near cyberkinetic, and so I feel like that's going to become more of a realistic thing over the time frame because like that's something being done now. But I feel like it's almost overused in fiction so far because they go so far with it. They Anakin Skywalker, you are like it's not a disability because we could just rebuild the whole body. I'm like, technically yes we could,
disability.
But there's no
the Manic Pixie Dream Girl trope.
Okay, can we, sorry, because I do think I like the Manic Pixie Dream Girl trope, and I think there's a lot to talk about there, but I do want to talk about the specific question that I brought up, because I think that, I in the chat brought up.
Yep, sorry.
Because I do think that's a really good thing, like Legion was saying, to talk about. And my personal opinion there is I think that it is, and as someone who like writes queer and disabled lit, I think it is possible to write lit that represents a certain identity, like lit that is genuinely limb difference or limb loss lit or amputee lit, without it technically being disability lit. Like to me, Anakin Skywalker is a character with limb loss, not a disabled character, just because the mechanics of the world are so advanced that it's no longer disability. There are some cyborg characters who still operate as if they're disabled, who still have to deal with things like their prosthesis sometimes not working, like their prosthesis not being as functional as a non-prosthetic limb would be. There are also cyborg characters who never think about the fact that they have a prosthetic, and those characters to me, again, are still technically limb loss rep, are not disability rep.
Right. And I honestly struggled with this category most of my life because I have the innate disability of having cerebral palsy, but I also have the acquired disability of the surgeries that I've had with my disability, creating chronic pain, CI joint issues, and other problems for me that are acquired in the same way that limb loss versus disability is. Like the two, like in my opinion, I could deal with the challenges that come with cerebral palsy very easily by comparison to the challenges that have come as a result of the chronic pain that came from it, if that makes sense. Like there's a distinction there. They're like, oh, but you've always overcome things so well. I'm like, I overcame one disability that I was born with. I haven't yet figured out how to overcome the secondary disability from all of the pain that comes from it. Like there's a distinction there that I don't feel exists in a lot of fiction, because they're like, oh no, it's fine, we can just replace his arm. It's not a problem that he cut it off. I'm like, okay, that's not the same thing as a disability.
And I mean, that's also really I call it like the Frankenstein model, where people think, oh, we can just replace things and they'll be just fine. I'd like to see a Frankenstein where it's actually like it either grows back, they get a prosthesis, or let's say even they get another person's arm in the darkest way, and it doesn't work. And that they much rather not have an arm and have that limb loss, or not have that limb, than have a prosthetic because it's easier.
So there's actually a meme on this one. It's the dude who has like he's missing his entire lower half, and he basically kicks over the prosthetic leg. And he goes, you know what? If anything was holding me back, it's these damn legs.
Oh yes, that one.
And I'm like, dude, everyone thinks this is a funny thing, and it is a funny thing. But I'm like, actually, dude, same. Get you. I understand. Like, I'll deal with my thing, because trying to deal with your accommodation for my thing is worse.
Yes.
Okay, if we did want to keep going.
And people thinking that they can say what your accommodations are, because I had that in college, is people are like, and here's an accommodation. And I'm like, that won't work for me. And I'm like, well, you have to at least try it. And I'm like, I hated it. I'm not using it, which it was a dictation thing. And I'm like, I'm not using it. You're not going to be able to force me to use it. I'm an adult. I'm not using it. And I didn't. And I used Word for dictation, and I quite like it. And I'm like, I am not messing up my very, very constructed system for you, the person who thinks they know better.
Right. I dealt with the same thing dictation-wise too. People would give me, like, I wanted the ability to go through the script and highlight stuff so that I could see my cues better, basically. And they wouldn't give me a written version of the script, like that wasn't in their script books. Like I wanted a copied version so I could do what I needed to do with it, and they wouldn't do it. And they're like, you have to use our books in our way and whatever. I'm like, I can't highlight your books. They're a useless accommodation for me. Like, that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to do here. And it just, well, but you have to try it our way. I'm like, no. Does me no good whatsoever. It's not going to overcome the issue I'm facing.
You have every right to say, no, this isn't going to work for me. And then they get so offended, even though you don't even mean it in a mean way. You're just not going to use it.
Yeah, and like thank you for taking the time, but also no, not doing it.
Yeah.
If we did want to circle back to Manic Pixies, we can absolutely. I just didn't mean to cut you off when you did. Maybe I was like, we had just brought up another comment.
So Manic Pixie Dream Girls are interesting. And the disabled type of that is, and they're so romantic and they're so crazy, and then their disability makes them so exotic in a way.
It's my gosh, I don't know if it's okay on TikTok or not, but the fetishization of people with disabilities is really
disgusting.
It's really weird to see, because I'm like, I'm glad we're getting representation, but I'm not sure I want the sideshow aspect of this.
Exactly.
Yeah. And like the Manic Pixie Dream Girl as a trope that pulls, obviously, like Manic is in there. It pulls a lot from traits that we see in neurodivergent women. I think another really important facet of it is those characters are like never like they never have the disabling parts of the disability. They have all the fun, quirky things, and they also never, or they typically, yeah. Based on like the actual definition of the trope, I recognize there's characters that people say are manic pixies that don't do this, but Manic Pixies do not end up with the lead. Like, they're there for the lead to learn something so he can then go and move on with his life and be with the more, like, traditional woman or the less disabled coded woman. And to me, it's very reminiscent of, like, the disposable black girlfriend trope, where you have a character there who teaches this character all these beautiful life lessons that they can then go and apply to another woman.
Yeah, I mean, it's so toxic.
Yeah. And also, I've seen it apply to where, like, mentally speaking, they'll have a character who is more nymphomaniac expressive or whatever because they don't have the same boundaries that someone else would, and like that's the highlight of their character, not the other stuff that has to do with their disability, not the other challenges they might face as a result of their neurodivergence, but they highlight specifically on the nymphomania portion of it, and you're like, there's more to her than that, right? Like,
yeah, so much more.
And I think there's this very real expectation for disabled women specifically to kind of like take on character roles, or like you have to be friends with all the disabled men in your life, that I think comes very heavily from the Manic Pixie trope. Like I literally had a boy in high school write poems where he would include the word Manic Pixie while describing why we should like end up together, and I was supposed to be his soulmate without realizing how ironic that was.
I'm so sorry. That is cringe to the point. Oh my god.
I mean, and like, also I had this in college, and I had an autistic classmate of mine try to physically touch me, like to physically touch my face. And I was like, no, get away from me. And when he didn't, I hit out. And I hit him on the chest, not too hard. It just was like more like a push. And he then said I assaulted him.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, you were literally trying to touch my face? I told you no multiple times.
Here's the thing. Being disabled doesn't excuse you from the law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Bro was in the wrong.
Oh, totally in the wrong. And I had 2 stalkers, and one of the stalkers was autistic. And both of them were, but one was male. And well, he's just a guy. You have to really empathize with his disabilities.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
No, yeah, exactly. And I was told that also by the people at the school. Like, not just the students, but the staff too. We're like, well, he's disabled. And I'm like, yeah, we all are at this damn school. So, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
I actually dealt with this in reverse, which I don't know if it gets covered a lot at all. But like, I dealt with a situation where an autistic, and I believe she had some kind of mixture, because I don't know that you can usually mix Down syndrome with autism, but she had some kind of mixture of the two.
Yes.
And she was also very, very boundary-less. And I was, between the two of us, I was the lesser impaired. I'll put it that way. Mm-hmm. And so she was much more aggressively open with how she wanted things to be. And a lot of people around me were just like, oh, just go with it. She's just being a sweet little girl. And I'm like, oh,
don't go with it.
And I'm like, no, you don't understand. I'm uncomfortable with the boundaries that she's trying to cross. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, I understand that she's disabled, and I bear empathy for her for that and everything, but also, no, not okay.
Well, and the way we excuse predatory behavior is honestly only going to negatively impact those people going forward. Because what happens when they go to like a school that is unaware that they're disabled, or they're out in the street and they go and touch someone and get clocked in the face, Oh
yeah, no, I've actually had to say that before. I've been like, I'm glad you came across me first, because the next person you do this to will probably unalive you for it.
Yeah. And I mean, and I had another stalker, and she was stalking my best friend. And she went, again, everybody's disabled at the school. And she was, my best friend was told, well, she's more disabled than you. Which, not really, no. You had to be pretty functional at that school. It was a college. And you had to be at most level 2 autistic. You couldn't be really level 3. And you had to have a normal IQ. So she knew what she was doing. And that's something that happened a lot, was being blamed for, as the victim of something being blamed for what the guy did, what the person did. The perpetrator, I meant.
there's a lot of weird victimology that goes on in fiction and in life, where you're like, I'm sorry, but like, I like having the benefit of the doubt given to me where it can be, but there's a lot of situations where I'm like, just because I'm disabled doesn't mean I'm not capable of being a crap dude. Like,
I can be a total jerk, and sometimes people think it's my disability, and I'm like, no, I was just annoyed.
So in the chat, we have drama emoji face. I don't know how to say that out loud. Says they've never heard anyone say there's levels. It's a spectrum. So it is a spectrum. Levels refer to support need levels because we're moving away from functioning labels, because functioning labels kind of center what the person can do for you as opposed to what you can do to help the disabled person. Basically,
it's
like level
hierarchy.
Yeah, it's hierarchy.
So level
one, yeah, you can go for it, Maeve, if you want.
Apologies. So level 1 is an individual that needs very little outside care. Then they also don't need that much accommodation. They don't need to accommodate them. So it's internal and external kind of accommodation. So internal accommodation is stuff I do for myself. External accommodation is what others do for you. So level 1 is not that much internal and external accommodations. Level 2 is that there is a mid to slightly high level of accommodation needed. Level 3 is a high level of accommodation needed that will most likely need to be given by somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I would have done a great deal for this kind of phrasing to be available to me while growing up, because like I to this day, like I say, still can't explain stuff like this to my family of origin, where I'm like, I don't think I need a way to understand, to verbalize to them, I need this level of support. I don't need X, Y, and Z, but A, B, and C would be nice.
Yes.
And it's just like, because they treat it like it's all or nothing. Basically, we can. I literally had my dad ask the other day. I kid you not, because like I say, with my employment issue at the moment, I'm transitioning jobs and whatever, so I need help for like 2 months while I do that. And his response was, "Do you want to go into a disabled home for the rest of your life?" No kidding. Absolutely serious. I'm 35, by the way. Been in professional like jobs my entire life, taking care of myself. His response was asking whether I wanted to go into something like the Stars and Staffs program, where they take care of disabled people in a group home setting. I'm like, Dad, I'm looking for $600. You're like, this is an overreach to the ends of the spectrum here, and like,
so and for those group homes, and it can even be level 1 at points, but most support levels for group homes, because I worked in this kind of area, is level 2 to 3.
Mm-hmm.
And the person can still be extremely high masking, but their executive functioning levels are so low that they still need a lot of help. So while a person might not look disabled, their executive functioning levels could be so low that they need care. Full-time care too.
But to have it assumed the other direction is also really bad, when you're like, no, I don't need that level of support. I literally just need like basic need support while I transition from a job. Doesn't mean that I need to put myself at your like mercy for the next several years. So it's a weird scenario to have somebody who, in my opinion, should know better. Like somebody who should know my level of need and support, basically having grown with me my entire life, suggest something of that nature. I was like, are you out of your mind? So anyway.
We have Venus in chat saying, asking if writing is hard. I'd like if you were able to specify what parts you're worried about being hard, because I feel like that's a big overarching question. But they're saying they're not a writer, but it's been some time and they've been thinking about writing stuff, which is very fun. I think, like, is writing hard is such, again, a big giant question. I think a lot of it has to do with, like, what kind of things are you writing? What are things that you feel like would be the biggest barriers to you with writing? And honestly, writing can be whatever you make it. I think everyone has the capability to write. It's just different capabilities to write different things and to write different quantities and to write different genres.
I mean, I write a lot, and I've written everything from poetry to quite literally synopses of psyche vows.
Yeah.
So it's a very.
I've actually got to dip out, guys.
It's very different. Writing a poem is all about creativity. Writing a psyche vow is all about and the data and how to best say it to a educated lens. So I would say, and this individual is having an sensory processing disorder, and their current meltdowns are causing this, this, and this. I would probably say, then this is the diagnosis. This is what the diagnosis means, and this is how we can help the individual. So I do it at a level that most anybody could understand. So I read it at a college to graduate level. I read psych evals, and then I put them to ways people understand.
I also think with writing, like, accessibility tools are your friend. I don't
Yes, I
remember
use
which
them all the
disabilities
time.
you said you had, Venus, but like I'm writing disabled. I'm hyperlexic and I use like word processors and stuff. And I wrote this many books. That's so many books. And I
Oh my
literally
God.
have a reading and writing disability, which is why I say, like, especially with the technology we have nowadays, I truly think anyone that wants to write can write. It's just a matter of finding the things that are going to help you and the strategies and systems that work best for you.
Oh, something actually, I have a question then. Something I've heard is like, and I've worked with one hyperlexic individual, is I'm told, oh, hyperlexia is better than dyslexia because at least you can read then. Hyperlexia has its own stuff to deal with. What are some things that you've dealt with as a hyperlexic?
I think saying better or worse are very different terms. Generally,
Yes.
hyperlexics have a lot higher of an ability to read it. Like, right? Like, it's one of the things is that you start reading really early on. So, obviously, in like academic senses, tend to do better than dyslexics and tend to do better than neurotypical peers in early years of
Exactly.
education. But with hyperlexia, it is mostly a decoding and processing issue because you're learning to read so fast that you don't develop all of those core skills. So you hit like a level and you kind of level out and you don't have all those core skills. Whereas people with dyslexia have to spend a lot more time during their developmental years finding reading processes that work for them. You guys tend to read a lot slower than we do, so comprehension tends
Yes.
to be higher once you hit a certain thing. Whereas, like, I don't have the developed skills to be reading harder to comprehend text. I will skip all over the page, and since I was able to read when I was younger, never really developed ways to work around that. So I find, like, when you're younger, hyperlexia is not that disabling, and it becomes more disabling when you're older. Whereas dyslexics, it tends to be you develop more coping skills from when you're younger, and you gain more of an ability to read as you get older.
Yeah, exactly. I also, I wonder, and are you from America?
I'm Canadian, so similar.
Okay. Well, yeah, Canada does use it too. Have you ever used the Linda Mood Bell model of reading?
Can you put that in the chat? 'Cause I don't think I've even heard of that, and I'm in an education program.
So, Linda Mood Bell.
Okay,
So
I'm
Linda Mood.
phonetically right. Okay, perfect.
So Linda Mood Bell is, first of all, she's a human. She developed this style of how dyslexic people can learn how to read, and it also works very well because it's building up those core skills at a very young age. I didn't like it personally. It didn't work super well for me, and I had a hybrid style of learning that. But Linda Mood Bell is known as one of the best ones to use for dyslexia, and I also heard it's good for hyperlexia.
That I will look into that because I know most of my clients are dyslexic, actually. So it's always cool to find clients, as in like I'm a tutor. So it's always helpful to find like new systems and strategies there.
And if you ever want to talk about that more, I have so many accommodations for people with dyslexia, and that we could maybe like private chat about that, so I could share some accommodations I use.
Yeah, that'd be super helpful. I might message you about that at some point.
Okay, awesome. Oh, and it's been a real privilege. I have to go. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
thanks for joining us, May. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we have new people in voice call. The technical topic of this is things we don't like about disability rep in fiction. If either of you had a specific topic you wanted to bring up there. And also no pressure if you just joined to join.
I hate how autistics are always presented as like you've got to be like a 4-year-old non-verbal little boy that likes trains.
No, for real. And we've talked about this a lot with a lot of disabilities where like disabled people as a whole are still underrepresented. But in that representation, if we're just looking at that, there are specific presentations that are vastly proportionally overrepresented. And it's that presentation of autism. It's like type 2 diabetes in adults and you barely ever see type 1 diabetes rep. It's paralyzed wheelchair users who are so overrepresented in media that oftentimes when people see like non-paralyzed wheelchair users in the real world, they accuse them of faking it and harass them in the like actual real life. Yeah, I think we need like a much more diverse, and I feel like we're seeing it with autism. I think autism in representation, just because it's such a known disability, oftentimes we see improvements there before we see it anywhere else. But yeah, we're still vastly, vastly behind there. Have you encountered any autistic media that you like?
There's some accounts that I follow. I could not name them off the top of my head, but there is like this woman that shows in girls, especially, which I think is a big topic because girls are so like it takes so long for girls to get diagnosed.
Are we thinking is it like someone who shows it, sorry, in fiction in girls or just like an account that talks about it?
An account.
Okay, so I was gonna guess Elle McNichols, who writes a lot of autism, who wrote A Kind of Spark. But yeah, if you remember the account, that's really cool. And there's the gender divide is really huge.
I want to say hi again and
Again?
give you hugs.
It's
Yeah, I've talked to you. I've talked to you before.
Yeah, I remember you. Of course.
So I just want to say hi and give you hugs and see
Well,
how you're
thank you for
doing.
popping in.
So I got attacked yesterday, and because I was trying to explain to somebody that I have DID.
Mm.
And then I was trying to explain the difference between multi-personality disorder and DID, which is two different things.
Yes.
And I'm like, no, my personality doesn't switch. I switch people. Like I have people inside me, like actual human, like living beings, kind of like. And they come out, so my personality doesn't switch. I become a whole different person. And I was trying to explain to him that, and he was like, how can you have people that live inside you? I mean, and he was like, you're faking it. And like, no, when you switch, you don't know you switch. You become that. So it's kind of like me, myself as I, when I switch, it's like I go to the back burner and the personality is coming out fronts. So right now my therapist is learning presentation. So like if I'm switching and I'm talking to you, then my switch or whatever would come out and say, hi, I'm so and so. He's sleeping basically, because that's basically what I am. I'm sleeping. I know I'm aware of everything that goes around me, but I can't respond or anything. It's like being in your head, but you don't have control over your body, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And you said you were attacked for trying to explain that to someone?
Yeah. I was called a B3DO.
Oh my God.
And everything else like that, because I said I had a young, we call them littles. And because I have a 6-year-old that I formed when I lost my daughter.
Yeah.
So I have a little girl. She's 6 years old. When she switches, that's why I have Barbies and that's why I have dolls and other stuff. Because when she switches, that's what she likes. So like if I would go into the store, right, and I'm walking around and I switch, I might have toys in the basket or end up with toys in the basket. And then I'll switch back and I have to put the toys up. I was like, no, we don't need these. So that's kind of what switching is. It's not like I said a personality. It's so yeah, it gets crazy at times.
Yeah. No, I was literally going to say to that I feel like DID and then schizoaffective disorders that someone else was talking about in the chat and NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, are like the three
Yeah,
big misunderstood ones. And then before I could even get to that, someone in the chat was already talking
I
about
know.
NPD being wildly misrepresented. Venus brought up ASPD too. 100, I think ASPD is always labeled as either NPD or autism by media, and
Yeah.
like it's such a mess. And it's so tricky, and that's why we
What's
need things like better representations, because we've been talking about how like most of the exposure people have to DID is from like horror and crime shows, when most people
yeah.
with DID are just trying to like live their lives, and like people with DID are more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators of violence, and I feel like that really isn't understood or talked about enough.
So when I went through my grape and everything, right? Um, I developed uh a person so where it was happening, I didn't have to go through it, and I still like I still suffer because of it because I was raped, of course, and assaulted, but she took the major blunt of it. You know what I'm saying? Because that it was my protector at the time. And so she took the major blood of it, like the pain and everything. I got the more of the emotional, mental aspects of it, but she took the pain and whatnot. So I really didn't feel anything, but like afterwards, I felt like emotionally ickiness and that kind of stuff. So that's the
Yeah.
reason why. That's the reason why DID is developed. The DID is developed to protect you. Um, or say something was dramatically taken from you and your brain can't process that, um, I need that. Like my brain can't process, my daughter's gone.
Yeah, and I feel like
So,
most people wouldn't be able to. I'm so sorry you had to go through
so,
that.
so, so my brain created a little inside me to kind of fill that hole.
To check chat, Venus has brought up the point that people with DID 99% of the time are a danger only to themselves, which 100%. And same with things like ASPD and NPD that have been being discussed in the chat that are often demonized. Axel is talking about, specifically demonizing one and acting like the other is all flowers and love in regards to neurodivergence. One big thing, I don't know if you guys have seen it on your corners of the internet, but that I get a lot as an autistic person is low support needs autistic people who get online and they're like, I think that the neurotypicals are the ones who are the narcissists. Every neurotypical I've ever met is a narcissist. It's like NPD is literally a kind of neurodivergence. Why are we
I know, right?
vilifying all neurotypicals, which is a crazy, you can't vilify an entire group for how their brain works. That's the thing that happens to us. But two,
So,
vilifying them by comparing them to people in our community.
so this is. I actually saw this about a week ago, and I was wondering on your take. Did you watch the case where the two the Down syndrome couple had a kid, and the parents were saying that because they were Down syndrome, they weren't able to raise a kid, and so the parents was trying to take the kid away from the Down syndrome couple, and they're like, no, 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 we want to raise it.
I think I've. Is that like a piece of fiction or is that a real world case? Because I know I've seen like clips of things in like TV shows and stuff where that happens.
That's real world case.
I haven't heard about the real world case. Do you know what ended up happening there?
Um, yes, they said that the mental state of both are not capable of raising a child, but they did not want to take the child away from the parents. So the mother was like, okay, then I'll quarter it back it, and they can raise a child, but I'm gonna quarter back it, and kind of um but the mother got custody of the kids of the kid. So, but the two are raising it. are trying to raise it.
Okay.
And that's a misconception too. Just because you have disabilities and everything doesn't mean that you're not capable of having a relationship and you're not capable of having kids.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's just our relationships are different.
Yeah, and I think I get like there being a level of safeguarding involved with making sure that parents are capable of providing like safe home environments for kids, but I think that's something you do on a wellness check, not the second a disabled person has a child, because every person with every disability and the things that they can and can't do is different.
Yeah, like my best friend. My best friend is in a wheelchair. He's been in a wheelchair since he was 4 years old, but he got 3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
And so I asked him in my head, I was like, honestly, how does it work? And he was just like, how does it work with you? It's the same thing. I'm just, I'm limited to what I can do.
Hmm.
So he was like, it's just crazy because like they don't think they could have relationships and kids. Like I honestly didn't think he could have a kid. He's paralyzed from the waist down.
Yeah.
But he got 3 kids and 3 beautiful boys. And so yeah, I'm like, you go, boy. I'm not paralyzed and I don't even got nobody. Let me borrow your wheelchair for a second. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and I also find obviously this doesn't extend to you because this is like your best friend. I ask my best friend personal questions all the time. But there is, especially in situations like that, like the general public feels so entitled to so many wildly personal details about disabled people's lives. Like, guarantee,
yeah,
again, you're asking your friend. That's super normal. Guarantee he constantly gets that question from like literal strangers on the street.
yeah. Well, we were like I said, he's my friend. I
Yeah.
grew up with him and everything else. We were both young when he got hit, and we were playing in the front yard, and he decided to go chase a ball. Now we were kicking around, and he got hit. And like I said, he's my best friend and everything. We grew up together, so I could ask him anything. And like I said, we were sitting around drinking one day, and I'm like, dude, I've been single for like 4 years. I've been celibate for 4 years. What's your trick? And this is exactly what he did. He took his wheelchair and did a wheelie. He was like, you gotta have these. You gotta have wheels, man. So that's when I asked him. I was like, dude, you got 3 beautiful kids, a beautiful wife. How do you do it? He's like, how do you do it? I do it the same way.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
He was like, I do the inverted limbo. Yes, I'm paralyzed, so she does most of the work, but it's the same way. It's the same process.
Yeah. So, for those of us in chat, just because I haven't said it for a while, we are discussing things we don't like about the presentation of disability in media. If you have a topic you want to see discussed, put it in the chat, or if you want to multi-guest in, just send a request and I will let you in.
Yeah, we talk about everything.
Yeah, we get very off topic.
and of course, we always circle around to the because if you're like us, we like to spiral.
Yes.
So we always come back to the same point that we left off. Never fails. So yeah, we might get off a little bit, but we always find our way back.
Yeah, and I also find like any conversation that has anything to do with disability is ultimately helpful to talking about how disability is represented because like these are the kinds of conversations that often people are too scared to put in media. And it can be helpful and realistic to just see disabled people authentically talking about their experiences with disability.
Well, a lot of it, like you said, a lot of it is because of shame, because of the propaganda and the movies and everything else. They're like, oh no, you're going to think I'm crazy. Or I'm a serial unreliable or something like that. It's like, no, are you?
Yeah. I'm just trying to see if we had any topics earlier up that we might have skipped.
Oh, somebody said that they liked the discussion about parenting with handicap.
Yeah. I think like Generally, because again, not everyone is capable and fit to have a child, but that is not something you can decide just because of a disability in most cases. That's like an individual, because there's a ton of like abled people who are not
Like
fit to have a child. And there
like
are,
they said,
yeah,
there've been known cases where they've like for example, somebody with cerebral palsy, not full not full blown, but she's wheelchair bound, right?
yeah.
Can she have a kid? Yes, she can have a kid.
Yeah, and like
Um,
there are procedures and checks in place, and I do think for some disabilities it would make more sense to be like, hey, we're going to like maybe do a house visit when normally it wouldn't necessarily
yeah,
be an automatic house visit. But it's very different to be like, we're taking your kid away with no looking into like you as an individual person, the individual
yeah,
supports you have in place. I think we should be checking in on all parents, and I recognize we don't have the
yeah,
infrastructure
yeah.
to do that, but I don't think disability inherently makes anyone less capable of having a child.
Well, see, with me, because I'm have a tendency to do self harm
Hmm.
and self aliving because of my disabilities. I get a welfare check every 3 days. And basically, all that does is they call me, they ask me how I'm doing. Somebody comes out and sees me. Um, you know, and I would think if I was to have a kid, um, and all the stuff I went through, like losing my daughter and everything, you know my story. Um, I would need that support. Like it would be wanted. And I don't think any kid or anybody that has disability would know, hey, I need help. You know,
Yeah.
we're not the ones that are ashamed to ask for help. We're like, give me help. I need it. Come on, what you got? And
Hmm.
everybody else is the ones that are like, oh no, I don't need help. Let me do this by myself. We're the opposite. We're like, what you got for me? How can you help me? Fix me. Fix me.
Venus in chat has put into chat GBT, they said to like give diagnostic criteria for being neurotypical, and the responses they've got are excessive conformity to social norms, difficulty with abstract thinking, overemphasis and predictability, lack of sensible sensitivity, limited emotional range, social mimicry, and preference for conventional employment or roles, avoidance of nonconformity, which is so, and I think it's very important when we talk about ChatGPT to be like, it is a generative tool. It is not like necessarily specifically looking at the DSM. Yeah, DSM. I thought I get letters wrong all the time, but I got those letters right. But it is very, and I think actually one of the ways it shows us that is how many of those traits Venus listed are also traits specifically linked to neurodivergency. Like going
Well,
through.
I know some of those traits fall under DID. I know
Hmm.
some of those traits fall under my PTSD.
Yeah,
And I know
exactly.
some of those traits fall under my anxiety.
And
It's
I
it's like it's like all these overlap. So like
and
that's
I
the
think
reason why,
truly, yeah, sorry, you finish.
and I think that's the reason why most people that have one diagnosis has it's usually multiple diagnoses
Yes,
because symptoms overlap.
and I think it's important to keep in mind that like neurotypical is a social category, not a diagnostic one, which is why it's kind of impossible to come up with diagnostic traits for, because a lot of neurodivergency, like there are things that happen in two directions, because there's the norm and anything too outside of the norm in either direction is what's read as being neurodivergent. So if you try to like develop a trait, like a list of neurotypical traits, it shows us really interesting things, I think, about the way we view the term neurotypical, probably more so than actual, like, you can't make a list of neurotypical traits because it's just the norm for everything. Hi,
So so um
Venus.
so can
Hello.
I feel kind of dumb,
No.
but all these terminologies, like I'm dumb. I know what I have, I know how it affects me, and I know the symptoms and everything else. But all the terminology, like my counselor uses and everything, I was like, you got to dumb down it. You got to give me the dummy version of it.
You know what? I think,
um,
like, dumb people are people who don't ask questions. If you're asking questions, then you're inherently being smart and showing it. Was there, like, a specific term that you did not understand there?
yeah. Which there's a difference between being ignorant and being dumb. Being ignorant is a lack of knowledge. Being dumb is having the knowledge that is available to you, but you don't seek it.
Yeah. So to kind of, sorry, Venus, did you want to talk?
Let me just explain what this is, and I will leave the guest. I can be here for a long time. The thing is, it explains what it would be like the DSM do, but it makes different from what would be the diagnosis criteria for others disorders. It would make it different, but it's such a big.
Oh.
Oh no.
But if you ask him, he will always say the same thing. And what he did, it's not actually for neurotypical. It would be for non-autistic people. He uses the autistic criteria to do some kind of joke. And that's what he uses for neurodiversity.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think a lot of that bias is from saying like neurotypical is the opposite of autistic, which is not true. Neurotypical is a giant social category. But I think even with that, it's very because ChatGPT responds to its user base, and I think it's making it very evident based on the criteria that it has spit out back at you that a lot of people who have been asking this question probably have lower support needs for because a lot of things you listed are literal autistic traits. Like autistic people do tend to have difficulty with abstract thinking. Autistic people do tend to emphasize routine. You know, autistic people, some of them have a limited visible emotional at least range. We thrive off of social mimicry. Like these are all things that could heavily be applied to higher support needs autistic people. I think it's so interesting, and I think like it definitely. It's a very cool thought experiment in my brain. I just think it's very important to be like, and ChatGPT is wrong about most things, and that this is kind of an impossible thing to define.
So here's my thing. I did a experiment, and I typed in all my symptoms, my DID, for my PTSD, for my multiple anxiety, for all of it, and I had a list over 150 different mental diagnosis that each one falls under, and you'd be amazed on how much they overlap. Like from people that are being autistic, from people that has DID, from people that are schizophrenic, people that are borderline personality, people that are like it's just it's too broad of a system for me to be able to, but within each system, there's certain cues that define what you have. Like for example, people that have autism, there's certain cues that they recognize. Okay, it's autism. There's certain cues that recognize. Oh, you have DID. You switch. Borderline schizophrenia, when there's an episode, there is certain cues that says, okay, this is a schizophrenic episode. They don't go necessarily by the symptoms because they overlap so much.
Yes, and that's why I think it's so harmful when people do things like get on the internet and they're like, oh, you have this. Have you looked into this? Just watching like a video of someone. Because there is so much overlap in presentation. And the things that make things diagnosable are it's like, okay, what's happening internally? What is causing this presentation? What happened when you were younger? Because some things are things that like specifically like DID have to develop within certain age ranges and cannot be from birth, Like you are never going to be able to watch a 1 minute long video of someone and accurately diagnose them with anything.
Okay, so for example, DID is only developed from the ages of 6 to the ages of 16. So you don't get DID from before, or you don't get DID after. It's the 6 years where, because like 16, your brain starts to change. Your hormones and everything else. So that's the reason why they cut it off there. And then that's when you reach the age of like 6, you're not a toddler, you're a kid. You start kindergarten, you start preschool or whatever. And that's when they really start to develop because of that. And then if you have trauma within that, then that's when you develop your DID and to deal with the traumas. And then later on in life, you can also, if you have DID and you experience trauma later on, your DID can develop other people or other people in your system for what your system thinks you need. So the system is almost like a living being. And then so my brain is going to be like, okay, you have this and this and this, so I'm going to create this person to fill these roles. 1 second, I got a phone call.
No problem. Yeah, Axel says in chat they hate when disorders get popular on here. Self-diagnosis has its place and TikTok is not it. And I respond to that saying I think TikTok can sometimes be a very helpful first step towards diagnosis. It just shouldn't be the whole journey. I think there's so much validity in the amount of people who've been like, oh, I heard something on TikTok and it made me start the process of personal research. And like, I'm very pro self-diagnosis. Diagnosis is not accessible to everyone, but you cannot diagnose just off of TikTok videos. You should be putting in an effort to read like actual diagnostic literature before doing anything like that. Are there any other topics that we wanted to discuss pertaining to disability tropes we don't like? Ooh, one I want to momentarily rant about, and because I couldn't rant about it because the Trans Rights Readathon is coming up soon. One of the organizers was in here for a bit, so like I don't want to say anything negative about the readathon because I'm so excited about the readathon. Follow their social medias if you're not following their social medias. But they last year had a prompt on their bingo sheet for disability lit, and this year their bonus prompt is disability lit. And I write disability lit. I'm a multi-disabled person. Every single time there's any kind of like trend going on, because I write queer and disabled lit, where it's like people need to be finding queer and disabled lit. I get tagged in so many videos, specifically with people being like, Alex is autistic, Alex writes autistic lit, and it feels so deeply invalidating in a way I don't know how to express. Like, I'm also a multi-queer person. It's the equivalent of like, I write sapphic and trans and ace lit, of someone being like, I want to read queer lit, and then all of the comments are like, Alex is ace, and we're ignoring every other thing, you know? I don't know, makes me uncomfy, and I needed to momentarily rant about it. I think there's disabilities, to make this sound like a more intellectual point. I think there are disabilities that we prioritize or treat as archetypical disabilities, and autism is one of them, so much so that even if you are very vocally a person with multiple disabilities, people will often boil that down to just saying that you're autistic, and it makes me very mad. Is there anything else that makes anyone else very mad? With disability and representation in media and whatnot.
So, perfect example. So,
I heard you say like 3 words, Timothy, and then nothing else.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so perfect example. I just got off the phone with my friend, right? And I told him, he's like, how you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm really pissed off right now. And he was like, man, you're doing too much. You need to get your shit together and stuff like that. And I had to let him go because I was about to switch. And my protector was about to come out because I was feeling attacked. He didn't attack me. He was trying to, give me advice and everything. Mm-hmm. But I felt attacked. So I was like, I have to go before I switch. And if I switch, I don't have control over what I say. It's not me. And my switch has my protector. He has no coup. There's no politeness to him. He says what he says and that's it. So, like if I was to switch in front of my friend and he was going to go off on my friend and say something. How am I supposed to tell, hey, that wasn't me? You know what I'm saying? That was another personality. You know what I'm saying? How do you explain that?
Yeah, that's really tricky. It's good that you're able to, sometimes it sounds like, have enough warning to be like, oh no, I need to remove myself from this situation now.
Yeah, because switches are usually triggered for the most part. Now I can switch, like I'll be flipping through the channels, right? And I see a cartoon. I automatically switch to my little because my little loves cartoons. But that's a trigger for her. You know what I'm saying? So most people, whether it's bad or good, has triggers for switching. And luckily I have come to recognize, okay, I'm going to switch, or there's a chance that I'm going to be triggered. So I have to leave that situation.
Yeah. Effing caffeinated in the chat, love the username, says, can we discuss how hard it is to get on disability with the way it's portrayed right now? I'm guessing referencing this kind of bias and betrayal that we've been talking about, where we're portraying only one presentation and how that affects actual people trying to get on actual disability aid.
It took me 6 years to get on disability. With all my diagnoses, it took me 6 years because it took them so long for them to accept my mental diagnosis. Because yeah, I can walk, I can talk, just like you, but I can't go to work. I can't go into a building full of people. I can't have people, just random people coming up and talking to me. If I don't know you, stay out of my bubble. I got a bubble. You're gonna pop my bubble. So it's hard for me to work, and they don't understand that. Okay, I'm not physically able to work. I'm just not mentally able to work. There's a difference.
Hey, effing caffeinator, you've joined. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was just gonna. Can I rant a little bit about it? Just okay.
Go ahead.
I've discovered, because I'm currently trying to get on disability, I have a lawyer and all that stuff, but I've discovered that a lot of people who are disabled are what the fuck do they call it? It's a really weird term to use, and I don't like using it. But like, people who are disabled are able to work, and they're able to go out and do things, and they're able to do all this stuff because, like, I think it's called high functioning or something. And because those people are able to do it, whenever you go in with the same disability and you can't do those things, it's hard to, like, it feels weird saying, but it's hard to prove that you can't work when you can't work. Like, you literally can't do it. So it's like all these disability awareness things are helping, but they're also kind of harming, because then other people can say that they have those disabilities without ever even being diagnosed. And like you said, just like self-diagnosing off of like a TikTok that you like feel a connection to.
Yeah, and I think there's a really big issue with lower support needs people being able to be the most vocal people in community, right? Because oftentimes they have the least things inhibiting them there. And that's when we get into conversations that have to do with things like aspect supremacy, which is an autism-specific term for being like, well, autistic people are actually the most evolved, special people who have ever existed. That isn't applicable to the majority of community, but since you have the loudest voice, you make it seem like the dominant opinion. There are a lot of, like, especially with neurodiversity, people who do not consider themselves disabled, which I think is absolutely fine. It's your label, that's your prerogative. But I think it becomes dangerous when people get online, they start saying things, well, like, no, autism isn't a disability. Or like, DID isn't a disability. Whatever the thing is, isn't a disability. Because like you said, then it does impact people with higher support needs presentations of that disability. Because when you go in to try and get help for it, the person you were talking to might have just seen like 50 videos of all of these incredibly verbal, incredibly capable of getting online people with your same diagnosis talking about how it's not a disability at all.
Yeah. Well, I actually took that to heart. And I was like, okay, screw my disability. I'm gonna go to try to work. The biggest mistake I ever made. You're talking about anxiety attacks. You're talking about switching all the time. You're talking about panic attacks. You're talking about like I had seizures. So yeah, it's just because somebody is functional with one thing doesn't mean that the other person is functional. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's a lot of people that have DID that is functional, but it's the system that makes it functional. Like everybody has a different system. Like I got 3 littles in my system. I got a college kid in my system, and I got 2 adults. And so like one is my best friend. He unalived himself, and so my system created something to fill that. And that's basically what it does is the system creates people to fill things. So my mind doesn't shut down, you know what I'm saying? So it's basically like a gap filler.
Venus, sorry, because it's a question for you, so I want to make sure you see it. Venus in chat and also in call was asking if you're comfortable answering. You don't have to answer, but they're asking if you're polyfragmented.
What's that?
Venus, do you want to explain? She'll do it better than me. Or if you can't talk right now, put it in chat.
Yes, polyfragmented systems are systems that have more than 100 alters.
No, I have about 20.
20. I like this number.
Okay, so 20. Okay, so you can have like, say, 100 alters, right? But only a certain amount is going to front. Meaning fronting is going to come out and show. The rest is like an internal. You're like having an internal city or town in your head, and you got all these people. But only so many show up. Like my littles have a tendency to pop out wherever they want. Like walking around in the store, I may see a transformer, or I might see a doll or a Barbie doll, and there's like, oh my god, I gotta have it, and I'll switch into a little kid, and I would have like 12 of them in my cart. So I can see myself working at a store and then switching to a little and be like, oh, toys everywhere. No, that's not a playground. So yeah, that would be my thing. Venus, you don't have a headspace. I severely suggest that you create a headspace for your others. That way it's not over. That way it's not overwhelming.
Well, what happens with us? It's basically a big, enormous, all black space, and who's fronting? It's kind of watching a television. Is what's happening, and who's not fronting, but it's close to the television, can also see what's happening, but can interfere.
Yeah. So my suggestion is close your eyes. This is how I did. This is how we did it when I was in therapy. So close your eyes. Think of a place, whether you've been, whether you want to go, whether it's a house, whether, whatever you want to do. So think of a place, right? Now think about your others. What are they doing while you're fronting? What are they doing in the background? Where do they go? What's their daily routine? Like all mine, they have a daily routine. It doesn't show them. My little ones, they go to school and other stuff, and do arts and crafts, and Um, so they have they have like a just like us. They have a routine that they do and everything else. So when you're closing your eyes and you're picturing that place, start with one and place that like like you're playing with the dollhouse, right? And you're putting the
Yes,
dolls.
but there's the thing. We had one. We had a city with multiple sky, the very high buildings. It doesn't work for us. The simple, the best. We already have ADHD. I don't need more information on my head to take care of. But without it, it works for us. And
Yeah.
we are polyphoric. So there's multiple authors that don't know about the existence of the others. And there are multiple authors that don't front anymore. They not actually live. They are so far in the headspace.
No. You're correct.
They
You're
kind of
correct.
dormant.
Hold on. You're correct on when they say they live, because we think there are actual people, and that's the crazy thing. We don't, that's the difference between multi-personality disorder and DID. Multi-personality disorder is I just switch personalities random, like, and then I'm smiling like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, right?
Yes.
No, we have a whole damn city living in us. So that's the difference, is that our people are actually alive in us, breathing human beings living inside us.
These other identities, they're kind of dormant. They just don't want to talk at all. And people on our system, they are almost everyone like, I don't want to talk with you. I don't want to have a conversation. A little bit quiet. And there's like I would say 10, 11 authors that front daily, multiple times a day. And they kind of interact with each other because they're the ones that stay 99% of the time at the front. And they decide everything that would happen, haircuts and what we're going to eat, what clothes. We're going to study now, we're going to crochet, we're going to knit, we're going to be on TikTok. What are we going to do? And sometimes these authors, they also are actually sociable, multiple of them, and they just do the thing. And the other authors are, no, I don't want you to do that. I will do it anyway. I don't care about your opinion. I am going to do it. And that's
just
what worked for us. We already try to be sociable and talk about everything with multiple authors, but we do have multiple authors. 99% of all authors are from our childhood, so multiple of them are not human and they don't actually speak. We can kind of feel what they're feeling or thinking, but they can't express themselves by words, which makes talking to them really difficult. And we just stopped trying because it was not worthy the effort. And we live better now that we don't try this.
My system is the same way. I have authors that doesn't fun at all. I have arguments in my head. Like, I like asparagus, bacon wrapped asparagus. I love it. I can eat it all day, right? But I have an author that cannot stand asparagus and makes him violently ill. Like it's like, have y'all seen The Exorcist? You know where she spews the vomit? That's my so I'm eating it, I'm enjoying it, and then all of a sudden I switch, I'm spitting it out and I'm puking my guts out. And I'm like, I love this stuff. But he does it. So like I said, it's crazy. Like when you have a system in your head and you're dealing with all these personalities and all these people, and I have social anxiety. So you get, my head is all messed up. Because I have every time I have a front, or every time I develop a personality, I have to. It causes me anxiety because it's somebody new. It's like I'm talking to you for the first time, like I'm talking to a stranger.
Silence.
That's so interesting. Having social anxiety for the people inside your own head is not something I would have considered. We have more people joining in just to, not that we're having lovely conversations, but to get us slightly more on track if anyone wants to talk about our main topic or not. That's fair. Lily, was there a specific thing you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, like with disabled like fiction, I don't know, one of my like biggest hates ever, which probably has been mentioned, but like the film Me Before You, with like the Will Trainer and Louisa Clark. Although like I loved sort of the romantic element of it, I found the whole concept of like a carer falling for a disabled man that she looked after just really, really weird. And it was so uncomfortable.
We have not talked about specifically Me Before You, but we did have a conversation earlier today specifically on the ways that carers are like portrayed in media being really weird. Like carers, if they do have professional boundaries, tend to be vilified for them. Where like the majority of disabled people I know with carers, they do not want their carer to like be their best friend because they're adults and they want to have a professional relationship. But their shows, like the one that was brought up was like, I don't know if you've seen Monk. It's a detective show. And there's like multiple full episodes centering on the fact that like his carer wants a day off and is not dropping everything to come and help during their day off, when it's like being a carer is a job. And I think it's very important that those boundaries are there. Falling for the second in Me Before You, if it happened in the real world, that feelings started to develop, she should have removed herself from that role. That is not okay.
Yeah, it's just so bizarre as well. And I think the euthanasia element of that film is definitely really complicated. I have such conflicted feelings on that being portrayed the way it was. But I think it infuriated me that, like, she very much as, like, an able-bodied woman was trying to almost dictate him into what his choices should or shouldn't be. And, like, realistically, like, I know it was, like, you know, romantic trope, oh, they've fallen in love straight away and stuff, but, like, they didn't really know each other for that long. It just was weird to me, you know? That'd be like a stranger coming up and being like, oh, yeah, like, I can fix your disability, Lily. It's just not going to happen.
We had someone else join and say in chat they want to tell us something. What would you like to tell us, person?
I want to see that no matter what you guys do in your life, God loves you. That's why he died for you, because he has a plan for you. For God so loved the world.
Okay. Nothing against religion. I just don't know the religious affiliations of everyone in chat, and I do not believe in forcing religion affiliations upon people. We've had someone else new join. Amethyst, was there something specific you wanted to talk about?
Hi, yes. So, and this one's a little like controversial because while this person is accurate in how they're portrayed, unfortunately, it's the show and so the character itself. It's Arcane and it's Jinx. And a lot of people have used her for BPD, and I've noticed an influx of romanticizing BPD since. And a lot of people online that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, like denied having BPD for the longest, suddenly have it. I'm not saying you can't be diagnosed later on. Many people do get diagnosed later on. But it's kind of funny, just the sudden influx of people being like, I also have BPD, and making it some fun thing that they have, or, you know, they're making fun of it online, essentially, because they'll do those, like, kind of cringy, I hate to say it, but it is kind of cringy, like, some people are doing, like, the 2020 TikTok thing with Jinx, and, you know, making it like, oh my god, I'm so crazy, look at me. It's just getting really frustrating as someone that has BPD, because
it is a very mentally tolling mental disability, especially because my frontal lobe will never fully develop properly. And to see everybody, you know, oh my God, look at me, haha, I'm like Harley Quinn all over again it's so frustrating. And don't get me wrong, Jinx actually is a really good portrayal for BPD. It's unfortunately the fandom and of course how Jinx is as a character in general that has kind of shifted it in a way that is not so favorable. And it really hurts me and harms me. There's already such heavy stigma with BPD and people coming online and dressing up and, you know, acting crazy. They're like, oh, you want crazy? I'll show you crazy. It's not helpful. It's so harmful.
That's so, because I'm a Kane user, and I know when Arcane came out, there's a lot of people from, like, my side of the internet being like, hey, if you cosplay Victor, that's fine. Like, cosplaying the Kane part specifically is where there's, like, it's a bit more morally dubious. Or, like, specifically, especially cosplaying wheelchair characters, you're not supposed to use wheelchairs for it because there's a shortage of wheelchairs, whereas Kanes are a lot more messy. But I guess I've never really thought about how, since, like, again, and it's not confirmed because none of the disabilities are named in Arcane, but a lot of people see Jinx as BPD rep, kind of the implications of people cosplaying Jinx, in turn cosplaying disability, and how we don't really think about how that's part of what's happening there, you know?
Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, if there's ever a character I like with a wheelchair, like, I'll just bring a doll that's dressed like them in a wheelchair and I'll walk around like normal, you know?
Yeah.
Like, still have that representation and be like, hey, this is a, you know, disabled character and I love that they're disabled, but I'm also not going to disrespect them by using a wheelchair, so here's a doll in a wheelchair.
Things like people would understand why it is inappropriate to get online and like pretend to be like Sean Murphy from The Good Doctor if you're not autistic. But with things like BPD, you're right, it is so normalized to get online and like pull faces and stuff and be like, look, I'm just like Jinx. And I totally get why that would make you uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's like giving like the Juno vibes from 2020 all over again. And it's I don't miss that time on TikTok. Like, in a way I do, because the cosplay community was kind of fun at that point. But they were also super problematic. It was a weird time to be online.
Sean Murphy in general, though, just it really gives me the ick. It's why I was so happy when we had like Heartbreak High come out and we had like one of the characters actually being played by an autistic person. Because it's like no matter how much you can try, I truly believe if you're not autistic, you just cannot portray an autistic experience whatsoever. And I think in that same sentence, we definitely see like this rebuttal on media when it comes to stuff about like autistic characters being like, God, if I was near them, I'd find them so irritating, and they're like the worst character in it, and I'm just like, oh my God. You've completely misunderstood the point of the show.
Yeah, that makes me think about how a lot of people say Sheldon from Big Bang Theory is autistic coded, but a lot of people really don't like Sheldon. And I can tell you right now, it's probably one of those, like, again, they haven't confirmed it. They haven't said it's true or anything. It's one of those portrayals that's kind of harmful because a lot of people don't like Sheldon. A lot of people find him to be controlling, annoying, all that, and it just makes it worse for people that do have autism. And also Sia's horrible movie.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And now she's claiming she has been diagnosed with autism.
She might have been. Doesn't mean it wasn't a horrible movie. Like, I find a lot of people, especially, it's a big thing in author spaces, too, where someone will do something, like, really shitty, get called out on it, and then you wait a couple of months, and they're like, I was autistic the whole time. And it's like, okay, but you still did racism. You know? You still, like, doxed and attacked a whole entire human being. Autism doesn't make you do that.
You literally still bullied children online.
I saw
I think
people
it's the same in, like,
saying the same thing about that rich guy from United States that did that thing with the hand.
Yes, Elon Musk.
I don't know what TikTok is his name. I'm afraid.
I'm sure TikTok loves hearing his name.
Probably.
I
But
work
people
for
will say, but he doesn't know what he's doing. He's autistic. He has autism, so he can do it. Oh man, no.
I work for like an autistic charity for like children, and we had like we had a list of inspirational autistic characters, and like after that we had like a group email go around being like, yeah, we've removed him off the list. No one should aspire to be like that. And I was just laughing my head off. I was laughing my head off at the whole thing because I was like, this is actually insane. On so many levels. I will like open my phone and see the news and be like, what the hell?
Sorry, I'm typing to encourage people to hit the like button and putting it directly on screen. Yeah, something in the chat I saw that I want to circle back to was someone was asking if we could talk about the overrepresentation of OCD as like a cleaning disorder, when for the majority of people it has nothing to do with that. If anyone had any opinions here.
My
sorry.
mom has OCD. So my mom has like, it's a lot better than it used to be. But my mom had like really severe OCD for the longest. Like spending 20 minutes locking and unlocking the door type of OCD. And while yes, she was like clean, it wasn't just about being clean. Everything had a place and everything had to be in that place. And if it was moved a centimeter, she knew. And she would freak out because it wasn't about it being clean. It was about that was its place. It should have been there. This is what I did. And people don't realize it's a compulsive disorder. And I also really hate when it was trending for a while, intrusive thoughts, because none of those were intrusive thoughts. Those are impulsive thoughts. Intrusive thoughts are thoughts you do not want. They are really like, there's stuff you can't even say on TikTok.
Yeah.
Because very dark, disturbing thoughts that they don't want. So seeing people go around and like, my intrusive thought told me to push the button. No, it didn't. Your impulsive thought. And it's very frustrating when I have someone in my life that's close to me, my mother, who goes through it, and I see these people like, oh my God, I organized my crayons. I'm so OCD. No, you're not. Stop that. That is so messed up. And again, yes, being clean can be a part of OCD, but being clean isn't what makes OCD. It's the compulsive need to have everything in a certain place.
And even that need is only specific kinds of OCD, right? Because there are kinds of OCD that have like literally no physical visual compulsion at all. Like moral OCD is a thing, and that is entirely mental. And I don't think I've ever seen representation of it that wasn't in like a very niche self-published book someone wrote, you know? And it keeps real people in the real world from, because I also have a familial connection to OCD. My sister has OCD, but it's not contamination OCD. And like our big thing when she was starting university is both of us were like, you need to be medicated before starting university because things are going to get less controllable and it's going to make it debilitating. And it took so much work to get like our parents on board with bringing her in to try and get tested for it, because they're like, well, she doesn't clean. She's not spending hours washing her hands every day, but she is spending an hour in the bathroom like making sure she rubs both sides of her face like the exact same amount of times, you know? But like stuff like that isn't seen as OCD, and it leads to people, if you don't have contamination OCD, either not being aware they have OCD or being invalidated when they try to seek treatment for it.
Yeah.
I think as well, like my incredibly niche experience, because I have OCD, I'm autistic, and I'm also chronically ill. And I do have contamination OCD, but I'm not a clean person by all means. Like I've got my clothes all over my floor. It's not great. But the idea of leaving the house with a cold or getting ill and making someone else ill is terrifying to me. Like I will not leave the house because I'm afraid that if I don't do these things, then my cold will kill someone. And it's insane. And then I'll go to the doctor and it'll be kind of like, oh, well, you know, you are chronically ill, like you're going to have to worry about, you know, getting ill anyway. And it's just such a double-edged sword because it's like, well, there is two almost aspects of them that are I don't know the word. But his was about like, you know, his baby brother had got ill and whatever. I think that's something really that needs to be spoken more about, is that OCD isn't just something that pops out of nowhere. Quite often it is actually linked to a traumatic thing that's happened to you, and your brain goes into hardwire going, okay,
Excuse
well, I
me.
don't want that traumatic event to happen again, so now my brain's going to hardwire to do this. And I think that's the only one I can think of where I actually like the OCD representation in it. I think there are other ones though that people just refuse to do a lot of representation about. It's really stigmatized around, like POCD, which I don't know if I would get censored for saying that, but that's not really talking about a lot because people just take it the wrong way. And no one wants to be acting on these thoughts that they have with OCD. You don't want to be acting on them.
Yes.
And so you get into this routine of thinking, okay, I can't act on those thoughts, so I need to do this to stop that from happening.
My microphone is working. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alex, you can ban people from your life, or you can mute them so they can never talk again. This person came back. You're mute. We can hear you.
Yeah, they've been blocked, which is why they should have
Yes.
stopped. I don't know if you guys get the notification when they're blocked. They came back like multiple times though. They're obsessed with us.
Dude, what I would do, I will mute this person so he can be here, but he can say a word. He would be silent.
I didn't even realize you can do that. Okay, that's so much more fun. Can I unblock them? No. From now on, I'll be muting them. Thank you for letting me know. That's so much more fun.
People from this life, for example, this one that's open. But if you open another one, the person can get back to it. You can ban people so they can never watch your lives again, or you can mute them. It's the funniest.
Very good to know. Thank you, Venus. For those of us in the chat or in live, we're talking about things we don't like about disability rep in fiction. You can put something in the chat you want us to discuss, or you can request to join, and I will let you in to yap out loud about it.
My opinion about OCD came from the last life. I want the people who joke about OCD suffer from it for one day. Nothing more. 24 hours. It's all they need.
It's like how everyone says everyone needs to like experience customer service for at least a day. You have to experience having a disability for at least a day if you're misusing words from it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't like how in most media they mix a bunch of different mental health disorders into one and then just kind of broadly say that it's just one of the ones that they mixed in with them. Because, like, I do lives and I get a lot of people asking me if I have DAID or multiple personality disorder or anything like that. And it's really hard for me to be like, yeah, no, there's similarities, but no. And then they just go deeper down the rabbit hole of like, no, you actually have it, you just don't know.
I think anyone trying to diagnose anyone on the internet is just demonstrating how little they know about neurodiversity. Because we were talking earlier actually about how much presentation overlap there is between so many things. And the thing that makes it a specific disability is what's happening internally, or what happened in your past that caused the disability to develop, if it's one that isn't a from birth disability. Like, you're never going to be able to watch someone just online and accurately diagnose them with anything because you're not getting enough information to do so. Oh my god, I think that same person might have joined from another account.
Well, how many accounts do you have? Why are you this obsessed?
Literally, we'll see if they say anything in the chat. I'm not going to block them in case it's not them, but someone with... Yeah, it is the same person. They love us.
Bye-bye.
Famous.
About BPD and DID getting mixed up. Every time I see a video and someone says about splitting personality, I need to go look at the comments or at the legend. Not legend. I forgot that. The thing on the load video. If it's BPD or if it's DID, I never know which split the person is talking about.
That's just me joining again. I posted about it on that account. Ignore the me at the top now. I fully posted about it to be like, come join, and then I forgot that I was not actively in this until 2 seconds ago, so...
Yeah, I also... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, you're okay.
I was also going to say, like, invisible disabilities also sucks to have because, like, I also use a cane sometimes, but, like, I'm not always using the cane. And, like, I hate it more when the doctor is the one that's like, no, it's not that bad. Because I'm too young to have these issues or XYZ. Like, I don't know if it actually affects the doctor's opinions or not, but I feel like media portraying, like, certain disabilities as, like, an absolute need every single time might, like, encourage some doctors to behave that way, but I'm not entirely sure. It's just a theory. It's a theory.
What really angered me is I went into my doctor to be like, hello, I am starting to use a cane. Something that can be, like, bad for bodies, you know, like, that's why you shouldn't be using a cane if you don't need one, because it can cause, like, back problems, it can cause arm problems, especially with your ulnar nerve, and I had a previously damaged ulnar nerve, so I was really worried about it, and I was like, is this, like, something that's healthy and a smart decision to do? And her response was, oh no, you're right, that could be bad. And I said, okay, what should I do instead? And she was like, nothing, just never walk, never go anywhere. Because, like, and I get it from a certain extent, because she's in a position where she both, like, cannot recommend something that could cause me to turn around and be like, and then I did get back problems, and you told me it wouldn't. But I'm like, I kind of need to leave my apartment, you know? Like, yes, I understand that some things, it's not as, like, using a cane is less healthy than not using a cane if you're able-bodied, but I'm not able-bodied. My alternative is literally, like, I have, for those of us who don't know, I have a degenerative bone condition I've had since I was 11. I would not be able to walk around that much without one, and I hate that, like, I don't know, I feel like there's a lack of nuance there.
I loved Excel comment. I hate the most of the good representation. Oh no, one more.
Literally. Okay, I am going to start blocking the accounts just so they can't circle back to the other accounts. You're right, you did have mental illness. Sorry,
Okay,
continue reading Axel's comment.
I hate the most of the good representation we do get is shut down because it's not canon. I go like, I don't care, it's not canon. I like it, now it's mine, and I will use this representation. I don't care if you like it or not because it's not canon. I will use it. And it's your problem.
And I think there's a difference between creators advertising things that aren't canon as disability. Like, I feel some kind of way about creators who do not identify as autistic, who have a character who everyone is like, oh, they're autistic. And then once the entire show's finished, they're like, and they were, and they, because it feels a little bit like wanting your cake and eating it too, or however that saying goes, you know, where it's like you get to hide under the guise of this not being autistic rep until it makes you money. Which is a completely different situation than a creator who later comes out there like, oh, and I was autistic and I accidentally did this, right? Those are completely separate things. But I think, like, if fandom wants to adopt a character as something, then we should just let them. It's not like the franchise is, like, profiting off of it, you know? I think the profit is the thing that's a big issue for me.
And it's not like the character is a real person and you will be harming them. It's fictional.
Exactly. And like your headcast that a character is neurodivergent does not remove someone else's that they're not. You know? Like they can coexist. That's what headcanon is.
I was so happy. Like, Inside Out 3. Oh my goodness. Was it 3 or was it 2? I can't remember. The one that came out recently, and there was like so much like little nods towards disability representation. Like, you know, there was someone that had an insulin pump on and a hearing aid. And I was just sad. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Same with the Barbie movie, actually, weirdly enough. Like, I definitely don't think there was like as much as there should be. And I kind of hate that we see like whenever companies do want to include disabled characters or anything, they're always background characters. Like, let us baddies be at the front for a bit. Like, I don't know. But then I feel that the whole trope is that whenever you see movies about disabled children or adults, it has to be a story of sorrow that, you know, their disability has caused, and then it's turned to, oh, okay, everyone's going to accept them now, and that's the story they tell, and it's boring. Why can't I just be disabled? Like, you know? There are other things going on in my life outside of being disabled. I still think that's worthy of a story. Like, if I think about, like, the most obvious kind of main character disability I can kind of think of is, like, Wanda. And that whole story is that obviously he has these disabilities that cause him to have a physical appearance change, and he goes to school and gets bullied for it, and then he's sad, and then someone stands up for him, and then he's no longer getting bullied, and that is kind of made to be what the story is about. And I just wish that for once we could have a disabled main character where their disability wasn't the point of the story. I don't know if that like makes sense, but
no, I think that, and I think Axel says it very well in chat. They say, I feel like while making characters for disabled, it's important to write a character still not just a disability, which is what often happens when they're trying to make representation. And I talked about before how, like, I think it's really important to keep in mind that disability is an identity category. It is not a personality trait. And identity categories can influence everything about a person, right? Like, you can write a story with a queer character, that's an identity category. It's going to influence a lot about how they interact with the world, but it's not like their likes and dislikes and hobbies and habits. Those are still things you need to write, because disability in itself is not any of those things.
It's just such a weird thing. And I think you kind of noticed it with like early Disney as well. Where they would have a character that's from a minority, and then suddenly their entire story is all about that specific identity. And that's all they will focus on for the whole story. And it's like, I really do appreciate that they are trying to fill that gap, and they're trying to actually normalize that white people aren't the only people to exist. But at the same time, it's like, well, we're a lot more than that. We are so much more than what you see on the surface. Which is why I've enjoyed seeing like little flashes of mobility aids in Inside Out 2, because I feel like, oh, that's nice. And they didn't make a big deal out of it. It just, kids are disabled. It is what it is. Like,
it's how Alex said Monday. It's not a disability with legs. It's a person with a disability.
And I think there is because I get the frustration that disabled people are only background characters, and 100% with like a big multi-corporation like Disney, they can do better. But I think there's also, I think background character disability rep is really important too, because like since starting this account, I have so many people in the comments who are like, but I really want to write a disabled character, but it would take me so long to research, and it's like you can include disability in your world in such small ways that are not 100% if you're writing from the head of a disabled character. I recognize that is a laborious task if you're not, and I think it has to be a laborious task because otherwise you're doing it irresponsibly. But like there is no, in my opinion, valid reason to not have someone disabled just like existing in the background of your story. You don't need to spend like weeks and weeks and weeks researching to give someone a wheelchair in a story, or to give someone a cane, or to give someone hearing aids if we're not seeing it from their head, because like we were talking about with like Disney rep, oftentimes disability is just a thing that casually exists. It does not always have to be the heart of a story.
Yeah. I feel like when animators or just movies in general go out of their way to not include disabled characters, I think it is just laziness. It is absolute laziness, because there is nothing stopping you. If you don't want to do the research, there are disabled people out there that are happy to contribute to that research as long as you pay them for their time. You pay them for their time, you know? And it is just a case of laziness that they do not want to do that. Yeah.
Alex, about what you said, putting the mobility aids on characters, they are not the main character. If I would write this, it would be better, and it would be kind of fun if you write on first POV, because the book will only tell what the character knows and what he can see, and if he doesn't ask the person what this person will have, you don't have to write it. Does this make sense?
Oops, I was saying, I think that makes sense. And I think, like, honestly, there is maybe a willing, giving people the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they just are genuinely unaware. Disabled people are so willing and excited, obviously not all disabled people, but a lot of us, to help you with things if you're trying to write representation, because we are so starved for it. Like, as someone who writes disability rep and non-disability rep, when I put out an early reader call for disability rep, the response I get is always so overwhelming, because disabled people are so desperate to see ourselves in media that like we will literally help you with all the things. It is so easy to find a disabled person to talk to, especially in our very digital age, if you are uncomfortable with writing a disabled person.
Honestly, I found that very interesting when I was first started doing my lives. A lot of authors and stuff like that did ask, like, what they should write about if they're writing about schizophrenia, and it is really nice to actually hear authors like wanting to have that be as accurate as possible.
Yeah, like I think we talk a lot about how like, you know, and it's not appropriate to go up to someone in the real world and be like, you have this disability, tell me all these things about it. But online is a different space. You can, and I think there's definitely ways to do it, because I've also seen a lot of videos where I'm like, oh, you're an ick. The biggest one I see it with is like black girl hair. As someone in a lot of writer spaces, there's so many videos people will make where they're like, I really want to write a black girl, but I just don't know how to do it, and it's so hard. Can you tell me in the comments? And that feels very odd and virtual signaling to me, especially when there's so many good guides out there. But I think it's like, and I think it's one thing to get on the internet and be like, I want to write this, I know nothing about it, but I'm such a good person that I want to get in the comments and tell me about it, versus doing something like, I want to write this, I've been researching it, what are things I should avoid doing? What are specific things you would like to see? You know, I think the specificity of the question is very important to me, because one of them feels like exploitative virtue signaling, and one of them feels like genuinely trying to have actual conversations with community.
I think as well, if you are gonna ask someone about something that, you know, they know a lot of knowledge about, and you are in a position where you can pay them, you absolutely should be. I see it like so often. I follow Gemma Turner online. I don't know if you know her. She's like a wheelchair user with, I think, a musculoskeletal condition. And a charity had approached her and been like, oh yeah, would you be able to do some work with us? And she was like, yeah. Like, and she went to film it, and she got an email through that went, oh, we've used up all our funds, so we wouldn't be able to pay you for this. And she's kind of like, well, I'm not going to do it then. Like, you know, as much as it's for a charity, like, you know, you offered to pay for it for the start. If you have the funds to be able to pay disabled people to contribute with research and information for whatever project it is you're doing, you need to be paying them for it.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of, when we have this access to this wealth of information, you know, we have YouTube videos, we have TikTok, we have social media, we have everything under our book, you know, you could use for free. These are all free resources, and you are choosing to go to an individual about their specific experiences. You should not be shocked that that comes with a paywall, because that is their own work and pride that they put into things, you know?
Yeah, I think anything where you're expecting labor from someone, it's really important to pay. Like, to me, because there's a difference between, like, beta and ARC readers, things that often happen for free, and specifically sensitivity readers, someone whose job is to go through a book and take in-depth notes on it and then report on it to you. You know, one of those things absolutely needs to be paid, because it is a far bigger job that someone, like, it's a lot more taboo. You can't really pull out as a sensitivity reader, whereas for like beta and ARC readers, it's very normal to be like, oh, I'm not vibing with this and I'm just gonna stop. Like, anything that is involving actual labor, to me at that point, is no longer volunteer based. To catch up those of us in the chat, we are talking about things we don't like about disability rep in media. If you have a specific topic you would like to see discussed, you can either put it in the chat or request a video in and then join us. Trying to think of filler topics we can discuss. It's so hard. This is the last live we're doing on this specific topic, so I've like exhausted my list of filler topics. So if someone else had a topic, that'd be very helpful. One thing we've talked about a lot that hasn't come up a lot in this one, is specifically like curses and superpowers and cures, if people had opinions there, and their relationship to disability in media. Mac in chat is asking if we've seen The Good Doctor. The Good Doctor has come up so many times. I think it's so important to talk about The Good Doctor with nuance, though, because I think truly the biggest issue with The Good Doctor is the actor not being autistic. And I've seen a lot of people present it as if the issue with The Good Doctor is that, like, nobody acts like that. I'm like, I know a ton of autistic people who act very similarly to Sean Murphy, especially the meltdown scene is the one that a lot of people are like, that's not real, that's not what I do. And it's like, okay, but you're one person. You know, I've seen it, especially with, like, characters like Quinny from Heartbreak High. A lot of people are like, well, Quinny is a good autistic character, which I think is true so far as she's played by an autistic actor and Sean Murphy is not. But it's like, neither Quinny's presentation of autism or Sean Murphy's presentation of autism are a better or worse presentation of autism. They're just different presentations, and one of them reads as more authentic and is perhaps more appropriate because the actor is autistic.
I think it comes again under that, like, weird thing of acting disabled is really weird to me. It's such a weird concept. You know, again, we pressed on, like, cosplay earlier, and, you know, about people acting crazy for characters that, you know, are canon mental health issues, and with cosplay and using canes and stuff. And I feel like we should have that same attitude towards the media we consume. Like, we shouldn't think, oh, Sean Murphy is good autism representation, you know, because he is acting as an autistic person, yes, but he's not actually autistic, and it just comes across as, you know, you're acting disabled, which is really weird to me. You know, if that was in real life, day-to-day, ordinary life, like, you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have it. You'd be like, nah, like, someone needs to knock you down a peg. But suddenly it's on TV and it's televised and it's, you know, on these big platforms, and it's like, oh, well, it's not ideal, but, you know, it's whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do think it's like, it's definitely I think own voice portrayals of disability just inherently tend to be better most of the time, not necessarily all the time. But I also think it's very important that when we're doing that, like we're critiquing authors and we're not necessarily critiquing characters, because even people like Sheldon Cooper, who I know a lot of us really don't like Sheldon Cooper, a lot of people do genuinely from an autistic POV like resonate with Sheldon Cooper as an autistic character. And like, yeah, I do know a lot of autistic men like Sheldon Cooper.
I even
I
have it
agree.
where
Again, it's like, I think that their portrayal is accurate of an autistic person. I would agree. Like, in several circumstances, I've caught myself going, oh, as an autistic person, I also do this thing Sheldon Cooper does. And that's fine. But when we're in a situation where there are so many autistic people that are actors and unemployed and are losing roles to play autistic characters over non-autistic people, it just reads off a little weird, you know?
Yeah, I think, yeah, 100%. I think that distinction is kind of like a distinction between bad autistic casting versus bad autistic rep. And just because something is bad autistic casting does not necessarily mean that it's bad autistic rep. And sometimes it can be bad at both things, and sometimes it can be good at both things.
I just want to say to the person in the comments, like, it's completely different when it's like a voice actor or like someone acting like a doctor when they're not a doctor. But when you actually have disabled people that could play those roles and you decide to give it up to someone that doesn't have any of those disabilities, that's a problem. Like, there's actual people in the community and in the acting world that have these disabilities. So it would make sense to want to have them play those. It's just kind of offensive to see people that don't have those struggles try and play those struggles. And as we can see in a lot of media, because of them not actually having those disabilities, they don't really get to add anything to the directors or to the writers to let them know when something is accurate and when it's not. And that's how we get all these misrepresentations in media, because we don't have people that actually have the disabilities in the film industry talking about it. Just like you said, that one girl earlier, she's actually autistic playing an autistic role. That's amazing because she can give them feedback to the writers and to the directors of like, hey, this is something I do with autism. Hey, this might not be very accurate for people with autism. They give a better representation.
Yeah, and I think it's also
difficult.
You go.
Sorry. It's difficult because while even like some of us, myself included, have found things that we relate to in characters like Sean Murphy and Sheldon Cooper, they're all, if you notice, playing the same sort of stereotype of autism that gets perpetuated constantly and is almost one of the only types of autism representations that we see in media at all. Which then is what is partly helping contribute to a lot of the misunderstanding and misinformation regarding autism in people that don't fit into that white male category, that are low support needs and that, you know, have the various fascinations and hyperfixations. So it makes it harder and is contributing to the difficulty that a lot of people not in those categories have with getting diagnosed and getting identified. And then when we get, I've had it myself plenty of times, I'll tell people I'm autistic and they go, oh, you'd never tell, you never know. And it's because there's so much more pressure on people to mask who are women, who are POC, who are, you know, not falling into those categories. And when the only research that these actors are doing is on that representation of autism, that's where part of the issue comes in, because they can't know and they don't know how to show or represent anything else.
And another factor of it for me is like considering who gets to profit from our struggle and our trauma and our oppression. Because if you have a predominantly non-disabled team and a non-disabled actor making contact about a disabled character, then you have a predominantly non-disabled team and disabled actor profiting off of how difficult it is to be autistic without actually having the care to cast autistic people and involve autistic people in the successes of that. It's the same reason, like, with books and stuff, I do not trust books where the majority of the marketing is surrounding an oppression that the, like, writer does not face. Like, I'm not going to pick up a book by a white author where they're like, and this book is about racism, because that's weird. I'm not going to pick up a book, and that's not to say, like, white authors can't write black characters, but I'm also not going to pick up a book by an abled author who goes, and this entire book is about autism, and that's not to say they can't write autistic characters. I think you should be writing people's experiences outside of yourself. I don't think you should be writing, like, media that can only exist because of the oppression of identities outside of yourself. That feels weird and icky to me.
Yeah, like, I'm only fine, like, if you're a doctor and you're making an informational book for me, like, that's different. But,
yeah.
Like, you're sitting here and you are writing about a struggle you don't struggle with. You're now profiting, like you said, off of something you don't struggle with. That's unfair. And Todd also made a comment that was very Sia coded, because this is exactly what Sia was tweeting online. Good actors do good acting. Being something doesn't equate to good acting. Okay, but if you don't even give these people a chance, how do you know if they're good at acting or not?
No, literally.
What? Like, I'm sorry that you obviously are someone that probably thinks it's perfectly fine for, like, a white person to portray a black person in a movie, because that's what Todd is giving. Todd is giving, like, I don't care. Like, okay.
Yeah, like, I'll say, like, with this page, the most tagged account, because the focus of this page, for those of us who don't know, is uplifting and celebrating disabled authors. The most tagged person in every video I make is an author who vocally identifies as not being disabled. But all of their content surrounds it, so whenever people hear, like, disabled authors, that's who they jump to, and it makes me so deeply uncomfortable. But I think, like, it is a really big problem, and it's kind of like it's been the industry norm until very recently for disabled stories to be told by non-disabled people.
Okay, Todd, a lot of people get their breakouts in movies that aren't disabled, that are randos, that end up in $50 million movies. So that comment is really irrelevant. Like, what?
Also, I feel like there would be less of an issue if, like, there were more roles about disabled characters and autistic characters in general going to actors that are that way. I'm not saying that someone can't, you know, act in a film or a TV show or play a character that is autistic when they're not autistic, but when there is only a small handful of people that we can list that are autistic, that are playing autistic characters in shows and TV shows and everything, that's a problem.
Can we also talk about, this is something that irks me a lot, is the hospital shows that will say, oh, you know, these patients where it's, like, impossible for them to be healed and there's no actual records of, like, any of them being cured. Magically in the hospital show, they can be cured. I hate that so much. That is the worst. Like, people, they're like, you have a 0% chance of ever walking again. And then later on, they're able to walk like magic. And they always, for some reason, they always slip in that little bit of, like, religion, too, when they do those kind of tropes, which is really frustrating.
Yes.
Like, if that did happen, why are you thanking someone that didn't do it? Thank the doctor, damn it. But that really irks me, because there's a lot of things that are incurable or we don't have cures to yet. And in the shows, they're like, by the way, this super rare thing that, like, 10% of people get in this country is curable now. That is just not real. That is just not real.
But also, like, low-key, I'm kind of jealous of them. Because, like, what do you mean the doctor did all they could to try and treat me? What the hell?
No, for real. Like, put me on that acting show and suddenly I'm cured?
What the hell? You've done your job at hospital? That's crazy.
I think it feeds into, like, this expectation for the only satisfying ways for disabled story arcs to end is with either, like, it has to be tragedy and they die at the end of it, which happens in a lot of medical shows, or it has to be, like, a giant celebration and they're cured, when, like, the majority of disabled lives is just like dealing with disability every day. I'm so upset that we don't have more like hospital shows where the end is just they get discharged. They get discharged and they still have the disability, but like they have like a lovely support system that they're gonna go return to instead of the only option for happy endings being cures that don't actually exist that the show had to make up.
Todd, it's sad that you didn't get enough hugs as a kid, but you don't need to, like, you know, take it out on us, man. Sorry your mom didn't love you. Mine loved me, so, you know, sorry that happened to you, but...
I do think it's a good entertainment.
No, literally, that's why I'm like, y'all are having fun. I'm not gonna block him.
No, it's just...
I like this.
This is the same person that was probably upset when a lot of shows started replacing voice actors because they felt that the race should match the character. Like in Big Mouth, or like with Simpsons, like a million shows I could name right now. And everyone was up in like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm someone where personally, like when it comes to voice acting, I feel like, yes, you can do a range of characters, but then there comes limits.
Mm-hmm.
You know, especially if that character wants to focus on racial issues like in Big Mouth, they can't have a white girl trying to talk about racist issues for Black people. You know, it just, she doesn't understand, you know, it's different. But like when it's like, let's say like an animated like anime, you know, they don't have people that are Japanese voicing the English dubs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not because like, oh my God, no Japanese person. It's just they're doing that so that way people can listen to it in English. That's a whole different thing. But,
and I think again, it comes back to like who gets to profit off of whose oppression. You know, like there's a difference between having like a small side character in something who's never going to show up again and has few lines that have nothing to do with their race, and a character who's going to go on a monologue about their race. You know, one of those is more wildly inappropriate for a white person to play.
Exactly. Like, we're not saying no one can do those roles. It's just there's a time and a place, and there's an appropriateness to it that a lot of people don't seem to understand. Like, people are upset at Disney for, like, with Ariel, because they race swapped her. I'm sorry, it's a mermaid. It's a mermaid in an ocean. And she was the only mermaid that went to the surface all the time. If she wasn't going to get dark from the sun, that don't make no sense.
And the fact that she probably have sunburn into where the sun can't even get in her whole body.
Plus, we all know about Greek and Roman mythology. Those gods were messing around everywhere. So yeah, I do believe Poseidon would have daughters of different races and species. Like, it was more accurate that way.
Yeah.
I just honestly, I see so much of this controversy online, and I just look at it, I'm like, it is so not that deep. Like, what do you mean you're having Twitter arguments for like a week straight? Like, it's not that deep. Like, if you don't like it, just don't watch it. Like,
yep. It's not for you, then don't watch it. You don't, you know, click on the TV. You don't have to look at it.
I feel like there are definitely people who spend like decades of their lives not even thinking about Disney princesses, and then the moment that a POC one is announced, it suddenly becomes their entire personality, and it's like the most important thing from their childhood.
Because tell me why men are the ones speaking out on it the most when it's like, mind you, we know who these guys are, so they definitely weren't watching it growing up. Where are you speaking on it? Where were you?
Yeah. No, literally, it's like, oh, I was unaware you cared so much about Disney princesses.
I think as well, I just look at it and I'm like, well, we're not erasing that past, like, footage or whatever. Like, all the Ariel movies still going to be there. You can still watch them. Like, we're not getting rid of them. You know?
Mm-hmm. Not only that, but, like, a lot of the princess origin stories are not Disney versions either. Like, The Little Mermaid was not about a little mermaid girl. It was about a boy. That was Hans Christian Andersen's, can't say the word on TikTok, schmay. That was like his schmay story to the man that he was in love with. And that's why he was so tragic.
Oh
But
my
y'all
God.
aren't over here saying, why is it a straight woman mermaid? Why isn't it a schmay, boy mermaid? Nobody says anything about that, though. Like, if you're going to talk about the origins of the story, actually know what you're talking about, because Disney is not the origin.
Or like from a disability perspective, actually, The Little Mermaid has chronic pain in the original story, and it's in like no retellings, and nobody gets mad about that because you don't care about character authenticity if the character is changed to align more with like the norm. Like
Yep.
it's a very big thing when they're like, you will have feet, but you haven't walked on them your whole life, so it's going to be incredibly painful every single step you take. And I've seen I love Little Mermaid media. I've seen maybe 2 things my entire life that actually keep that part of the story, and I had to make one of them.
Yeah, like the curse was that every step that the mermaid took, it felt like walking on sea glass. And no one brings that up. That's why it gets me really upset when these people online are whining about Disney movies. They're not the original stories anyway. So why are you... It's a fictional made-up story. Who cares?
We are blocking Todd now because we're not spreading random bigoted misinformation.
I love the Todd, honey. Please be quiet. You're not welcome here.
No, sometimes it's fun to keep people around to argue with, but I'm like, when we start spreading misinformation, I feel like that's a line.
Yeah, especially when they're mentioning something like that.
Yeah.
What insane rage.
Yeah.
What an insane rage. Where do you keep pull that from?
Sad.
I started thinking about all the possible disabilities that the Little Mermaid could have because she lived in the ocean and now she's a human. Maybe she had lung problems because when a fish gets oxygen from the water, it's only oxygen that they filter. But if you're out on Earth, you also have carbon and it's not hydrogen. It's hydrogen, nitrogen. I don't remember. I'm not good at chemistry. And the oxygen is not going to be pure to her lungs, and maybe she needs something to help her breathe.
I think I mentioned before, just not on this live, I have a Little Mermaid character, Little Mermaid inspired character, who has HEDS because her body was designed for high pressure, and now it is not in a high pressure environment, and that's messing up with a lot of her connective tissue and joints. I think so many stories lend themselves so easily to disability, but then if you have the audacity to put disability in it, even if it makes the most sense, people lose their minds about it. Even if it's like The Little Mermaid, that is a story that involves mutism, involves chronic pain. My biggest pet peeve was because I had my Little Mermaid character who experiences chronic pain and used mobility aids, and it was about the same time Dimension 20 was doing their fairy tale campaign, and I had people emailing me getting genuinely mad, being like, Brennan Lee Mulligan wrote a mobility aid using mermaid, and you're doing the same thing, and you're stealing from him. And it's like, bestie, it's literally in the source material. The reason Brennan Lee Mulligan did it and I did it is because we're both nerds and we both noticed it was in the source material. It's not pirating anything except literally Hans Christian Andersen.
Yes, and about the pressure, you can also include hearing problems and vision problems, digestion probably.
No, so many fantasy species, especially fantasy species who go through any kind of transformation. There's so much space for disability rep, and yet people act like it's bizarre when you write them as disabled characters.
Yeah, there's so many invisible disabilities that I feel like nobody really talks about, and I think that also is a big problem for a lot of people, just in society in general. Especially for me, a lot of my disabilities, you can't see them, especially my back issues. And I have had old people giving me dirty looks in public when I'm complaining about my pain because, well, you're young. What is your problem? You don't have this. You don't know me. Just because you can't see what I'm going through does not mean it's something I'm not going through. And it's really frustrating for me because I just want for once to be able to go out in public and complain about the disabilities I'm suffering with and not have people just be like, oh, you're young, you're fine, you have nothing to complain about. That's so frustrating. And it's also really tiring because
if the media would present disabilities that people can't always see, I think it probably wouldn't be as bad as it is for me.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people that go through this, you know, people that have POTS, PCOS, things that you can't always necessarily see what's going on inside. I feel like the media needs to like pick up on some of that slack with the representation.
Yeah. And there's people resonating with that in the chat. By 3D Window says you're too young. You don't get to decide what does and doesn't affect us. Axel saying, I absolutely hate it because doctors do it too. I'm 21, so that must mean that none of my pain is real, which is so invalidating and terrible. I'm sorry you're dealing with that.
No, I mean, it's okay. You know, I've had to learn how to deal with it for the past, I think it's been 6 years now. I was in a car crash and it left me with herniated discs, bulging discs. So there are times where I will literally go to get up from the couch and all of a sudden my body slams back into the couch because I had a spasm in one of my muscles. And now it hurts to move. I am stuck in a weird position and I'm stuck on the couch crying for someone in the house to come help me because I can't move. And, you know, having people downplay what I go through because they don't see it hurts. It really hurts for me because these are things I go through, and to have people try and say, you know, I'm lying, I'm young, it really does affect me because there are times I get in my head, I'm like, this shouldn't have happened. If I, you know, didn't do this, I wouldn't have gotten in this crash. I wouldn't have had this happen. And I start to blame myself. And I know it's not my fault. And I know I couldn't control it, but that's what it does for me. Because I didn't have to have my disability, but then I realized, wait a minute, but it happened. There are people that are born with disabilities that have to deal with this from a super young age, as young as 2, 3.
Yeah.
And it helped me to realize, like, it's okay, you know, and I'm not trying. There are some times where I'm like, maybe I'm not really disabled and I'm just seeking attention because there are people that go through worse things. And I start to compare my disability to. It's a lot of mental emotions to deal with, especially since my disability, again, is something that I wasn't born with. It was something that happened to me later on in life.
Mm-hmm. Kit in the chat says, for me, I had to work for my parking pass, so I don't want to squabble with Karens every time I use it too. So fair. They said we work for accommodations for people to decide they aren't valid because they know better, which is so ridiculous, because especially when you have like legal accommodations like parking passes, it's like, okay, you think I'm faking it and convince the government that I was faking it? That feels like a lot more work than having to walk a little bit further to get inside a store, you know?
Like the same government that tries to take away what we need.
No,
like,
literally.
believe me, they gave it to me. There's a reason.
We had someone saying in chat a few days ago, and I think it's so smart, I forget who it was, that like not only is it important and would it be helpful to have more disability, invisible disability rep in fiction, but how it would be so helpful to specifically have invisible disability rep in fiction where people are fake claimed, where like you as the audience obviously knows that character is disabled, you've been following them the whole time, to kind of show abled people how frustrating and ridiculous it is when we get fake claimed, and hopefully discourage them from doing it in their actual lives. Because yeah, I feel like it's such a prominent part of being disabled is having random strangers ask you medical questions and tell you you're wrong about your own disabilities, but I feel like I don't see that represented a lot.
Mm-hmm. No, that's another thing. Like TV shows show like really drastic kind of points of view in the world. Either you have everybody in the show is super loving, super kind, nobody sees a problem, or everybody hates you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not really accurate. There are some people with disabilities where they don't deal with bullying, and there are some people where all they deal with is bullying. You know, and there's some disabled people where like it's a 50-50 or a 70-30. You know, everyone's experience is different. For me, I never got bullied because, again, like mine, you can't see. I was bullied for my mental disability of having autism, but the kids didn't know I had autism. They were just bullying me because I was the weird kid.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like in media, they make it so one way or the other, and it's not black and white like that.
100%.
Because, like, I know for my cousin, she thankfully had it really easy growing up. She went to school with a lot of really kind people. She had me and my mom. There was sometimes a few of the kind of asshole kids, but majority of her life, she has been treated really well. And that is something that makes me extremely happy because, she's my cousin. I love her. But again, we have had those experiences with people that just don't get it. But thankfully, she is really lucky to have been where we are because she didn't have to deal with it too much. A lot of the kids were genuinely just really super nice, and that makes me extremely happy. But I feel like if media try to portray it a bit more realistically than just everybody's super nice or everybody hates you, that would also be better representation.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of characters, non-disabled characters, are sorted into this camp of being like supportive or not being supportive, and it removes so much nuance. Because I find like even, and we were talking about it a little earlier, even like the supportive non-disabled people in your life are never going to fully understand what it means to be disabled, and that means they're gonna mess up and they're gonna do a bunch of accidentally validating things, And I think that's important to show because it's almost more impactful when it's someone who you're like, oh yeah, this person believes I'm disabled, this person knows I'm disabled, and then they have their moments where they're like, well, are you sure you're that disabled, are you sure you absolutely need that? And I feel like we don't really get rep for people in that gray area, when in reality the majority of people are going to be in that gray area. Like, you're not going to continuously choose to hang out with someone who is like consistently incredibly overtly ableist to you. Kit says, it's so rare to see an allied character to any minority mess up and apologize. Literally one of my least favorite tropes in fiction, as someone who like writes a lot of queer fic, is the like, oh no, I like outed this character trope and now I'm going to try and hide it from them for the entire book. Or I did something like really bad or dangerous for someone I care about, and now I'm going to try and hide it instead of admitting it and apologizing to the character. But yeah, you're so right. So little apologizing, and then disabled characters are expected to apologize all the time for being like too blunt with other people, for being too quick to anger with other people, but we're not expected to be given the same in return.
100%. I hate that. They always make the person with the like disability or that's the minority apologize, and not the person who actually did something wrong. Oh, well, I took offense when I shouldn't have, so I'm sorry. No. No, you were offended for a good reason.
Venus says they find it weird because usually the disabled character is the only one and not a 3+ group. Which I'm guessing is what we've talked about a few times. It's like disabled people are normally the only disabled person they know, which is so not true to life for the majority of disabled people.
Yeah, like it's because the thing is they're talking about they're talking about visible disabilities, That's why they're like, oh, I only know. No, you know quite a few people. You just don't see all of their disabilities. You say so. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say on that, I had someone comment on one of the videos on this page being like, I think disability is a very American issue. Where I live in the UK, I've only ever met 6 people with disabilities. And I'm like, that is blatantly not true. Like, anywhere between, depending on what statistics you're looking at, 1/6 to 1/4 of people have some form of disability. Unless you're living on an island with like 20 other people, you've met more than 6 people with disabilities.
Yeah, that's something else I really don't like is when someone takes their personal experience and they're like, well, this is my experience, so obviously it can't be true. No, that's not how that works. Like, I don't see people that are amputated near me. There's not really a lot of amputees. Does that mean suddenly amputees don't exist? No, I just don't see any. I haven't met anyone yet. That doesn't mean they don't exist or that it's, only a few people have amputees. You're not going to meet every 10 billion people on this earth. Like, you're not going to meet every billion. That's just not realistic. There's, like Arch said, there's 13.5 million disabled people in the UK. So you met 3 of them. You're not going to meet all 13.5 million. It's a huge land. Like, I hate that. That's one of the things I really hate is when someone takes their personal experience and portrays it as fact.
No, exactly. Like, I live near a veterans village, so I see so many amputees all the time. That doesn't mean I can be like, yes, every time you go in public, you're gonna see at least one amputee, because that's like my personal, our experiences are biased based on where we live and where we grew up. But no matter where you live or where you grew up, six is a wild underestimate. Unless you're literally still like a small little child, you've almost definitely seen or met six disabled people.
Yeah. There's also the fact that when people do that kind of behavior, that doesn't help the disabled community. That really hurts us only more.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're basically saying, oh, well, it's not as bad. People are just making it to be worse than it is. No, it's pretty bad.
No, literally.
Yeah, like, this is because I'm in debate spaces quite a bit. But yeah, typically a lot of people will use their own experiences as facts for everything. That's really annoying.
Yeah, and I think people don't realize, like, honestly, if you tell me that you've met zero disabled people, that's telling me a lot more about you as a person than statistics about the world. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, disabled people avoid you. Interesting.
Interesting. My other thing that a lot of people have been like really loud about online is the fact that a lot of autistic people, we tend to have sensory issues. So we have like certain foods that we don't like. And some people can get so bad that they have AFRID. Mm-hmm. And everywhere in the comments, you just see people, this is a first world problem. People in starving countries would eat it anyway. If they have AFRID, no, they don't. No, they would not. I grew up pretty poor most of my life, and we didn't have a lot of food growing up. Like, it was basically whatever was in the house you would eat. I would rather starve for days than eat what was there if I did not enjoy the food. Like, if we only had, like, eggs and stuff to make grilled cheese and I'm not into that food, I'm not eating it. I will starve myself.
Yeah, and like a ton of people have ARFID so severely that they're on feeding tubes and stuff for it. That is clearly not a first world problem where they're just choosing not to eat.
Yeah, that they don't understand. Like, it's a mental issue. And that's another thing. I'm tired of people trying to bring up all these, oh, well, third world country. Okay, so what are you doing to help? What are you doing to help?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I keep cutting out because I'm at work right now. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm cutting in and out because I'm at work, but on the like ARFID topic, I was the same way. Like, my parents got told all the time when I was little, like, just let her go hungry and eventually she'll get hungry enough that she'll eat it. Never worked. Never happened. Like, I would go days if my parents would have let me. They did not let me go days without eating. Because they learned and they caught on pretty quickly that like that wasn't going to work for me. But that was the advice that they got from everyone, all of their parents, because of my picky eating, so to speak, was that all they had to do was wait until I got hungry enough and then I would be convinced to eat it, which just never worked. So they actually had to put in like a lot of work in figuring out like what was causing me to eat certain food and not eat certain foods and things like that along the lines. But it does feed into what she was just saying with there's a simple attitude towards stuff and how things can just be dealt with because like they don't understand because that's all it would take for them, and trying to put themselves in someone else's shoes and see how it doesn't work that way. Because as I was sort of mentioning when I was on here earlier, autistic brains process information differently. Like at a fundamental level, the way that the brain has developed is different. So we're going to have different issues. We're going to have different problems that you would have no matter where you're at.
And on like the autistic brains functioning different thing, I think the like wait until they're hungry thing is especially dangerous because a lot of us do not get hunger signals in typical ways. Like I have interoception issues. My body does not experience hunger as a feeling until I'm literally about to pass out. You know, if you were like, "Oh, Alex is going to get hungry and then eat the food that they don't want to eat," that would literally never happen to me as a kid. And then people wouldn't be recognizing that I was not eating enough because of my ARFID because I wouldn't complain about things like hunger because a lot of autistic kids don't experience hunger typically.
Yeah, they had to, the way that we had to do it in my family, not with just like hunger, but with thirst and with just like a lot of the stuff, was learn the physical symptom or like the physical signs. And so like when I am thinking about certain things or when I feel certain things, I have to do like a inventory, like a checklist, mental checklist of like, does this fit the category for these different feelings of what it's supposed to be? Because as you said, you don't feel the symptom and then go, that's hunger. You just feel it. And there's no connection between the two. So still as an adult, I'm learning certain things and finally speaking to my family about some stuff. I'm like, what's this feeling? Like, what's this? Like, how does this work? And they're like, that's this. I'm like, is it really? Like, that's what I'm feeling all of this time? Because you don't know. Because, like, it always used to feel like you'd have, like, everyone got a manual that you didn't get. And everyone read the manual and you didn't get to read it. Is the way that I see it. And I'm like, oh, you just know this stuff instinctually. I don't.
Yeah. Autumn in chat said for them, like they don't experience hunger until or for them they define hunger as, oh no, I forgot to eat. I'm about to crash out from low blood sugar. And that's my hunger cues too, which like I have, like my mom was very into dieting and growing up, and she's a very like, eat when you feel hungry type of person. And it took us so long to be like, oh, that is not helpful advice for Alex. Because of like you genuinely don't know what's going on, like you were saying, what's going on inside other people's bodies until you're able to have those conversations and be like, wait, what do those signals look like to you? Because people like Autumn and I were like, oh, the signal for hunger is when you're about to fall over and pass out. When for the majority of people, the signal for hunger is something that happens long before that, and we need it specifically laid out to us to know how that's supposed to feel.
Yep, I didn't eat until like 8 o'clock last night. My boyfriend was like, have you eaten at all today? I was like, no. He got so upset. He was like, really? Like, I just didn't get the signal. I was hungry. Leave me alone.
I want more of those conversations in media as well. I want more of the autistic kid who sat there and is describing this sensation or this feeling or something that's going on with them, and then the person's like, that's this. Like, I want more of that to show that, because I think there is a lot of non-communication between autistic people and non-autistic people that people don't realize need to happen. Like, we didn't know some of these conversations needed to happen until I started just mentioning stuff. And then it was like, oh, wait, now how much have I missed out on life because I didn't know these different things? And I really think there needs to be, because then that encourages more people and more families to have these conversations with their kids.
Mm-hmm. Or even beyond like encouraging families to have those conversations, it can just alert people to the fact that things are experienced differently, right? Like I think Kit said in chat that they used to think that when people said they could work through hunger, it meant like, oh, I'm a little peckish, where for them that meant like, this is category 5, I need food right now, my body's about to start shutting down. So even if it's not like a full-on conversation in media, just like a casual reference to the fact that like, hey, autistic people experience hunger signals differently. This is how typical people would often experience it. Can cause a lot of people to realize a lot of very important things about themselves. And that like that's so easy. That's such a short thing to include.
I would also like if media would start representing why a lot of autistic people can have meltdowns, because they just make the character have a meltdown and they don't explain that it's from overstimulation. Mm-hmm. There is not a single like autism representation I've seen where they talk about overstimulation. Like, we're not just freaking out to freak out, and it's not just like all of a sudden, it's not just like out of nowhere. It's for a reason. It's because everything is too much, and I feel like that does not get talked about at all.
Colleen, you said you wanted to say something in chat. If you wanted to speak out loud, you can just jump in whenever. We talk over each other all the time.
I am not too good at that. I'm sorry.
So fair.
But what I was gonna say is something y'all were talking about earlier reminded me of like this idea that people have of common sense. I hate the term, but like I forget exactly what Alex had said earlier, but like the thing that comes easy to other people, and then like people tend to get mad when you can't do the thing that is common sense to them. That kind of thing really bothers me.
Yeah.
And a lot more show up to the like build up of meltdowns as well, because as they said, like it comes across as, and with like the common sense stuff of like, well, that should be common sense. Like it's always shown as like the meltdown came out of nowhere, as like a instantaneous occurrence. When a lot of the times when you go throughout the person's day, you see like there's a lot of little things that build up to causing it to happen. There's a lot of times building up to it. Sometimes they are instantaneous, but other times, especially for me, like you can start to notice the signs as they're building.
And I think on what Colleen said, I think more media that discusses the fact that common sense is not in fact common. Common sense is cultural. Like we were saying, common sense is very different depending on, especially if you're living in a neurodivergent brain, but a disabled brain in general. I think acknowledging that would open up those kinds of conversations that Shannon was saying were like so important for them to have with their family to figure out that they're experiencing things in different ways.
Yeah. And also, I think another part of it, people a lot of time use the term common sense as a way of just being ableist.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, I don't know, I've dealt with it my entire life. I'm autistic and have ADHD and like the various other things. But yeah.
You were talking about common sense. I remember about I promise I'll be fast. About this story, there was this deaf guy, and he went to the beach, and he didn't knew that the seawater was salty, because he never heard anyone talking about it. It's a thing that we learn about him hearing other people talking about, but he was deaf, and he never learned it, and he learned it at the worst way possible, water getting to his eyes. Poor man, but he learned something new when he was more than 20 years old.
One of my favorite cliche sayings, if I call it cliche, is that you don't know what you don't know. And when you are living in a bubble where you don't talk about these things, like it's very easy to not understand that, hey, what someone is thinking about in a certain way, someone else is thinking about in a completely different way. And we can, in a lot of times, accept that it's different in different cultures. So I don't see why we can't accept that within our cultures as well. And I think it uses a lot of ways of like, well, I don't know why you didn't think of this. This is common sense. Like this is in a way of like you're doing it wrong. You're doing it weird when that's not necessarily the case. You're just doing it in a way that you didn't think about doing it because you didn't know anything different. You didn't know any other way of thinking about it.
Kit in chat has brought up the fact that cleaning is an example of when people lean on common sense. Cleaning is not intuitive, it has to be learned, especially dealing with harsh chemicals and their interactions. Which, yeah, there's so many things too that, like, that's why I think common sense kind of is like every kind of ism and ist wrapped up together, right? Like it's classist, it's racist, it's sexist at times, it's ableist. Common sense is assuming that we all had the exact same upbringing that is often the upbringing of like a white Christian able-bodied little boy, you know? Like neurotypical child.
Yeah, it's really hard when you are supposed to be held to like the standards of everybody else when that's just not how our brains work. They're wired differently. And I also feel like these are the same people that don't realize like not everywhere in the world teaches these things. This is not something that's taught everywhere. You know, you got to stop using your little like white boy brain to think about it. Like you got to try it. And this is how I know like people that don't have empathy. But you got to try and just look at it from a different point of view at times. You know, you're not the only person to exist. You're not the only type of person in the world. And it's very privileged to think that way. Like you have the privilege of not dealing with these things. You don't have to, on top of it, not have any empathy. Seraphim, hi.
Venus says, anyone here knows sign language? With this being an international call, I would say if you're like planning on using it, specifying from where, because I know basic ASL, and I know one of these entire calls I kept using like very, very basic signs before being like, everyone I'm talking to is in the UK. We have very different sides there. Like I'm big and I'll throw it up a lot and being like, same. Which I think Kit showed me, like in the UK it's like that or something. I don't know what it is in BSL. Don't quote me on that. But sometimes, like, I forget that we all don't know the same sign languages.
Yeah, well, it's because when people learn about ASL, they're also taught, oh, it's a universal language. No, it's not. It is not. There is so many different versions of sign language. There is actually a, I can't remember where it was, but I think it was a country that starts with a C. I can't remember. I'll have to find the article again. But they made a new form of sign language because everybody's going to speak differently, even in sign language. I really hate that the thing they teach in ASL in school is it's universal when it's not. Like, yeah, there can be a lot of similar signs, and you can probably pick up on learning the different sign languages better once you have a base of sign language, but it's not going to work everywhere.
No, exactly. I think, like, honestly, calling it sign languages would be very helpful in clearing up a lot of that. Because, like, I don't even remember specifically being told ever that it's like one. But granted, the schools in my area do not have courses on sign language. But like, I think even if you are told like, oh, there's various sign languages, the fact that we consistently refer to it as sign language can cause people to be like, there's exactly one language, because why else would we be calling it that?
Yep, it's sign languages. Like it's always interesting to learn the differences. Just like with any language, there's going to be, you know, differences. The English we speak here is not the same English they speak in like Ireland, Britain, Australia. They have their own terms, their own slangs, like that are drastically different. Like I met someone online who lives in Australia through gaming, and half of the time I cannot understand anything they're saying. I have to always ask, can you explain what this means? Because they're speaking English, it's just not the same English.
Yeah, Kate in the chat is saying that they're from Yorkshire and their friend in Essex, despite both speaking, both using BSL, have different signs for mum because it's different dialects of BSL. Which I think is so interesting. Because, yeah, like, sign language has different languages, and then each language would have a separate like, a bunch of different dialects. My pet peeve is when people are like, that's not proper English. Like, it makes me, when people say it as if proper English exists, and then you try to like gently correct them, and be like, oh, like linguistically, proper English is not a thing. English is a language with like an uncountable amount of dialects. And they're like, no, but it's not the right one. And I talked to one person once who said they were a linguist and they agreed with me. Like, no linguist would. That, like, linguistics as a field would not exist if proper English was a thing, if there was one set way to speak every single language.
Yeah, that's something that also really bothers me. Is they're like, you know what proper English is. Is there even a proper English? All of this is made up. We made this up. This is all not even real, technically. It's made up words. The words I'm saying now, we made them. Mm-hmm. So don't sit here and tell me what proper English is. Because when they say that, I'm like, okay, so what about in the 1800s? You're not speaking that English. That's technically proper English.
Proper English is whatever, like, the dominant social class, which is often white men, are speaking. And which is, like... It's ridiculous because language is communicative. If someone has said something, you clearly understood what it was, then congrats, that was proper English.
This is one of my favorite topics to talk about. I love the idea of how language grows and evolves, and like how language growing and evolving like helps shape society. And like there's various different, like one of the smallest examples of language growing and evolving is something called a familect. I didn't ask if I could info dump. Is it
no,
okay?
No, go for it. I love languages too, so I love hearing language specific info dumps.
So what a familect is, it's well, before I explain what it is, does anyone here know what it is? So I don't I'm constantly overthinking everything I'm saying. I'm sorry.
You're so fine. Keep going.
Please go for it.
So here's what a familect is. It's like one of the tiniest examples of like it's like a small dialect between, like, it doesn't even have to be like family. It could be like a group of friends, or but like little things that say you're around these people so much that y'all start picking up like various little things that the other people do, and then you essentially have your like own tiny dialect amongst the people that you hang out with. And I think that that's really fascinating. And what's even more interesting is like as like the generations go on, like the generations of like the people that like created the familect, it's not like an active thing that people do, but like the people that created the familect, when they have kids, they start introducing it to their kids, and then that's how dialects start. And I think that that's so cool.
No, I think that's so interesting. And it's so I love finding things like that, like within like my own family, like because my family is very Croatian heavy, and there's so many like Croatian English melded words that only make sense if you're talking to someone in like my extended family. And if you were to talk to someone like from Croatia, I'm like, oh yeah, this is like what most people in Croatia call their like grandparents as a pet name. They're like, no, that is just the like 50 odd Croatian people you know that are connected to your specific region of the world, which I think is so cool.
That is very, very cool. Just in general, I think that like the way that I got introduced to like being like really interested in learning about language is, so I do it. Is it echo or like glitching? Sorry, I saw the bars on my thing and I was making sure that I wasn't glitching.
It's still good.
So the way that I got like started getting really interested in like language growing and evolving is so I do a lot of like the education lives for like debate-esque lives, kind of like essentially the sorry, my brain is not essentially like LGBTQIA plus lives, and we get a lot of people that are like, you're making up words. And the thing that they go after the most is like neopronouns. And I had to learn about language growing and evolving so I could explain to them, hey, language is constantly growing and evolving. And the thing that they love to go after is they, them pronouns. And so I'm like, I don't know, just yeah, that's where I started getting interested in language growing.
Do you use the comparison to you as a personal singular pronoun? Where like
Wait.
historically you was also specifically a plural pronoun, and now it's no longer, now it's used more often as a singular pronoun, and they was historically a plural pronoun that is used very frequently as a singular pronoun now.
I didn't know that.
That's
but
look into it because I love using it to fight with people. Because like if you're not using thou in the singular, you can't get mad at me for using they in the singular.
Right. And the thing that I talk about is the fact that Shakespeare was using they them in the plural, and they're like, their response is typically like, "Nuh-uh," and it's really cool.
I find one of my pet peeves in writing, because I write a lot of queer lit, is there is this expectation to constantly define like things that I guess not necessarily dialectical terms. I might have made up that word. I like to make up words that make sense in my brain. But like in community terms, like I will write a lot of queer lit, and I get a lot of reviews that are like, oh, this was okay, but like I wish especially if you use aspec terms, people are like, I don't know, I didn't know what queer platonic was, and it would have been helpful if there was like an author's note or like an asterisk defining it, which to me I hate to do because it's signaling that something is for an outgroup. It's the same as like I hate the pressure on bilingual authors to, when they write a sentence in a language that the character speaks, immediately follow it up with the translation, because that's not what the character is thinking in their head. That's signaling that this book is predominantly for people who do not speak that language, which is real weird and uncomfortable to me. I don't want to be signaling in my queer lit or in my disabled lit that something is predominantly for an outgroup. We all have Google. If I use a diagnostic term or a queer term that someone is uncomfortable with, they have the capability to go look that up. It does not make sense for a character like with autism to spend at length in their own narration describing what autism is just in case there's like a neurotypical person reading their mind, you know?
Yeah, and like you said, Google is always an option. People always forget that. Like Google is there for a reason. I don't know.
Someone did in chat say they've never seen nonverbal rep in books. If anyone has any suggestions there, that'd be great. I thought of one, but then I realized it's selective mutism and it's not nonverbal. But Het, it's a middle grade magical realism book, and the character being selectively mute is like a very big part of it. So I will put that title in chat.
There's one trope that I don't really see as much. I don't think I've ever seen it, but the autistic people with the hyper empathy. I like a lot of times when you get stories of like autistic folk, it's mainly like the savant type of thing, and not as much like uh the I don't really typically see the hyper empathy part of it. Would you say?
Yeah. I've talked a lot about how like the representation of savant syndrome as being something that typically affects low support needs autistic people I think is also kind of strange because most like to meet the diagnostic criteria for savantism you have to be low in a significant amount of other areas and oftentimes it's people who like their presentation is very much level 1 and it feels like you want the most appealable version of autism possible, even if that's not something that statistically or diagnostically makes sense.
Yeah.
On because I see that Kit has put a book with mutism in it in the chat. Sky Hunter by Marie Lu also has a character who's mute. However, she can mentally communicate with specifically the love interest, which I have opinions on, but it's still technically mutism rep. It is only the one character she can mentally communicate with. Or he can. I forget which one of them's mute, actually. It's been a while, but I know one person in that main couple is mute and can magically communicate with the other. I laughed out loud at what was it? I think who said it? Oh, Kara, I write. And Kara in chat had written the biggest thing they've had to look up about my books is fantasy terms like fae. And that's what I want. That's the energy I want to bring to fiction. Look up the weird nonsense words I use sometimes. Don't look up like actual queer labels. Or look up queer labels, but don't bother me about telling you what they are when you have an internet connection.
I have the problem when writing stories. I start writing I start writing them, but then I stop because I have like so many ideas that I want to do, and I get that like freeze.
No, decision fatigue is such a thing. I used when I'm a little chaos creature and I used to fully have people like vote on the genre I would write every month because I was like I'm not even making that decision. That's too many decisions. I found what's really helpful is like I will tell everyone I know and the entire internet the specific idea I'm writing next because then I can't change ideas because then I have kind of like that accountability partner except my accountability partner is the entirety of the internet that I've info dumped at.
I I've been trying to write this one book since I want to say 7th grade. And I'm 20 now, so I think that's probably an issue. But like some of the reason why I've had to like restart is because I like lost accounts and whatnot. But yeah, the
I
book
didn't.
that huh?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if your mic stopped working because we paused for an extended period of time, but keep going.
I I do that all the time where I just the reason why I pause so much is because I'm not sure if this is an actual term, but this is what I've been calling it. OCD induced stutter, because like the constant overthinking of everything I'm about to say. That's why I pause as much as I do. But the book that I'm trying to write is a FNAF fan fiction. And not in the fan fiction that people typically think about when thinking of fan fiction, but yeah.
Like, is it because you said book and you said fan fiction? Is it like fan fiction where if you wrote it, it would go on like a fanfic site, or is it like is it no 50 Shades of Grey as well? That's the fan fiction where it's like something you would publish independently, but that is technically based off of something else.
Probably the second one. And like it like it would be kind of like an alternate universe of FNAF, because the reason why I started writing it is because it's based off a dream that I had. Like the ending specifically is based on a dream that I had. And I woke up that next morning after having that dream, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. I wanna write about that."
Yeah.
Essentially, the summary is like these 4 people that are graduating high school, all end up living in the same house, because I'm still trying to figure out how I can get like the person that owns the house to trick them all into moving into the same house without them knowing. But as the story goes on, they'll start to realize there are some funky things happening in this house. And yeah.
That sounds very cool and interesting. Sorry, I didn't want to like hijack your point if you're done talking about it. But we have had, I think this is the second person I've seen in the chat specifically asking if we can talk about why disabled people are often portrayed as villains in fiction. If anyone had any opinions there.
I think that they're trying to use like a very horrible trope of, oh, well, this person is evil because of this. No, my disabilities never made me want to harm other people. That's kind of weird that, you're taking people and, the disabilities they have and, oh, well, they're evil because of them being disabled. What? That's a really weird, like, trope to do, especially when most of us, at least most of the people I have met, most of the people online that have talked about it, a lot of us that have neurodivergency disabilities are actually quite the opposite. We tend to be people pleasers. We tend to want to make everyone happy. A lot of us, so it's kind of weird that they play into it the opposite way of, oh, well, because it made you a horrible person. No, my disabilities make me want to be nice to everybody personally.
And I think getting rid of it as a trope is a lot more labor intensive than simply being like, oh, stop writing disabled characters as villains, because I think it is so ingrained in a lot of the ways that a lot of the tropes we have are ingrained in, like ableism or racism or xenophobia or all the above. Like, I still to this day encounter so much fiction, especially children's fiction, where they're like, here's the bad guy, and they're bad because they have a hooked nose, and it's like, that's not intentional overt racism. It is still racism. And a lot of disability tropes, especially when it comes to neurodivergent coded characters, people aren't sitting down to be like, and I'm going to write this character as if they're autistic. I'm going to write this character as if they have ASPD. I'm going to write this character as if they have BPD. But it inevitably happens because a lot of the tropes surrounding villainous characters are so deeply rooted in ableism.
Oh, I have another food allergies when they just like puff up in movies. There's more to it than that. It's like hives, but like I'm talking about tropes we hate. Sorry, my mom's here.
No problem.
Oh, I'm just talking on TikTok. So I'm on a live about disability tropes people hate. Yeah, that's it. So just ignore me, Mom.
No, you're completely right.
But when people with allergies, just like also like the self-sabotage with allergies, or like they eat the allergen to avoid something.
Yeah, and I feel like all allergy rep is the same too. Like, I don't think I've ever, and obviously like anaphylactic allergy rep is going to be more interesting, but I don't think I've ever encountered any allergy rep that wasn't anaphylactic. And to me, that feels like the allergy rep is in there for the drama and not to actually represent allergies.
Yes.
some people don't realize.
Mrs. Doubtfire, that is murder.
I always stop and think, dude, where's your EpiPen? If you had one, this would be solved. But no, you don't have one with you.
Like, my mom, she's allergic to cats, but she doesn't, like, break out in hives. She doesn't blow up. She just gets really, like, stuffy. Her eyes run.
Like when they're at the restaurant and he adds pepper to the stepdad's food.
Oh my God, Mrs. Doubtfire, yes.
I hate that scene.
That scene is awful. First of all, that's also encouraging people. Like, if you don't like someone, just give them their allergy.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I hate that scene.
Like, dang, I love you, Robin Williams, but that scene.
Yeah.
We'll do our best, Alex.
Ugh. The only one that did it right was no, not to you, Mom. Not to you, to the chat.
Yeah, my mum's deaf, so she catches like half of my sentence and then is very confused and I have to explain the whole thing to her.
No, there have been times where I'm on live and my mom comes into my room and I have to mute myself and I have to be like, Mom, I'm talking with other people online. Let's not
The
spoil
only ones that get it right are medical shows.
Yeah, or like sometimes in certain shows, like they try to make the shows that try to make light of it. It's still
Don't
not
even
really
think about it, Window.
But
And
like
I
when you
hate-
have a moment where like the character gets the person the wrong flowers that they're allergic to, and they're sneezing, they're stuffy now.
That's actually kind of good. Those
Like,
are
it's
actually kind of good scenes. Like, I don't mind those, but like the ones where Meet the Robinsons.
Yes.
Honestly, the dad should have disclosed before he even started anything that he's allergic to peanuts.
Yeah.
Like, he should have said that before.
Yes, in shows too, with people that have allergies, they don't
say it. They don't say it nearly enough, and then they have an allergic reaction and say, "Oh, I'm allergic."
Like, no, most people that have allergies will let you know right away, especially if it's food.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I see. We are close to the right, Alex? Close to the what?
Autocorrect. 5 hours of life.
Yeah, we're close. We're at 4 hours and 30 minutes. So we might end at 5 hours. We'll see. We'll see how the conversation's going.
I'm actually doing the writing thing.
Yay!
As we speak, I'm not procrastinating for once.
This is me procrastinating. That's why I keep saying
Yeah.
it's okay if we go very
See, the
long,
thing
because
is,
I'm supposed to write
it's
after.
so hard to make yourself do the work because we don't tend to procrastinate by being, massive air quotes, lazy. We procrastinate by finding other things that need to be done. I'm like, I'm not procrastinating, I'm cleaning my room. That can't be procrastinating. I'm fully procrastinating because I don't want to write. Well, I want to write, but I can't make myself write.
No, I always say I'm never as organized as during exam season. Like, suddenly everything needs to be clean.
Right? Like, you always knew when I had an assignment deadline coming up at uni because my room would be spotless.
He sells out washing machines.
What is the line between procrastinating and executive dysfunction? Is there a difference?
There is none. Certainly in my case, I find that when I'm really struggling to do a task, I will find 75 million other things that I need to do. And I'm a full-time carer with like 2 jobs and a disability. There is always something else that I need to do. So I never run out of ways to procrastinate.
That's because they found us so quick.
Okay. I've always kind of wondered that if there was like a difference between them, or if one is specifically, if executive dysfunction is specific to. Continue. Sorry.
I wasn't speaking. It's my mum's deaf and she's watching TV. Sorry.
It's okay. I don't know. I feel like I deal with really bad executive dysfunction with almost everything, including things that I want to do.
For me, the line is probably similar to like every person at some point feels anxiety, but there's a difference between that and having pathological anxiety disorder. And the difference is to when it gets to the point where it's disabling your ability to function, that's when it kind of becomes part of a disorder or a condition rather than just being something that humans do.
Okay.
The more you spend, the more you save in our beautiful riser recliners, back care support chair.
Also, part of it is like executive dysfunction is it's a really bad cycle because like you'll be like I need to do something but then something in your brain is making it to where you can't, but then like once you can't do the thing, your brain starts like the loathing comes, the self-loathing comes, and then it's like it's the and then after the self-loathing
Hey, Alicia.
it leads to words are hard. Y'all know what I'm trying to say, I think.
Just to address, because someone's asked if there's an age requirement to join. The only thing is, I am posting this afterwards, so if your camera gets turned on, I'd not even prefer, please be 18 plus. If you're joining just to talk in voice chat, 16 plus is fine with me, but there is a chance that one of us will accidentally say a word that will get you kicked out, because sometimes live is like, no 18-year-olds here, and sometimes it's a random word that you cannot pre-guess that it will be. But as long as the conversation stays appropriate, I'm fine with you joining in voice chat if you're over 16. Venus says TikTok 18, it's a TikTok requirement. It's a TikTok requirement depending on the content in a live, but also I've had like totally appropriate lives before where it's been flagged and they only let people 18 plus join even in chat. Yeah. I've also had wildly inappropriate lives before. We've been talking about more adult topics and they never end up flagging it. It's kind of a crapshoot.
Partly because it is robot moderated. So like I've had lives before where I've been flagged for intaking a certain kind of vaporized element, and what I was actually doing was chewing on a pen. And when you have this many neurodivergent people in a room, I find that the chewing the pen is kind of inevitable. The amount of times I've been flagged because I was chewing on a pen and TikTok thought it was a very different kind of pen.
I think TikTok doesn't let you open a live or join one if your account says you're minor, if you're under 18.
You can't. Yeah, if it knows you're under 18, yes. If you never verify your age, like it's such a mess. TikTok on my phone thinks I'm under 18. I turned 23 yesterday. I am 5 years over 18 now, half a decade. But like it lets me go on my computer because it's not set up. Like someone said that the verification system just does not work for computers, which sounds wildly dangerous.
Ironically, Alicia, so is Alex.
From Big Funeral Girls with Britain's most trusted.
That gets funny when you read Alicia's comment.
Go online to get your free quote now.
Oh, I am Ace. My earrings, they're dinosaurs though, if you want to see them. I was like, what am I? They're little dinosaurs. They used to have a child at the park got so mad at me because they used to be the light up dinosaurs, but I took the little light up balls out because they were too heavy and I did not want to damage my earlobes. And a child at the park was like playing with it, and I'll take it out and I'll cover the piercing part to let them see it when I was babysitting, and he found the little holes in the bottom from where I cut it out, and he now thinks I'm a dinosaur murderer, and every time I've seen him since, he gets like very angry at me about it. So if you cut parts of your earrings, do not let the small children see it. They will get very upset.
So, I know we often talk about how we as disabled writers also make mistakes. I literally just looked at the prose I was just writing and realized that because I haven't built the character yet or anything like that, I'm just writing off vibes at the minute. And I instinctively wrote "get to the loft" instead of "get them home." And I'm like, wait, this character, why would they live in a loft? Why would they live in a loft, Kit? That is the silliest thing.
Watch them behave things slightly better.
So I've just literally had to edit that to say get them home because why would this character live? This character has a disability. Why would they live in the loft?
No, literally, it's so hard sometimes. I find my biggest one is like I never know because so much language is inherently ableist, and I feel like there's a very fine line when writing disability lit to be like, am I going to avoid words that people would be like, not like ableist hate speech, but words like dumb, words like stupid, where it's like there's an ableist history to that word, but also in most connotations it is not that, and also in most connotations like those are words that disabled people hear all the time, and I always struggle. Book to book it's different whether or not I will include those words or not.
So now that also kind of reminds me, how do you write if you were to write a disabled person and like someone in their life is like ableist, how would you personally write that?
We've talked about this before, is the importance when showing ableism in fiction is the way that both the narrative frames it and the character is allowed to respond to it. Because there's a lot of fiction that will like use very ableist language and be like, this is just realism and I'm combating it, but like you're not combating it if the narrative is not treating it as negative. You're not combating it if it's just something that like consistently happens and consistently makes the character sad. We've talked a lot about the importance of portraying disabled rage and anger and how like those are I don't know, to me I think allowing your character to respond to it in a dynamic way, the narrative confronting it and confronting why that's problematic is really important, rather than it just being something that's there and is allowed to hang there because, well, it might be obvious to you as the writer that like obviously you're saying this thing is bad. If it is something you allow to just hang there, it doesn't make your positionality as clear to disabled readers who might be put off by it.
For me, I don't know how someone can write a character being ableist without like it having like a negative attachment to it, because I mean, and I'm saying this because I agree with you. I think that like the fact that people can just write it and like have it be just there, I don't understand how those people do that.
Mm-hmm. I think like there's definitely authors I've read, especially I've read in like university courses, I find like rich old white men, who you can tell are kind of reveling in it. Like I don't think we should say like you can never have ableist language or ableist slurs in books, but there's a difference when it's like a word that is used like 50 different times in a book and you can tell that the author is kind of using it, because I don't even know how to say it without just being like it's a vibe, where like I can tell you wrote this book because you really wanted to call a lot of characters the R slur,
Yeah, it reminds me of like when your English teacher is a little too excited to read slurs in language and media. It's like,
Absolutely, that's exactly it.
When I was doing my bachelor's in English Lit, I actually studied what Katie did and Peter Pan, Peter and Wendy, as like two in a comparative essay. And I remember I was so uncomfortable that I ended up writing at the beginning of this essay that the language used in a lot of these books is no longer considered appropriate, and the use of the language within this essay does not reflect the views of the writer. Because I was just so uncomfortable writing an essay with some of the language that is in the original Wendy Darling book.
Yeah. No, and it's so tough, especially in academia, to navigate. Because I know, like, one of my like foundational disabled person in academia experiences was last year in the final course of my English degree, when all the classes are getting smaller. So it's like a class of like 20 people, making it very visible that I'm the only visibly disabled person in the room. We had this reading. I forget what it's called. I think it's called like the Overstory or something. I don't know. It's not, because the Overstory was the one that was not super bad. It was a different one that was really bad. And like half of the cast was disabled, and all the language used to describe that from the narrative was like very intentionally edgy. And someone else brought up the fact that they were like deeply uncomfortable with it. They wish we'd been warned ahead of time, especially because we were like advised to listen to the audiobooks. You're just like walking to class listening to the audiobook and suddenly someone's being called like the R slur in your ears, which is not very enjoyable. And it instantly was a conversation that the professor turned around on me and like, what is your opinion as the one disabled person in the room here? Which is kind of why, because like from her generation, she's like, they're just writing it realistically, but everyone in the room was like, no, it feels like that thing where it feels like this author is kind of like getting off on the fact that they're able to use this language. And still to this day, it's such like it's so hard for me to articulate where that line is. It genuinely to me is just vibes based most of the time, but there are ways that slurs are used in books that I think is productive. There are ways that slurs are used in books where I'm like, you are so excited that you get to use a slur and you're using the excuse of, because this was like a piece of modern lit, you're using the excuse of like, this is actual language that would have existed at the time as a rationale. Odysseus's rest of the username that I'm not going to read for live reasons says they're grateful their English teacher because she refuses to say the slurs in books, which is like the normal thing to do.
Yeah, or at least like have a conversation with your class before you start the book that there is language used in this novel and it's used in this way, and well, you're not going to get in trouble for reading it aloud. Because I think when you've got students reading aloud and they're just following word for word, the last thing you want is them worrying about getting in trouble. Because you kind of just carry on reading. You don't necessarily process what you've read before you say it. But I think at least having a conversation when you start this book that there is language in this book that is going to make people uncomfortable, and that doesn't reflect the views of the person teaching it, and it doesn't reflect the views of this class, is a really important aspect.
Mm-hmm. Someone has. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I think.
I was just going to try and come up with a new topic from the chat. So if you had something like on this topic you wanted to talk about, please.
Well, yeah. One example of like the what y'all are talking about is when we read Of Mice and Men in high school. And I don't know if any of y'all have read that book, but they use slurs a lot in that book, and it's not great, but like the teacher didn't read the book, but we had there was a audiobook thing that read it, and that was yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's still tricky, and I think we still have to have those conversations, like Kit was saying, to be like, hey, you're going to be hearing words that make a lot of people deeply uncomfortable. This does not reflect our classroom. This is not language we're going to be using in this classroom beyond quoting direct quotes from this book. Axel brought up in chat, slightly off topic, but their roommate just brought up how the typecasting of little people feels weird. On one hand, giving them jobs is great. On the other, do they always have to be cast as an elf, as an example? If anyone had any opinions or things to say there.
So I think it's an odd one. I don't necessarily think that it's little people only being cast as elves, so much as elves only being cast as little people, which is a very different thing. It sounds the same, but in terms of hiring practices and writing practices, it's very different. Tyrion Lannister is a great example of a disabled person, a little person who holds a lot of power. So I think it's an odd one to discuss, and I'm not entirely sure like how comfortable I feel discussing it in depth without that someone here to represent that community. But I don't necessarily think it's a case of they are only ever cast as elves, as much as it is a case of elves are only ever cast with little people because they make the most sense.
I think to kind of broaden it to make it more about like generalized disability, which I feel like we as a group of people are more equipped to speak on. There is, though, with that, the idea that like if you are a disabled person and you're getting roles that were written as if they could be able-bodied roles, you are oftentimes a disabled person, if you're a visibly disabled person, who already has a very established career. You know, like there is literally, what is his name? The guy that is cast in all of the roles all the time if there's like casual little person rap.
Peter Dinklage?
Yeah, Peter Dinklage. See, like he's like genuinely one of the only little people in Hollywood I can think of who gets cast in roles that were written for people of any height because he already has all that fame from initially taking on typecast roles. I think like it is genuinely so rare to see a disabled person cast in a role that does not revolve around their disability, and I think that as a whole is an issue.
I think Bill Nye is a great example of a disabled person who, again, he made his name first before he developed a disability. So Bill Nye has Deutschland's contracture. I know that because it's the same thing my aunt has, and she goes on about them having the same thing all the time. And in Underworld, you see him sort of grab her neck. The last two fingers aren't real because he can't uncurl those fingers in real life. So you see it quite often in his normal acting roles. He's holding his two sort of lateral fingers in whenever he uses his hands, and it's not a characterization. He can't uncurl those fingers. He has Deutschland's contracture, but he was already a very, very famous name before he developed Deutschland's.
There was I forget what it's called. Anna Kendrick produced it, like a Netflix movie, and the main girl in it just casually has like a hand, like a finger deformity. And it was genuinely the first time I'd ever seen that. And sure enough, when I went to look up like the name of the movie to be like, oh, what is this actress? Does she fit into that stereotype of like, not that stereotype, but that trend of like people with physical differences or disabilities only being cast after they're really, really famous? When you literally just looked up the name of the movie, all of the articles were about how brave and significant it was that she was cast in this role despite, and I think it's literally like her hand is like two of her fingers are fused together. And which isn't a big difference and does not inhibit her ability to play any kind of character. But because it is so rare to cast a non-established actor with a physical difference as a character where it doesn't matter, all of the press about the movie became about that. I want to try to find the name of it. If anyone knows the name of it, let me know. It's like based on a true crime Anna Kendrick directed thing.
I believe I know what you're talking about. I never saw it and I don't remember the name, but I know what you're talking about.
Sorry, I got so excited. Hi, Squishy. We hope you're feeling better than you have been the last few days. Feel free to join if you want. This is a complaining one. We're just complaining about things we don't like about the portrayal of disability in fiction.
I'm curious on y'all's opinion. Y'all had mentioned Peter Dinklage, and I one of the things that I thought of was I believe it was Infinity War. No, it might have been Endgame, where like instead of keeping him at his regular height, they made him a giant. I'm curious y'all's opinion on that.
Again, I think Peter Dinklage has voiced so heavily how much he does not like being typecast as only roles for little people. So I think in his specific case, okay, great, awesome that we did something that counteracts that in something. If it was a performer who was like, hey, it's really important to me that I may like continue to be disabled the entire story and it's about that, I think that's different.
Sorry, I'm a Norse mythology nerd. I kind of need to interrupt on this one. The giant dwarves were not a thing for Peter Dinklage. The giant dwarves were already a thing. That is who built Mjolnir. Like that was already a thing. In Norse mythology, it is giant dwarves that do a lot of forging. They are a specific race of people within the Aesir. And yeah, it's a really cool casting for Peter Dinklage, but they did not like retroactively shift these characters to make it fit Peter Dinklage. The giant dwarfs were already a thing.
Well, I had a feeling on that, but I was just talking about specifically the fact that they asked Peter Dinklage to play that character.
Squishy has brought up in the chat that Peter Dinklage also gets to play a goat in Wicked. Like, I do think he is one of the few visibly oops, max number of guests reached. I'm going to leave for my other account, Squishy, and then if you can actually, I think I can let you in when I leave from that account. That's crazy. We never reach the max level of guests. Cool, I can let you in now. Yeah, I think Peter Dinklage is one of the few people who gets to be cast in, like, roles written for people of any ability or size or whatever.
Yeah. And, like, again, Wicked is a great example of progress moving forward. There are, like, problematic parts of the story within disability, but that predates the movie. Like, they are sticking to the story, but they're moving forward by casting it in the most appropriate way that they can.
Can I just say they cast Peter Dinklage because Peter Dinklage slays, please?
Yes, they did. The best way that the problematic element I was actually talking about Nessa Rose. I should have clarified that. Sorry.
Wait, in the movie or the musical?
The movie, because in the musical there has never been a wheelchair user cast as Nessa Rose, but in the movie they cast an ambulatory wheelchair user as Nessa Rose.
Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there are still, like, problematic elements within the story, like the fact that she kind of gets healed within the story, but that predates the movie and the musical. It goes back to the book. So they're carrying on with the same story, but improving it by actually casting a wheelchair user.
Did they not change the healing part for the movie? I don't know if they're gonna do that.
No, they've said they're sticking with the story as is.
But Marissa Bode has said that they're changing a lot of things about Nessa's, like, characterization, but not necessarily the story beat. So I think she still gets healed. I think we might be seeing different motivations and different reactions to it, but it's not out, so we don't know. But she has spoke a lot about how she's been talking to them about how to, like, decrease the ableism there a little.
Slay Queen.
I don't know if you guys follow Marissa on TikTok. She's so funny. I love her. She's so cool.
Wait, so now that they're casting ambulatory wheelchair users, does that mean I get a chance at Nessa?
The problem is, unless they rewrite the stage script, probably no, depending on how ambulatory you are. Because it's like the movie, yes. I don't know how you do Act 2 7 days a week as an ambulatory wheelchair user.
I can't walk long distances because I faint. That's my only thing, so I think I can handle.
Just to say to our person in chat who was, like, in video and then you left for a bit and I just removed it. It literally wasn't even because you're not talking. We're just at the max amount of people and it seemed like you had left your computer. So, like, if you're welcome to be here, I did not mean to disconnect or kick you out for any personal reason. It had the, like, gone away thing, and since you hadn't talked yet, I figured you weren't actively there.
It was okay. I was taking it because I don't know when the right time and place to speak is. And I just kind of, like, wait for a really long time until I think I can speak about, because I don't want to speak about something that's really different from everyone else.
Most of us are neurodivergent. We're gonna keep doing that.
Yeah.
It's super fine.
We bounce around topics all the time. The other thing is, sorry, Squish, go ahead.
No, go. I didn't.
The other thing is, because we're all neurodivergent, we all tend to have a few things in common, one of which is not knowing when to speak and being really uncomfortable with silence. So you kind of have to be on the ball a bit to jump in quite quickly, because one of us will speak because we're all really uncomfortable with silence and have no idea how a 8-person conversation works.
Yes,
at this point in my life, I just accept that I don't know when I'm sorry, I'll be fast. When I'm supposed to start talking, so if I cut someone, I just don't really care anymore. Because if I'm gonna care every time I do it wrong, I'm gonna care 100% of the time. So, go for it. Okay, so what I was gonna say is, like, the high school experience of being, like, quote unquote high functioning, because to me, I'm not high functioning. Like, literally all I do is clean my room, do sports sometimes, go to the gym sometimes, and sleep, and that is it. Like, and I'm still exhausted 24/7, but I do have chronic fatigue. But at the same time, like, that is really debilitating. But at the same time, like,
I can't go out in public and not like feel like loads and loads of anxiety. But anyway, what I was saying, I had a really, really bad high school experience. I went to an all-girls school, which is like it was really bad for me because especially like girls, they can really tell when like there's something different about you. So everyone had a lot of problems with me because I was very weird and I had like weird interests, and like people would come into my room and tell me that things were not socially acceptable. So I had to get rid of it all and all things. But I could not manage going into school. Like, it wasn't just the anxiety and bullying and things like that. Like, I just could not get myself out of my house. Like, I would have to have a period of time just sitting there and waiting until I could, like, actually leave. And, like, I feel like I was so, like, failed because I was just forced to go. And, like, I tried so many things. I tried to like convince them to let me homeschool because I just couldn't manage public school, and like the school bell specifically would literally almost make me cry every time it would go off because it was so painful to listen to. And every time you walk into the classes, there's a bell near every hallway, so it would literally be like right in your ear, and I just couldn't handle it, and I just couldn't handle school. And I feel like that people just kind of see that you're not very high on the spectrum and you don't seem like very high on the spectrum, so they just make you do normal things that you can't do because they assume that you can do it just because you seem normal. But I am very, very high masking, and I think I'm very, very good at it at the same time. Like, I struggle emotionally a lot, but I'm really good at hiding it. So people kind of just assume that there's nothing really wrong with me. And I had to go through so many things that I just couldn't cope with or deal with. And it put me in a horrible spot just because I feel like they kind of assume that because you're not like physically disabled that you can manage it when you really can't. Like, I feel like they don't understand that it is really, really hard on the inside. Yeah, I'm trying not to speak too much.
And it's so hard because, and I think that's why it's important we do stuff like this and talk about how to represent disability more authentically in media so people get more of like a full picture view on what things like autism that do exist on spectrums can look like. Because it's almost this double-edged sword where you have to do so much self-advocacy, but doing all that advocacy, even if you're using like all of your spoons up to do it, sometimes signals to the people around you where they're like, oh, well, you were able to do all this research and like fill out all this paperwork and figure out all these things about how you can be accommodated. Surely that means that you're like abled enough to not need these accommodations in the first place, you know? It's so tough, and representation is so important to helping combat that.
I did have extra support. There was an issue where my Senko teacher, I was in this youth group for people with like disabilities. And they came into our school, and my Senko teacher told all the parents that even if you have a diagnosis, you do not need an EHCP, which is an educational healthcare plan that gives these neurodivergent students extra support, such as like extra time in exams, like extra help and things that they need to like function better in public like mainstream school. And when I finally got my EHCP, I was told that I was using my ADHD as an excuse and that I was abusing because I'm still on medication that gives me like a lot of anxiety, but it is the only thing that will actually keep me awake and functioning. So I had to leave 5 minutes early from every lesson, and like I had to go to the canteen early because if there was a certain amount of people, I just couldn't like handle it. So then I was always told that I was like, you know, don't abuse it or don't do this, but I was always feeling like I was abusing these like extra supports, things that I needed, such as like a reduced timetable and stuff, and I was treated like I was just another student that was lazy and didn't want to go into school and all these things. And I feel like that is such a problem with being like high functioning or whatever. You just can't tell that there's something wrong, and like, so you're treated as if you're like trying to get out of things and like just being lazy and like not wanting to do things that other people do and stuff, which I just think is so like out of order.
And I was having a conversation when I got my ADHD diagnosis. In my school, autistic people and people who have ADHD or other neurodiversities that need to do the tests isolated, they can do. And I said, oh, but I really want to do it. And my friend said to me, of course you want to do it, and of course you will do it. You've went your whole life without this right, and now that you can do it, you will do it. Because you need it, and now you can. And that's okay. It's your right.
Just to say, because we have a lot of people in the chat who were not here a few minutes ago, we are discussing things we don't like about the representation, tropes, misconceptions surrounding disability in media. If you have anything you would like us to talk about out loud, put it in the chat and I will voice it to the rest of the people on panel.
So while there's a quick break, I've actually just realised I'm going to have to sidestep a potentially problematic representation of DID very hard with this. So now I mentioned that I'm writing sort of like the experience of having a demon that you actually quite liked in your body being forcibly removed, similar to being forced into curative treatment. But I'm going to have to work really hard to be very clear that this is not a representation of DID. This demon isn't an alter, it is a foreign body within this character. The character's just quite happy for it to stay.
Okay, now all I can think is whenever people ask me where I'm looking, I tell them I'm looking at my pet demon Asmodeus. No. What was his name again? Astrophilus.
My car is called Abyssian after the demon king of the hells in Immortals After Dark.
Slay.
Can we talk about a lot of the stigmas around ADHD and how there's a lot of kids that are misdiagnosed because from society's standpoint, they think that children should be little adults. But if you're really expecting a 5-year-old to sit still for 8 hours, and because they can't, because they're 5, you're going to now say they have ADHD and put them on meds when they probably aren't. I really think that's a problem, especially for the people that do actually have ADHD and get ignored. Because it doesn't look like the way they think ADHD should.
So my nibbling has ADHD, and she realistically is going to need medicating at some point because she has that level of ADHD. And the difficulty that you have in like actually getting medication for a child with ADHD, it's so hard to access things like Adderall or Ritalin. They will go to almost any other solution first because it's not as simple as my kid has ADHD, give them effectively speed.
So where I live, particularly, there is a problem with any kid that shows any sign of hyperactivity being told like they have to be on these meds or they can't attend school. My brother Mitchell was one of those kids, and then my friend that I have been friends with since I think first grade. They were kind of just hyperactive kids. My brother doesn't have ADHD, does have autism, but not ADHD. And they literally told my mom if he doesn't take these meds, he can't go to school. And I think that's very problematic. Like, how are you going to tell them that they have to have their child on this medication, especially when that is a really young age? You know, no 5 or 6-year-olds can stand still for 8 hours a day. That is just so hard for kids. And it's created where I live a lot of kids that are misdiagnosed because they're not looking for actual traits of ADHD. They're just looking for, oh, this kid can't stay still, so they have ADHD. That's just like where I live. That's a big problem here.
and it really hurts other people that do have ADHD and go ignored because of it. There was one of my friends, she actually was misdiagnosed, and the meds would make her not want to eat at all. The only thing she would eat is sweets. She ended up getting type 2 diabetes because of that. And then they found out she doesn't actually have ADHD either. I think there needs to be a better system in place for actually like seeing when kids have it and when kids are just being kids.
However vaguely you're comfortable with, where do you live?
Right now, I'm not there. I'm in a different state, but where I come from is Florida.
Okay, because that's really, because like here, we're not even allowed to overtly say the kids have ADHD. We're allowed to say maybe you should get referred. We definitely wouldn't be able to kick them out of school for it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. My response to that was definitely, Florida. That makes a certain amount of sense. And this is from the person who lives. My city is the UK equivalent to Florida. Like, you know, your Florida man, always in the news. We have Holman. My city is literally the UK's version of Florida.
Wait. Did you just say UK? Because yay.
Yeah, Squish. I'm in Yorkshire.
Oh my god! Of course.
Me too.
You live near Emily.
I do live near Emily. Yeah.
It's you again.
Hi, Squish.
Oh, we love Emily. Hi.
Someone said something about chronic fatigue in the comments, and like I just want to say what's really, really, really annoying about chronic fatigue is I would not be awake right now, by the way, if I did not take medication, because it is a stimulant and like it does keep me awake. But I go to this chronic fatigue hospital place that like specializes in it, and like we have appointments that's in Sheffield, and they always said to me and my mum that it would go away if we did pacing, which basically they taught us. This woman basically told me and my mum that as long as I forced myself to get up at a certain time, if I made sure and forced myself to wake up at like 9 o'clock every morning, that eventually it would start working and my body would naturally wake up. And that is such a stupid, and especially for someone that is supposed to be a professional, and told me that if I, went on a daily walk and if I did these things, and there was even videos that other people that struggled with chronic fatigue made that were saying that how this pacing would totally work and how it like solved their problems. It does nothing. Like, chronic fatigue is so horrible. Like, in the mornings, it literally takes me about 3 hours to actually wake up because my body is literally falling in and out of consciousness and I cannot stop myself from falling asleep. It is impossible. It is so hard. And the more that you fight it and the more you fight staying awake, the more exhausted that you'll get. And it just annoys me so much that people really think that routine and, like, trying to force yourself to do things that feels kind of impossible is going to like solve this problem. Because I haven't had chronic fatigue my whole life. It started in lockdown, but then it started getting really, really bad like throughout my secondary school experience. And it's just like being told that as long as you do these pacing methods that it will all go away is just so annoying, and it actually makes things so much worse. I don't know if there is actually some kind of thing that would help, but my chronic fatigue gets worse and worse and worse every year.
A lot of people are resonating with some. Yeah, I was literally about to actually say, Colleen said she wanted to say something. Go for it.
Sorry. What person at the top, what would you prefer to be called your name?
KT is my name.
Okay. What you were saying earlier about the with routine doesn't like automatically fix the disability. It's the thing of like sometimes you can in rare cases, but like you can't just learn how to not be disabled, and like the idea of learning to not be disabled really it's an idea that comes from like neurotypicals believing because they can learn to just do something they think it's going to be the same for disabled people, and I think that that's harmful.
No, I definitely
Definitely.
add on to that as well. Like when it comes to people that have thyroid issues, some people that are overweight from it and really can't lose the weight from it. And people will be like, well, this person with thyroid issues did, so why can't you? You're just making excuses. Everyone's journey and path is not going to look the same. Like my autism is not going to be the same as else's.
Squish, if you're not feeling well, then please go rest. Like, please go rest.
Anyway, I'm one of those people with thyroid issues, and they also put me on a medication for a disorder I didn't have, and now everyone is mad at me.
I'm so sorry. See, it's things like that that really upsets me. That's
Wait,
not
who the fuck
what's
is
up.
Golok the Destroyer? Because everyone keeps calling me Golok the Destroyer. Like, who even the hell is that? Sorry.
Oh, that being mean. That being mean.
So, should I just change my name to Golok now to fuck with them? Like,
I honestly, the idea of being named Coralock, that sounds really cool. Not gonna
Golok
lie.
the Destroyer.
I love that response to negativity, being like, okay, do I just fuck with them now? That's amazing.
I am Chaos Incarnate, but Chaos Incarnate feels like she's going to faint, so I gotta dip. I love you.
Bye. Go take care of yourself. Hope we see you again soon.
Can you help me leave?
Yes, I can kick you out.
Love you.
Kicking you out with love.
Can we also go back to like the ADHD and medication thing that we were talking about earlier? I wanna specific, if it's okay, can I talk about my experience of like getting diagnosed and whatnot? So essentially, second grade, I was diagnosed with ADHD when I had moved in with my stepmom. For a little bit of context, she is Satan incarnate. Not gonna lie, but we don't have to go into that right now. I'm only going to go into a little bit of that. So essentially, when I was diagnosed, I was pretty much immediately put on like medication, and any time that I would not be doing good in school, or like they would see that I'm like having focus issues, they would up the dosage or change the medication, and they kept on doing that, and they kept on doing that until I became a zombie, essentially. And I like the fact, and I dealt with this from up until I was 17, and however old you are when you're in second grade, I never know, like I don't remember the ages of like grades or whatever, but from second grade until I was 18, I had to deal with the medication stuff. And like what also didn't help with it, I also had to like actively hide myself and when it came to like it's kind of hard to explain. I just know that like I had to work 10 times harder to not be underestimated by people because of my disabilities, and like the fact that I was an undiagnosed autistic kid because when I was young, they couldn't diagnose me. But that's a whole other story.
Yeah, talking about medication too. I don't really know much about the medications apart from the one that I'm on, but I remember the one time I tried a non-stimulant because of the anxiety that the one I'm on right now gives me. So I tried a non-stimulant. The side effects, I looked through them, I thought, this is amazing. Like, it literally is it sounds so amazing. It sounded like it was literally going to fix all my problems. Like, it said that it helped with anxiety and like other issues. I got it, and the side effects on the box were completely different. The side effects were so bad. My mum at the time didn't even tell me this until after I'd already went through the repercussions. But the side effects on the box said, the S word, ideation, and inflict, self, so that was really disappointing that, we bought the medication and it just came awful. And honestly, it had changed the... I can't focus. Anyway, okay, so it really changed the way that I thought and the way my brain was. I was making really bad choices. I was in a really, really bad state. Like, I actually went on S watch, and I was given no support in school for that as well. So it was a really, really difficult thing. And I've gone through 3 different medications, and I feel like methylphenidate is the only one that really works for me. And I also think that over time, because I've been taking it for so long, that I've had to up the dosage so many times because it just kind of gives me so much anxiety, and then it's the good things stop working, and then I have to up it. And I feel like people don't understand how different you can actually feel on medication, how much it actually affects the way you act, the way you think, the way you feel, and everything. Because it was so bad, and it was not me. I felt like a completely different person. And honestly, it really upsets me because I did do bad things, not morally bad things, I just made bad choices. And my brother still holds that against me to this day. But he really doesn't understand neurodivergence and anything like that. He calls me the R word and all sorts, he's whatever. But I just feel like people need to kind of understand medication a lot more and how it affects people, young people especially.
Yeah, we have people resonating with that in the chat. Gabrielle says, one SNRI gave me awful paranoia. I never experienced anything like it. Medication can really change you. My more lighthearted medication story is when I was in high school, I was on the adult male maximum amount of an anti-anxietant because they kept being maybe the autism traits will go away if we get rid of the anxiety. They did not. But a girl at my high school literally clocked the exact medication I was at. Because it was making me jittery and it was making me really nauseous, so I missed a lot of class. And at one point she pulled me aside. She was like, "Hey, are you on this? I am too." And then we became friends, which I wish we became friends without all the side effects. But I thought that was very funny and significantly more lighthearted because some of these get very heavy. Not that they can't get heavy. If people want to say heavy things, go for it.
Excuse me. I need to leave now. I just need to thank you all. It's been so great with you. And bye-bye. Kisses.
I gave you a follow, by the way.
I followed you. I follow everyone.
Yes, I'm already following you. I think. I can double check.
Yes, you are.
Okay,
I
awesome.
cried
I
a
remember
lot.
exactly when and why I followed you.
I cried a lot. Bye.
Me too.
Hey, yeah, so for those of us in the chat or in actual live, we are technically supposed to be talking about disability rep in fiction that we do not like, but we're also kind of talking about anything. I will say we're probably not going to go much longer because I've been, as Gabrielle just put it out in the chat, it has been 5.5 hours. I don't know if y'all saw me mute to eat like literally an entire bag of chips because there was no food in my body for the last 5 hours, but I don't know how much longer I can go without having like an actual meal.
Yeah, I just want to say, sorry, I've been quiet. I'm literally setting up the ironing board because, yeah, I really want to be here, but I'm also still a full-time carer.
I was gonna say, have we talked about Glee?
We have not talked about Glee. What are your opinions on Glee?
So I can't remember all the characters' names, but I know there is one character in a wheelchair.
I think it's Artie, but I could be wrong.
Yes, Artie. And a lot of people try to excuse the fact, like, oh, well, for certain scenes they couldn't have someone in a wheelchair do that. You could have had a semi-wheelchair user, though, which is still a disabled person who uses a wheelchair. They just don't always need it. It depends on how their body is and whatnot. Like, there's people that try to make excuses for it that even I go, okay, well, they still could have accommodated by doing A, B, and C. Like, all the times they dance with Artie on the stage, lifting the wheelchair and whatnot. Like, you could have easily had someone who is a part-time wheelchair user do those scenes. And I do understand, like, they possibly didn't want to injure someone that was already disabled. But again, so you could have made the accommodations to make it where it said wheelchair user wouldn't have gotten hurt. Like, for the sequences where you're on the stage, you could have had another background where it was just the stage flat on the floor.
One of the scenes that I think about the most that unfortunately kind of makes me giggle is the scene when they're singing by a pool and then they all jump in and then Artie rolls into the pool.
Oh my god, yeah.
Unfortunately, it kind of made me giggle.
No, it did. It's just like, I feel like there was ways they could have worked with somebody, and everyone online is like, oh, well, but here's this excuse as to why. There's just as many excuses as there is reasons for why they should have just done it to begin with. And like I said, I understand. They have dance sequences. They had the one time where Artie in his dream didn't need the wheelchair. But again, there are people that are part-time wheelchair users. Sometimes they do need it, sometimes they don't. They could have easily gotten someone like that to do the role.
Definitely. I agree.
Sorry, I cannot mute myself. And I did try to leave, I promise. But TikTok put me here back 3 times. I said, okay, you won. You defeated me, I will stay here. Let me I can mute myself, I can do it.
Yeah, at that point, the gods kind of made their choice.
With Artie, though, I do think, Glee, I still think it would have been great if they cast a disabled actor. Knowing the time that Glee was made in and the amount of harassment a lot of those actors already got for, anyone playing a queer role on that show was getting immense amounts of death threats. The actor playing Artie was getting called, the sea slur all the time, despite literally being able-bodied. And with them being teen characters, I think it would have been best to cast an actual disabled teen. I do not trust the Glee execs to have done enough safeguarding for an actual disabled teen in that role.
Alex, please help me. I can't mute myself. Please do.
Okay, I will mute you. If you want to unmute, say something in chat.
One thing that I will say is, despite all the things that they I 100% agree with y'all that they should have gotten an actual disabled person. But one thing that I will say is the actor that plays Artie, his voice, he's a really good singer.
He is. He has a great voice.
He's in my opinion, he's one of the best guy singers in the show.
So I actually disagree with the fact that they should have hired a wheelchair user at all in Glee, because I think the storylines around disability and Glee themselves are so inherently problematic. I wouldn't want to put a disabled actor through that. Some of it is appalling. Tina is an absolutely appalling example.
Ooh, yeah. Agreed. Agreed. Sorry.
So I actually disagree. I just think they should have rewritten the character. I think there were so many other ways to represent disability within that cast. And one, I am not saying that paralysis doesn't deserve representation, but it's paralysis, again, and it's acquired disability, again, and it's not even done well.
No, and I agree. But I'm saying, like, in a perfect world, if Glee actually tried to do better with everything, which there is a lot of things that show. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Glee.
A teacher hides paraphernalia in a student's locker to blackmail him into joining the Glee Club. Like, there is so much wrong with that show, but definitely, like, near the top of the list is the representation of not just disability, but conditions in general. Their representation of ED, their representation of mental health disorders, and Artie is just so at the bottom of the barrel.
True, that show, there was... First of all, not only were they having trouble on set with other castmates, Leah, Michelle, but then you also had the audience that was watching and criticizing. You had the directors and writers themselves. Like, there's so much on that pile of fire, and it just burns higher and higher the more you watch that show.
Like, I was actually discussing this with someone before, and they were like, well, they didn't have a disabled writer, and I'm like, yeah, I can tell. Did not need that piece of information. I worked that out on context.
Really? I can imagine. Or like the way they handled the story about the coach being trans. Because every subject they tried to cover to do like good with, it did the complete opposite.
Speaking of the internet's disdain for Leah Michelle, actually, does anyone have opinions on the whole Leah Michelle can't read joke? Because I have opinions on it.
I see it very similarly to the laughing at Mitch McConnell falling down the stairs bit. Mitch McConnell is an absolute trash fire of a human being who deserves mockery. He does not deserve mockery for being a disabled human being.
Yeah, I agree. Like, just because someone's a bad person does not mean it's suddenly a green light to make fun of their disabilities or anything that they struggle with. I don't like Leah Michelle. But if she, if I was told she was diagnosed with something, I'm not going to sit here and make fun of her for that. I'm going to make fun of her for being a terrible person. Her disability has nothing to do with that, nor is it okay to suddenly attack someone for that just because of that. Like when people were saying, oh, it's okay to fat shame Lizzo now because of the controversy Lizzo was in. No, it's not. It's not okay. I don't like, what happened either, but I'm not going to sit here and all of a sudden make fun of that. Well, it's different because they're a terrible person. It's not. You're still offending everybody with that issue.
No, that's exactly it. It feels like an extension of the disability as punishment trope, or like the assigning moral value to disability. It's like, she's a bad person, so now it's funny and silly that we're gonna say she can't read. When, in all honesty, she was a child star. There is a very high chance that she might actually not have the same grasp on reading that the majority of people do. And just because she's a bad person who might not be able to read does not mean we should be making fun of, literacy issues, especially when we're in, a literacy epidemic.
Did y'all hear about how Bella Thorne never actually had dyslexia?
For real?
She did not have dyslexia, and one day out of the blue, she was like, oh, I'm cured of my dyslexia, because she got tired of people bringing it up. But yeah, she never actually had dyslexia. That was just Disney Channel. And my mom actually has dyslexia. And also those ads were really like off-putting because dyslexia is more than just confusing letters. It can also affect the way you think, your language of speech, etc. Like it's not just, oh, I confuse B and D. They confuse me.
So I think
it's
for me, on the like mocking people, one, we don't actually know, like, I don't know the context. It could be that Bellathorn just decided to be like, yeah, I don't have dyslexia, to get people to leave her alone about it, regardless of whether she does or not. But on the like mockery thing, I think when you've got people that are that atrocious and that behave that badly, there are way better ways to mock them. Mock them for their behavior. Mock them for the things that they do. Caitlyn Jenner is an absolute human trash fire, but she is still a woman.
Right.
Mitch McConnell is an absolute trash fire, not because he fell down a flight of stairs, but because he has done horrible things.
No, literally, it's like, why are we not making fun of Lea Michele for being racist? And we're making fun of her for maybe not being able to read? Like, if you look up her name on TikTok, the first thing is going to be that she can't read. It's helping hide all of the actual, like, abhorrent things she's done and the controversy she's gotten into.
I talk about this all the time. The like, especially like when you're the idea of using the things that they struggle with to mock them for the like bad things that they've done. I think it's a thing of, you wouldn't do that to a non and the thing that I think about a lot is you wouldn't misgender a cis person because they did something bad. So I think giving an extra punishment to someone for
I actually disagree with you there, because they do that as long as you don't fit the sort of idealist standard of what gender is. I can't remember her name right this moment. I love her as an actress, but the headmistress from Wednesday and played Bree in Game of Thrones gets it all the time because of her height. And she is cis, but it's not sort of exclusive to trans people in the way that we think about it, because particularly cis women who do not fit the defined characteristics of Western beauty get misgendered as a punishment all the time.
Especially non-white cis women, right? Like, that's what's going on with the, like, Michelle Obama thing. It's literally just because she's not white, and you're like, oh, look at all these features she doesn't have. Or, like, Zendaya gets it all the time. It's like, the mixed women are really out there suffering with that.
Yeah, like Imani as well from the Olympics, she got so much. And the other boxer as well, I can't remember the other one's name. It was Imani that was in all the press, but there was a Korean one as well. And they're both like cis athletes at the very top of their game.
I think the thing that, like, I apply to the same thing when someone does something and, like, the insult is to be like, oh, well, you're ugly. Like, you never know who else is listening and who else is watching and who else is reading your comments, right? Like, nobody is the only person with a feature on the planet. Just because you think that they are a bad person does not mean you should start insulting their features instead of their behaviors, because someone else with those features, who might be a perfectly lovely person, might also see your comment, might also see the things you're saying.
Yeah, and the reality is that Lea Michele is not going to see your joke about the fact that she can't read, but the dyslexic person in your friends list will.
So this is slightly off topic, but like kind of on topic.
Slightly off topic.
The thing that one of the biggest things that I hear all the time is like people that make like the mouth breathing comments, like people that make fun of people for like being a mouth breather, as like an insult. I think that I don't like it.
I can kind of see where that would come from though, because if you have dysphonia, I want to say,
Dysphonia causes a severe reaction to specific sounds, and one of them is the sound of someone breathing, and mouth breathing is inherently more audible than nose breathing. So you've got two different disabled communities with different needs of accommodations here. You've got a community that has to breathe through their mouth, and a community that has a reaction that is entirely not their fault to the sound of people breathing through their mouth.
I agree with you, but the situation that I'm referring to is like, say someone it goes along with like people typically, when people use the insult, they use it in a similar context of like the neck beard type thing, or like someone that they find weird, they use it as like a general insult. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but yeah.
No, I get what you're saying.
I was thinking about something totally off topic. Is there anything that you guys think should be a disability that is not?
Eyesight problems. Why does it not count as a disability that I can't bleed and see? Yeah, misophonia, thanks Odysseus. Got some help from a literal monster. So every time I see the name Odysseus, all I can think about is when does a man become a monster? And I'm sat there like, at the point where you're considering infanticide, Odie, you're already there. Got there a while ago. But yeah, misophonia is the word I meant. Sorry. Yeah, I have a feeling Alex needs to end the panel because they are absolutely over socialized, underfed.
Yeah, we might cut things off here. I will not be going live tomorrow because this was a lot, but we'll be going live doing more specific panels on the weekend. I'll be posting more information about that soon. Thank you for joining, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.